The hero of this story is that guy who is always the best in any video game. Kang Jin-hyuk was the master in the absurdly difficult game Tower of Trials, which was popular for a while. He even became a streamer, but the game soon lost its popularity because it was simply impossible to complete. And everyone started calling it trash, accusing it of being designed not to bring joy, but to torture people. But Kang Jin-hyuk didn't give up like the others, and eventually became the only one who completed the game successfully. Immediately after that, our hero quit the game and the profession of streamer, hoping to rest and do something else. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. This damn impossible game became a reality. The Tower of Trials appeared right in the center of the capital. But to make matters worse, the people of Earth faced an ultimatum. Someone has to pass the tower in 90 days, or else humanity will perish. But that's not a problem for a pro like Kang Jin-hyuk, who knows all the secrets, tricks, and skills. About 30 minutes after receiving the terrible news, the world plunges into chaos. As for Kang, he doesn't waste any time at all. So, he puts on his navy blue jacket and bursts out of his room to get to the nearest event area so he can get the first valuable item of the game. While there's chaos around him, Kang's heart races with excitement over finally getting to play one of the shittiest and hardest games he's ever played in real life. When he gets on the streets of the central city of Seoul, Korea, Kang dashes past several panicking citizens towards the nearest subway. As soon as he gets there, Kang recognizes the space to be one of the external regions from the Korean server. Although there are 30 such regions throughout the entire country, this one seems to be the one closest to his place. Without wasting a second, Kang climbs down the subway and finds his way into the central underground shopping center. There, he finds several people, players, just like him, standing and staring at the fountain at one end of the room, as if waiting for something to happen. Kang eventually keeps calm and studies everybody. After getting a good read on the people in the room, Kang figures that most of them have at least played the beginning of the Tower of Trials before. As for why they're so tense, Kang realizes that this is the spot where a very limited supply of the first valuable item is supposed to spawn. If they're lucky, then they'll get about 5 items to go around. Just then, Kang is snatched out of his thoughts when someone recognizes him from the crowd and calls him out. When Kang turns back, he recognizes Lee Jong-soo, Paprika TV partner, streamer, and YouTuber with over 500,000 subscribers. Unofficially, the man's an asshole who acts as the representative of the company Kang supposedly belongs to. Disappointed to see his disgusting face, Kang asks the man what he is doing with the real players when he should be streaming or trying to destroy another streamer's life. The man replies that he won't pass on an amazing chance to prove his talents to the world. Moving on, he asked Kang a few questions about his experience playing the game, hoping he would share some information. Kang keeps silent and the Nimrod tries to cajole him into talking. As we'd have it, Lee Jong-soo is a bastard who tricks streamers into signing unfair contracts and making them fall into debt the more they stream. When they all tried to protest, this idiot snuffed them all out with his so-called hotshot lawyers. To date, countless streamers and Kang's day ones have all left the company in search of a better life, leaving Kang to his terrible fate at Jong-soo's hands. Anyways, Jong-soo tries to strike a deal with Kang on the condition he's going to give him better terms on his contract if he helps him. Tired of Lee Jong-soo's bullshit, Kang headbutts the bastard's nose and takes him by surprise. Once reality sets in for Lee, he holds his bleeding nose, coughs profusely, and kneels to balance himself. Meanwhile, Kang just ignores the fool and waits for the magic to happen, as it's about time that the first monster appeared. In a few seconds, the water from the fountain starts bubbling. Soon, a gigantic mangrove tree springs out of the depths of the fountain, and everyone at the event area recognizes the tree to be exactly the same as the one in the game. As for Kang, he just smiles and gets a system notification, informing him that the mangrove of greed, aka the tree in front of him, is growing. Just then, the tree blooms and produces just 4 fruits for all the players to share. As it turns out, eating such fruit is sure to raise one of the players' stats, including strength, agility, stamina, and magic. Kang recognizes the fruit's importance in the game, but the only problem now is that there are only 4 fruits to go. Since there are obviously more than 4 players around, Kang stands guard and watches every player in the room to see who's first. After the awkward silence, the whole event area erupts in chaos as every other player, except Kang, rushes to the tree to grab a fruit for themselves. For the next few minutes, Kang and Lee watch the other players push, pull, slap, and punch the shit out of each other just to get their hands on a piece of fruit. In the meantime, Lee blames Kang for slacking off and not working together with him in the first place. If he'd avoided hitting his nose earlier, then they might have gotten a piece of fruit and shared it amongst themselves. Now the fool thinks they're too late and there's no way forward. Kang only chuckles and tells the Nimrod to stay put if he doesn't know anything yet. While everyone thought getting the fruit was the main goal, Kang knows that the real prize lies beyond the pesky fruit everybody was trying so hard to get. So for now, he just stands there smiling at the other idiots grasping at straws. After a few more minutes of chaos, someone finally gets one of the fruits. Upon eating it, the man gets a +3 boost in agility, confirming the rumors everyone heard about the tree earlier. Apparently, not everybody knew the fruit existed in the first place. So, seeing one man try the fruit out and get the rumored powers made everyone go even crazier to get the fruit. Kang, on the other hand, is one of the few players who's played the game well, so he knows that the true prize in this part of the challenge isn't the fruit. A few moments later, once all the fruit's been eaten, the mangrove tree comes alive and becomes a monster to terrorize those who ate its fruit. The greedy bastards stop to remember how dangerous the tree is. When they figure it out, they turn their backs on the monster mangrove and yeet themselves out of there, leaving just Kang and Lee Jong-soo all alone in the area. With everyone gone, Lee gets up and decides to join the losers, but Kang calls him back and talks him into working with him to get the huge reward left by the others, knowing fully well the exact kind of person the asshole is. This realization piques Lee's curiosity, so he asks Kang a few times to make sure this cool bastard isn't trying to set him up. Kang gives an expression that seals the deal for Lee, so he gives up on trying to leave Kang alone and starts thinking of a sneaky way to get what he wants. After cooking up his wicked plan, Lee asks Kang what he's suggesting they do about the mangrove monster problem. Kang tells him that they have to get close to the mangrove. However, to avoid being easy targets, they will have to attack the monster from opposite sides at the same time. Lee figures Kang is trying to distract the monster, so he asks him if that's the case. Kang tells him yes and urges him to get ready to ride the monster. As both of them take their stances, Kang warns Lee against hesitating so they don't end up dying. Lee assures Kang that he's up and ready to fight this monster. So, when the time is right, Kang gives the signal, and the duo dash towards the monster from opposite sides, just like they'd planned earlier. The monster tree creates spiky vines and attacks both Kang and Lee to protect its main tree. Kang dodges the vines and waits for Lee to do his part. Sadly, Lee's nowhere to be found as he's already betrayed Kang. Upon searching the room for a while, Kang finds the idiot smirking. Just then, Kang heaves a sigh of relief and thanks his guardian angel that Lee Jong-soo is still his normal self. You see, Kang had intentionally tricked Lee Jong-soo into thinking he trusted him, so he formulated his entire plan to make sure it succeeds with Lee betraying him. Now that the dumbass has betrayed him, Kang is happy that his plan is finally going to work. To enact his plan, Kang stands in between the monster and Lee, so when the monster extends its vines to attack Kang, he dodges it and redirects the vines to capture Lee, who is standing behind him. Before the fool could even realize it, Lee gets covered in the spiky vines and begs Kang for help as the tree monster squeezes him to death. Rather than feel any remorse for the dimwit, Kang bids him farewell, letting him know that the world will be better without assholes like him. Right after that, Kang moves on to face the next big problem standing right in front of him, the mangrove of greed. As the monster extends its vines to attack him, Kang recalls the exact movements he had to make to successfully dodge this specific attack. Over the next few seconds, he alternates these movements easily, dodging every single attack the vines had against him. Eventually, the monster tree gets confused and stabs itself with its vines, exposing the soft beating heart of the entire tree. Kang sees the beating heart of the mangrove and steps up his game to finish off this tree as quickly as possible. Just as the tree's about to launch another attack, Kang grabs a twig from the same tree lying on the ground and arms himself with it. Around that time, the mangrove uses its skill, blood-sucking vine, to amp up its vines with vampiric traits before sending it towards Kang. With the vines fast approaching, Kang thinks on his feet and deflects the vines with the twig he picked up earlier. After deflecting a few attacks, the tree gets super pissed off at Kang for dodging all its attacks, so it becomes much faster than before. Kang refuses to be afraid of some child's play, so he braces himself for round 2 and deflects every single one of the blood-sucking vines like a pro. Since he's been playing the game for the past 11 years, this should be a piece of cake for him. After the first wave, Kang senses something stronger coming for him. With minutes left for the next big attack, Kang preps himself and patiently waits for it. Just then, the tree hums and releases a bright cyan light with holographic butterflies flocking around it. Kang recognizes the butterflies from the game to emit sleeping powder as glitter. To avoid breathing the powder in, Kang ducks and covers his nose. While he's at it, Kang also holds his breath to stop those specks that manage to get through his jacket from getting into his nostrils. Soon after, he dashes toward the mangrove's heart, stabs it with the twig he got earlier, and squishes the mangrove's heart with his hand to kill the mangrove monster. Minutes after defeating the mangrove of greed, Kang receives a system's pop-up notification congratulating him for being the first player to defeat the mangrove of greed. By this time, Kang rests easy and is grateful for everything he's gone through. As Kang fills himself with positive remarks, another system pop-up message notifies him to input his name and details, so his video can be uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Kang, however, decides against this, and he wouldn't want to be distracted by unwanted attention once he gets word that he's a seasoned player. For now, he keeps his anonymity and lets the system blur out his face and distort his voice. Once he's done giving the system all his details, Kang dips his hand into the mangrove carcass and harvests the shiny green orb he called the tree's essence. For context, ingesting the tree essence is sure to give the said player no less than 12 bonus stats. This means that if a player considers getting 3 points per level, then he's leveling up 4 times. Kang stares at the little pearl ball and brings himself to understand the lengths he had to go to get the little green ball in his hands. Anyway, Kang swallows the ball and glows green as Kang feels a strange power welling inside of him. Once the glowing stops, Kang opens his system screen and navigates his way to the status menu. There, he finds the usual details he's supposed to find, but then scrolls downward to see that he has about 12 available stat points. Although he's still a level 1 player, Kang knows that he's still the strongest level 1 player there can be. About an hour later, Kang returns to his room and an article with the title, "First Defeat of Mangrove of Greed," gets posted online. At the time, a video recording of Kang fighting and defeating the Mangrove of Greed was yet to be uploaded. Comments soon start pouring in on the article with some talking and others praising the anonymous fighter. However, when the full video was uploaded to the internet, the doubtful responses instantly disappeared and everyone started thanking the unknown savior. After the first 5 minutes of the video being posted online, Kang soon starts getting offers from the big shots in the gaming and manufacturing industry, all begging him to be their brand ambassador so they can pay him huge amounts of money. Kang was shocked by the hype around completing just the easiest level in the game, as he didn't think defeating the Mangrove of Greed was that big of a deal. Anyways, he brings himself to understand how pathetic most players have been over the years. Earlier, someone had promised to pay him 1 billion won if he'd come out and let them use his name and newfound fame. Sadly, Kang just couldn't risk letting the world know what he'd spent 11 years of his life trying to figure out. With that said, Kang gets concerned about his next destination. The moment the game updated, mana leaked out from the tower and spread throughout Seoul. Although the mana leak had little to no significant effect, there was one notable difference. The artifacts outside the tower became relics. Just for clarity, these so-called relics are not real. However, these legendary items have powers inside the tower. Currently, the ones outside the tower are replicas, aka copied versions, but even at that, Kang still needs to get his hands on one of them to see if they'll work well in the tower. For starters, he has to get to the National Museum of Korea to find the replicas he's searching for. Since it's rich in countless artifacts, he's almost sure to find something of use there. As Kang makes his way to the museum, he gets worried about competitors who might have figured it all out as well. Since there's only one museum in Korea, he needs to be extra careful this time, especially with the seasoned players. When he gets there, he opens the door to reveal a quiet but eerie scenery to him. While he was expecting some thieves to be there before him, the sight before him is something straight out of a horror movie. Upon getting further into the museum, Kang finds the charred body of what seems to be a former security guard. This can only mean one thing: someone's been there before him. Before doing anything, Kang pauses to understand the philosophy of people now that the world has changed. In just one day, most people, or players, have all gone from decent and crime-fearing to full-blown bastards and criminals. The expectations of the change are far wider than the reality Kang is now seeing. Anyways, judging by how stupid and inexperienced most of them are at this game, Kang figured most of them would be aiming for the relics kept in the medieval and modern era showroom. Moving on, Kang also figures out that particular relic everyone would want: the Great Map. Now, an average NPC would think the map is just an ordinary map of Korea and whatnot. However, real players want this map because it's an ancient magical map that also contains information about the Tower of Trials. Not only does it tell you where the labyrinths and ruins are, but it also reveals what kinds of items and monsters are out there. Even though the map only covers up to the 10th floor, it's still more than enough to win the hearts of those searching for an easy run to the 10th floor. Having established the fact that the map is what most players would be after, Kang recognizes where the real treasure is kept, and that's in the mud somewhere around the museum. In the showroom for medieval and modern era art, more than a dozen players are seen trashing each other and the rich history around them. For several minutes, the monsters in human flesh are seen punching and hacking the shit out of each other, with blood everywhere. Just then, a huge manly voice streamed across the room, ordering everybody to freeze. For a moment, the entire room falls silent as everybody stares at this big bully who's there to school them. Knowing he's gotten their attention, the big bastard threatens to kill anybody who moves a muscle from then henceforth. In about a minute or two brutes speak up to let the big guy know that nobody's scared of his empty threats. One of them even goes as far as threatening to kill the guy if he moves a single toe. The big guy sighs and decides to show this idiot what he's made of. In preparation for the fight, the man rips his shirt and exposes his unique ability, which makes his arms much harder and stronger. The dumbass who talked big earlier suddenly cowers in fear after seeing how dangerous this big guy is. With a voice seething with rage and eyes red like that of a dragon's, the big guy lets everybody in the room know that the map is his. So, if they have a problem with that, then they should pick it up with him. With that, he tells the others to step aside and let him pass through. Before he gets far, however, another wriggly old voice tells him to stop his search and just hand the map over to him. The guy turns back to see an old geezer. Surprised by the boldness of the man, the big guy waits and listens to what the man has to say. The man introduces himself as Min Jongwoo, which means to be friendly and kind, and expects a formal reply from the big guy. Sadly, the big guy has no time for respect now. He tells the old man to get lost and stop disturbing his precious search, or else he'll snap his neck like the neck of a chicken. The man insults the big bastard for having a foul mouth and decides to return the threat. He asks the big guy what he thinks would be faster, him snapping his neck or the old geezer turning him into a lump of coal. Before he gets his answer, the old geezer cooks up a flare right in his palms, and the big buffoon soon recognizes that power has magic. He knows he's messed with the wrong person, but it's already too late for him now that he's gotten the man pissed. In a split second, the man spreads the flare to the big guy, and everyone watches the small lump of fire engulf the big guy's entire body, turning it into a huge lump of coal like the man promised. After teaching the big guy some manners, the geezer walks out on everybody and leaves the rest to his assistant, who shows up at that time to glaze the man's magic abilities. The old man calls his assistant, Miss IeveI, and asks if she's already secured the items they'll need for the rest of the journey. When she says yes, he leaves her to wrap things up there while he gets on his merry way. IeveI assures him that nothing's gonna go wrong on her watch. So, once the man's gone, she steps out to face everybody and brings out a small statue of Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. She then places the statue on the floor and breathes life into it, and this makes the statue grow as large as hell. Soon, the small harmless statue turns into a big monster that threatens to eat the heads of anybody who moves an inch. On a final note, IeveI smiles and tells the others to play nice and be good. The other small fries start wondering why there are so many experienced players in there, asking if they've all awakened their powers or not. The next minute, the cowards drop the towel and decide to let the better players have the map and everything else. They're not prepared to die for something that might not be real. While Yuri erupts in happiness, her celebration stops abruptly when she hears someone nonchalantly walking in the shards of glass and ceramic on the floor. Soon everybody turns to see the chill dude walking through like nobody's business. Just then, Kang speaks up and reminds everyone just how stupid they are to make a mess of the museum. He then moves on to ask them if they have any iota of respect for historical artifacts and whatnot. He finds a piece of papyrus on the floor and picks it up, thanking his stars that these bastards didn't rip it apart. Around that time, Yuri gets pissed and calls Kang out for being so nonchalant about the situation in the room. When Kang glances back at her, she asks him if he thinks she's joking. Without getting any replies, Yuri goes offensive and urges her deadly servant to get Kang. Anubis throws his spear at Kang, fully expecting him to get torn to pieces by the sharp blade. To their surprise, Kang does not attempt to dodge the incoming spear. Rather, he deflects the spear from its trajectory with his bare hands and smacks it out of sight. Yuri couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Not just her, but every other player in the room was busy wondering what the hell the new guy just did. Some of them were even worried about the condition of his hand after deflecting such a powerful magical spear barehanded. However, when they find his hand smooth, they're flabbergasted. Anyway, Kang understands the reaction he's getting from the stunned players, as he knows most of them don't even know his stats yet. More importantly, he needs to take care of this bitch in front of him so she doesn't waste any more of his time. To do this, he taunts Yuri and asks her what she will do now that her little puppy's gone. Yuri flinches and searches through her backpack only to bring out 4 more Anubis statues, each of them carrying different weapons. Upon getting these statues, Yuri uses the same magic trick on them and brings them all back to life. While she's at it, a system notification pops up to inform everyone in the room that the relic, the incarnation of Anubis replica, has awakened. For the most part, Kang is surprised to see a player that can do what Yuri just did. After giving her little plaything some life, Yuri turns to Kang and asks him how he likes his situation now, hoping his response will wipe that smile off his face. On the contrary, Kang gives her a mid-answer, telling her that the relics aren't that bad, considering how she's able to activate all 5 of them at the same time. By now, it's pretty clear that she's not your average player at all. He also pauses to think about that old man and the things he did to that big goofball earlier using his magic. Kang knows he needs to tread carefully to avoid getting disturbed by those two sometimes in the future. When he snaps back to reality, he meets a very pissed Yuri, angry at the comments he made about magic tricks earlier. Any pro player knows that it took guts and skill to breathe life into 5 statues at once, but Kang calling her trick average at best, was just way off. She just keeps glaring at him, as if expecting something to fall on him and kill him, but then Kang even makes things worse. He tells her that her trick earlier is somewhere between impressive and mediocre to be exact, further pissing her off. Yuri calls him a prick and a load of crap for not respecting true magic art when he sees one. Kang responds, asking her if that's what she thought about him, and Yuri says yes. Moving on, he decides to show her a proper demonstration of what true power means. To do this, he lifts the papyrus sheet he picked up earlier when he walked into the room and tosses it in the air. If the difference between their skills is too great, then it's hard to notice. For now, Kang will just have to show her who's boss before heading out. With the papyrus sheet in the air, Kang activates the relic, the pine tree and the tiger replica, and infuses them with some of his magic. After that, he leaves a smirk on his face as the ruler of the mountains morphs into its physical form. With the air in the room cackling with raw power, Yuri and the other players know they're in deep shit if they ever move a muscle. At the tiger's first roar, Yuri nearly shits herself. Once the physical transformation is complete, the tiger nicknamed the ruler of the mountains from the Joseon period shows itself, with its identity unknown. In response to the tiger's roar earlier, Yuri's Anubis statues growl like scared dogs. Kang, while stroking the tiger, then relates the Anubis dogs to desert jackals and asks if they dare bare their teeth at the ruler of the mountain. To test this theory out, he orders his tiger to devour the jackals. The tiger snarls at the dogs, Anubis statues, and takes the fight to them. Over the next few minutes, both Yuri and Kang watch their monsters brawl it out like a chihuahua would a Doberman. After a few jabs, slashes, and punches, the ruler of the mountains finally gets to sink his teeth into the statues, finishing them off one by one. Yuri gets to watch Kang's tiger destroy her life's work in just mere minutes. She keeps on questioning her reality, asking herself how it was even possible for this tiger to exist in the first place. That's power, baby. She's heard there are various uses for each relic, but she's never heard of anything like this in her entire life. The magical energy alone is enough to make her feel like her skin is being torn up. Yuri stands there, trembling under the effect of a power far greater than hers. In the end, the tiger looms over her petite self and prepares itself to eat her up if she does anything funny. At that point, Yuri finally figures it out. She can't ever win against Kang. She gets on her feet and is disappointed by how far she's come. Initially, she was very sure she had an unbeatable hand, but this strange, mysterious bastard who couldn't stop that smug look on his face made her know that she was nowhere near strong. After a long pause, Kang stares at her and asks her to give him what he's searching for. At first, Yuri plays the fool, asking him to state what he's asking for out of the blue. Kang bends and asks her to give him Tutankhamun's mask. Yuri frowns, telling him that it's useless in Korea anyway. Before handing it over to him, she asks him what he plans to use it for, but then Kang doesn't have time to explain shit to anybody. Upon threatening her with the huge tiger, Yuri searches her backpack and finally gives Kang the mask. Kang soon gets a notification that he's acquired a replica of Tutankhamun's mask. Upon checking it out a little further, Kang realizes that he's secured the second relic he needs. Yuri continues asking him if he's after the Great Map as well, and Kang says he's forgotten about it. Now that he's gotten his second thing, he instructs the tiger to stand guard at the museum to make sure nobody follows him. The tiger lets out another roar to let the people know that he's the new guard of the museum. Following that, Kang gets himself ready to get the greatest skill in the Tower of Trials. Shortly afterward, Kang makes his way to floor 3F, a floor where special relics are being kept, and finds the old geezer who uses magic there. The geezer, though shocked to see Kang, wonders how he bested Yuri. Before uttering a word, however, he keeps his cool and waits for Kang to speak. Just then, Kang and the old man stare at the barrier in front of them and analyze it. Shortly afterward, Kang explains the nature of the barrier to the old man and tells him it's pretty easily weakened with offensive magic. After doing his analysis, the old man realizes that this barrier is like nothing he's ever seen before, as both physical and magical attacks are useless against it. Kang feels the barrier again one more time and finally detects the spot where the flow of magic is distorted. The next few minutes, he figures out the word he's to speak to get past the barrier. Carpo. Following that, he memorizes the word and tells the geezer to constantly use his flame magic on the barrier so he can keep the space open while he goes to collect all the relics he needs. Initially, the geezer chuckles at how Kang thinks he'll just keep the barrier open while Kang gets all the good stuff and he gets nothing, like a good little slave. On hearing how pained the geezer sounds, Kang promises to let him have the ancient magic map as a reward for keeping the barrier open, since he's in there searching for something else. Having heard everything Kang had to say, the geezer lets Kang have his way right after making him promise to deliver the map to him. With the stage set, Kang places his trust in the geezer's powers to keep the barrier open while he's inside. Soon after, The man activates his fire magic powers and pours everything in him into weakening the barrier long enough for Kang to get inside. Thankfully, after a few seconds of trying, the barrier finally cracks open, and Kang notices. In a split second, he shouts the word, "Carpo," and leaps into the barrier. Once he's inside, Kang gets on to work on finding the relics while the old man hurries him to be quick about it. Before touching anything, Kang observes the state of the relics in that room, and soon realizes that someone's been there before him, and the person stole the engraved iron sword of Qianlong. Kang figures the guy must have slipped in when everyone else was fighting like idiots downstairs, and taken his thing without taking any risks. Also, Kang finds out that the guy was the one who put up the barrier in the first place to keep other players from getting into the relic room and stealing other precious relics. What an asshole! Anyway, now that he's long gone, Kang won't have any issues getting what he's truly after. After rummaging through the relics in the room, Kang finally finds what he's looking for and presents the final piece of the puzzle, the Sangpyeong Tongbo. For some context, the Sangpyeong Tongbo is an ancient currency used in Korea during the Joseon period, so it makes sense for there to be some magical powers in it. Now that he's acquired everything he needs, Kang prepares himself to create the greatest skill ever recorded in the history of time and space. Next, he prepares the ingredients needed to make the skill, which are the Persian ritual mold and Tutankhamun's mask. By combining the relics, Kang gets a special pop-up message, recognizing how compatible these relics are during the fusion process. Before their fusion is complete, Kang decides to add a third ingredient into the mix. To do that, he snaps the small rope holding the Tongbo coins together and sprinkles each coin on the combining relics. The resulting reaction causes a bright yellow glow that lights up the whole room. After several minutes of waiting, Kang finally gets his end product, the Eye of Trust. Kang takes a moment to admire the gleam on his precious new Eye of Trust, as he marvels at how something so small can hold such a significant value. He soon gets a system notification about the new ability. As it turns out, this rare new relic gives Kang the ability to view other players' information and tell apart their lies from their truths. The only downside to the skill is that he can only use it 3 times per day. However, if used in the right circumstances, then Kang might have just gotten his cheat code to speedrunning this Tower of Trials thingy. Upon harvesting the eye as his prize, Kang gets another system notification granting him access to a hidden quest. After combining 3 replicas of the B-grade tier to create an item of S-grade or higher, Kang met the requirements to copy and save countless skills in the world he's in. Not only that, but he can also combine every skill he's copied to create even stronger skills. With that said, Kang is satisfied to finally get all he needs to climb the tower and reach the top before anybody else. Soon after, he acquires the unique ability, Fusion, and gets to create his version of Memory of the World. Upon getting another description of what Fusion is, which is the ability to copy other skills, Kang gets a warning about the conditions of this new skill. If peradventure, the condition for copying the skill is too high, then some things will have to be modified by Kang himself before he gets to copy the skill. Around that time, the geezer, who's batshit tired, calls out to Kang and urges him to be quick with his stuff as he can't keep holding the barrier up much longer. Kang pauses again to think of his next move. Just then, he gets the crazy idea to copy the poor old man's fire skill. To do that, however, Kang realizes that he must get the old man, Min Jong-woo, to reveal his true self as he's always hiding his emotions behind a mask. In a nutshell, Kang needs to piss Min off. Shortly afterward, Kang intentionally takes much longer than needed to make Min annoyed at him. A few minutes later, his plan works as Min angrily tells him to get the fuck out of the room so he can stop using his powers to keep the barrier open. In response, Kang tells him to stop using that skill for now so he can rest easy. Shocked by Kang's response, Min looks at him, puzzled. Kang adds more salt to the wound by telling Min that he didn't need to use his powers in the first place. Min asks him to elaborate on his statement, asking Kang why he suggested he used it initially. Before answering that, Kang lets Min know that the word Carpo, he shouted earlier, is a Latin deactivation spell he used to easily break through the barrier. So, in reality, the man did nothing but waste his time trying to disable the barrier. As Min stands there with a pissed-off look on his face, Kang stops to wonder if the man thought attacking an impenetrable barrier would even leave a scratch. To be honest, all Min ever did from the start was waste his freaking mana, and the worst part of it all is that the man was none the wiser. At least Kang took every precaution he was supposed to take to prevent getting into a fight with a magic user. Now that the old man's nearly out of mana, Kang needs to seriously piss him off even further. Since he already knows the tower's layout like the back of his hand, the so-called map, which supposedly has all the information regarding the tower up to the 10th floor, is completely useless to him. From there, Kang starts getting crazy ideas to just destroy the map to make Min, the old man, waste his time and effort searching for it. Moving on, he sparks up a lighter and points it towards the said map. Min, who could see what Kang was about to do, calls Kang out for going back on his promise. Kang turns back, sneering into the man's eyes, and helps Min remember that he doesn't need the map in the first place. So, if the map is of no use to him, then it surely isn't of no use to anybody. At that moment, Kang sets the map ablaze to reduce the chances of his advantage being put at risk by skilled players trying to get a spot in the limelight. Min screams his guts out when he sees Kang burning the entire map to a crisp. In a fit of rage, he asks Kang why he's burning the map, but just as Kang's about to respond, Min loses his shit and promises to kill Kang right after calling him a piece of crap. At that point, a systems notification informs Kang that he's already met the conditions needed to copy Min's skill. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Min's skill, the element of fire, and saves it in his book, The Memory of the World. Soon after, he gets a notification describing his new ability to control flames and raise his affinity for them. Following that, he absorbs the skill and faces his first enemy since this whole shit show started. Min, however, cooks up a giant flare and promises to make Kang regret ever double-crossing him. Moments before the chaos, Kang shoots back by asking the old man if he even cared to find out why he burned the map. With no response from Min, Kang decides to use his newly copied skill for the first time. He activates the level 1 skill and shocks Min with how intense his version of his fire magic is. Min pauses his spell to analyze Kang's power. He's pretty sure Kang's using the same technique as him, but the difference in their power levels is like night and day. Having seen what Kang could do with his magical powers, Min realizes that Kang isn't your average person or player either. He's different, and someone like him won't even need the map at all. After his sudden epiphany, Min summons the courage to ask Kang the million-dollar question, "Who are you?" Kang ignores the question and warns the old man to listen to him very carefully if he wants to climb the tower with ease. Min grants him the audience he needs, and Kang explains everything he needs to know to continue climbing the tower with ease. Once he's done with the man, Kang steps outside with his new powers and experience. Moving on, he thinks about the 4 high rankers, including him, who visited the museum earlier, and finally understands why most would want to reduce risks. After a quick stretch, Kang explains that even the most professional players can't get ahead by playing it safe. He then takes another look at his information and stats and smiles at how far he's come. Once he's done celebrating his small win, Kang continues encouraging himself to keep gaining as many skills and unique abilities as he can to make it to the top. Right after getting Min's powers earlier, Kang got in touch with Yuri and got her powers as well. Now, he's made them both into his pawns that he can order around freely. However, he still has a long way to go. He has to only prioritize and collect the abilities he needs, and avoid overwhelming himself with opportunities. For now, though, all the attractive and important opportunities are going to be his. Kang's moment of glory is short-lived as his stomach growls for some attention. Kang realizes he's not even had anything since the tower appeared in real life, so he starts craving soup. An hour later, he finds a soup restaurant and sees himself in. Once inside, he finds a bunch of people murmuring and chattering with their eyes glued to the TV. Naturally, Kang gets interested in finding out what's causing all the hubbub. Upon investigating further, he finds out that the murmuring people just found out about the incident at the National Museum of Korea, which left about 23 people dead and over 50 others injured. Currently, the newsman says the number of deaths is expected to rise as there's a higher number of people who sustained severe injuries. As for the cause of such a massacre, the man says the police suspect the group was targeting the artifacts being kept at the museum. Not only that, but he also states that the same incident has been happening in museums all over the world. Hearing this, Kang understands that the other world players must be getting ready to ascend the tower. Just then, the newsman plays the footage from the scene of the massacre, and everyone gets to see a blurred Kang fight Yuri's Anubis statues with his big tiger. After watching the Anubis statues get ripped to shreds by the big tiger, everybody gets confused over who this motherfucker is. One of them recognizes him to be the same guy who beat the life out of the mangrove tree earlier, and the others agree that the dude's got sick moves. Kang, on the other hand, gets irritated by how popular he's become lately. If anything, he has to find a better way to mask his identity. After showing the footage, the newsman informs the masses that the government just created a special department called the Association of the Awakened, and is currently trying to figure out how the Tower of Trials came to life, as well as why several civil servants suddenly gained special powers. Kang frowns at the government's attempt to stop them, and figures that they've already accepted this new change, especially with this new department they've created with people who've awakened unique skills. With the news still being on, the news reporter brings the head of the Association of the Awakened on air to give a speech on the whole matter. The man introduces himself as Han Sang-jin and states that he's there to recruit only those who've awakened. Although their positions are highly dependent on rank, Han states that the government is willing to break the bank just to serve their needs and control them. As for the person who's been appearing in the videos online, Han Sang-jin swears on his life that the government will support him in any way if he joins them. After watching the news broadcast, Kang listens to the idiots in the soup joint murmur and reveal just how jealous they are of the guy who's been promised everything by the government. He must be one lucky guy. Once he's had his fill of ignorant comments, he starts thinking about the government's plans for him. Now that he's figured out who the government is truly after, he needs to be very careful moving forward. Firstly, he's not as gullible as the government thinks he is. Simply put, no matter what he's offered, Kang would be doing himself a huge favor by remaining solo and avoiding too much interaction with useless people. One highly skilled player is far more valuable than 100 average players. Kang knows that, Han knows that, and the entire government knows that. That's the reason why he has come forward with such a vague offer to win the special player over. Following this thought process, Kang starts thinking about the skill Han has that made him head of such an important association. Or maybe he's head of the association simply because he's played the Tower of Trials for a long time. Whatever it may be that got him into that position, Kang wishes it was a nice skill so he could copy it when the time comes. After hatching his evil plan, Kang snaps back to reality and turns to check the time to make sure he's not running late. As it turns out, the Tower of Trials will be open by 7 p.m. that night, and anyone who's not within the zone by then should kiss the game goodbye. About a few minutes to 7, Kang and a few other people make it to the zone on time. Once the timer hits 7 o'clock, he and the others get yeeted into the tower through a portal. Kang's first few minutes in the tower are met with nostalgia, as things suddenly start looking familiar in a world he once explored in a game. While the other people chatter and murmur amongst themselves, Kang smiles as he brings himself to believe that everything around him is real AF. When he stops glazing the world inside the tower, he continues analyzing the skill level of the buffoons around him. So far, they all seem like total noobs compared to what he's been through. Up next, the system's control issues a total of 100 coins to commemorate the player's entrance into the tower. These coins are the currency to be used in the tower and can be multiplied by uploading personal achievement videos. For every 10,000 views, a player receives 100 more coins. However, the fee received from every view is largely dependent on the player's ranking. After mentioning the nature of the viewers, the system's control informs everyone about the live broadcast feature and lets them know that it can only be used during a battle with the boss before moving on to the next floor. Before ending the broadcast, it warns every player against manipulating views and engaging in misconduct. Anybody who's caught will face the music fair and square. With that, the broadcast ends, and Kang acknowledges every single thing the system talked about in its short speech. Just as he's about to start his ascension to the top of the tower, Kang figures out the bridge between those currently in the tower and those spectating outside, and calls it the broadcasting system. It's a no-brainer that the viewers will automatically increase the view count of the players who have a higher chance of reaching the top of the tower, but then again, that seems to be the most exciting part of the Tower of Trials. When all has been said and done, the players start making plans on which exciting parts of the tower they get to visit first. While most of them choose to go to the Goblin Cave to farm coins, Kang chooses to go somewhere else. He waits for everyone to run towards the fun side of the tower, and pauses to think about how foolish and idiotic they all have to be to think the game will start them off that easily. Earning coins is easier for him since he knows the ins and outs of this tower. Even at that, he's not planning on uploading any videos yet because leaking all this knowledge he has in him just for a few coins is an even bigger loss in the long run. Once the crowd has cleared out, Kang picks up the pace and heads toward the road nobody would dare to pass. The first time he found out about the road about 6 or so years ago, Kang was at an impasse after trying desperately and failing to reach the 30th floor. Back then, he had to come back to scour the lower floors so he could gather the hidden pieces he needed to get to the next floor. Over time, he tracked his footsteps and went in circles several times before finally finding his answer in a ruin. In that single moment of realization, Kang finally finds out that the character he's spent years developing is flawed. Immediately after figuring it all out, Kang goes through a major identity crisis before finally deleting the character forever. The next time he created his character, though, he came back stronger and better by all margins. That upgraded character is the one that got him to the top of the tower. After the flashback, Kang leaves Ground Zero to get to Labyrinthos, a labyrinth with a B-level difficulty. Despite its location on the ground floor, Labyrinthos is as hard as hell and almost impossible to pass through. At the entrance, Kang gets disgusted after remembering all the shit he went through the last time he was there. Even at that, he stops and reminds himself just how important surviving a labyrinth like this is to the overall development of his skills in the game. Once he gets past all the negative feelings, however, Kang returns to normal and unlocks the big door to the labyrinth using magic at his fingertips. Soon, the door is unlocked and Kang makes his way into the labyrinth. Inside, Kang takes a moment to feel the scenery, smell, and atmosphere of the entire place. Everything looks the same just like he remembers it. A few seconds later, the luminous moths rave the atmosphere around the place with their glowing, beautiful selves. Kang admires every single thing about this place as they almost make him forget how shitty this place was the last time he was there. Sadly, his moment of weakness is short-lived when a bunch of people show up in the same labyrinth he's in. Kang turns when he notices their presence and demands they introduce themselves. The girl, who appears to be the amateur leading the group, says hello in a friendly manner and introduces herself alongside the group as a few lost dumbasses who wander into the labyrinth while searching for a place to farm. Kang sees through her bullshit and suspects something fishy with her story. Apparently, they'd stalked Kang about 10 minutes earlier, back when he opened the door to the labyrinth with just his fingers. Having seen what the young man could do with just his raw power, the newbies were shocked at what they'd stumbled upon. They followed him just because he looked like he was onto something at their spawn point and were shocked at what they saw him do. After stating how surprised they were, the amateur leader girl, who happened to be a sassy fool, suggested they go after him before the door to the labyrinth closed up. Initially, her stupid suggestion was met with justifiable arguments as the others didn't know what they would get into. Sadly, the girl convinced everybody to follow Kang into the labyrinth so they could steal whatever relics he found there after fighting him. Firstly, he's a level 1 player who opened an entire labyrinth without a key, meaning the labyrinth shouldn't be that difficult to clear, so they have nothing to be afraid of, right? Well, that's how the lady got all her friends in trouble by following Kang into Labyrinthos. When they asked her how she planned on getting Kang to give up the relics, the lady said they would trap Kang and make the labyrinth his new forever home. After all, he's just one guy against all of them, so nothing can go wrong. So that's what happened, folks. Now, about 6 or so brain-dead McDonald's graduates set themselves up against their worst nightmare. A level 999 boss who can literally read their minds. Anyway, after her surreal introduction, the lady suggests they all move as a group so they can be safe in numbers. Kang, on the other hand, remains cautious and uses his hidden ability, the Eye of Truth, to find out her information and figure out what she's after. Once the Eye of Truth is activated, Kang gets her name and age to be Park Hana, a 22-year-old who's been to the second floor of the Tower of Trials before. At the same time, Hana introduces herself to fit the description Kang is getting from her info log. Moving on, Kang checks out her skill and realizes she's a commune user who can also speedwalk and heal herself sparingly. The commune skill, in particular, piques Kang's interest as he continues to investigate what it's all about. As it turns out, commune is a skill that allows its users to be friendly with almost anybody right from the first time they meet. After just a few minutes of talking with the person, the caster can also erase the person's sense of uncertainty. To copy her skill, however, Kang is conditioned to spend at least 240 hours with Hana. By the end of the stipulated period, no other person can be with her besides Kang. Kang thinks about the usefulness of such skill and decides it's worth the risk of having a sidekick for 10 days. As both sides make progress on their plans, the other people accompanying Hana Park introduce themselves as well. The first one, Jang, played the first floor before he gave up. The next one, Lee Hyemin, also played the first floor. The third, Jang Mina, has been to the third floor already, but as for the fourth and fifth, Cheon and Do, they're total noobs. After the introductions, Kang smiles and tells them his real name. Knowing fully well that they're going to stab him in the back later, Kang decides not to remember their names since they're pieces of shit anyways. With the small talk out of the way, Park Hana lugs herself with Kang, secretly activating her commune skill right before asking Kang to tell them how high he's gotten in the Tower of Trials. Thankfully, Kang got notified by his system that Park had secretly activated commune just to make him tell her more about himself. For the next few seconds, Kang fights the compulsion to be overly friendly with this shitty bitch. Fortunately for him, he wins the battle and shoves her aside after telling her nothing. If he hadn't known about her ability beforehand, then he might have gotten too friendly with her and spilled everything. Hana is surprised by this strange young man's reaction to her compulsive spell. She sweats profusely, wondering who the guy is to resist her commune skill so smoothly. Well, since he's obviously smart, Hana sheepishly asks her mystery man to tell them what monsters and features are in the labyrinth. Even that shouldn't be too hard for Kang to explain, and she was right. Kang sees no downside to explaining what they should expect. So, he prepares their minds and tells them that the labyrinth changes shape at certain times. Hearing this, Hana and the others ask him to come again, but before he does that, there's a little rumble underneath their feet which gets them startled. Before they know it, the entire labyrinth starts shapeshifting. Hana asks Kang to tell them why a labyrinth on the first floor would be shapeshifting like it's dangerous. Moments before getting her answer, the labyrinth shapeshifts and nearly crushes her. Fortunately for her, she's able to grab onto a ledge and hop on a safer spot in time, before turning into red mush. Elsewhere, another asshole nearly gets crushed by a boulder from the ceiling. Luckily for him, his friend called him back to Earth and helped him save himself before it was too late. Once the rumbling and shapeshifting stops, Hana and the others catch their breath before realizing that Mina's absent. Maybe she was crushed by a boulder with nobody there to save her. Nobody could tell at the moment. Anyway, Jang gets pissed and asks Kang why whoever's behind this gimmick would place such a tough labyrinth on the first floor. Contrary to what they know about games and trials, everything is usually easier at the beginning to help noobs like themselves get used to the game. Kang scoffs at such a lackluster attempt to silence them and asks the noobs if they've ever experienced a shape-shifting maze at least once in their pathetic lives. Hana replies, telling him that this labyrinth is too dangerous for a level 1 player, before telling them that they have to leave that instant. Moving on, she turns to Hyemin and asks if she can use her skill to find the exit. Just then, Hyemin tells Park that she lost control over her skill when the labyrinth changed earlier. Hearing this, Hana asks to confirm if Hyemin knows what she's talking about. When she gets her confirmation, the girls start arguing. From what he just witnessed, Kang understands that the noobs were relying on Hyemin's weak navigation skills to get through the labyrinth. Talk about stupid and senseless little shits trying to act all cool and big. Anyway, now's not the time to worry about those idiots as Kang knows what's coming next and has to prepare for its arrival. At that point, Hana's lost sense of accountability shoots up and she glares at Kang right before blaming him for everything that's happened to them ever since they followed him into the labyrinth. According to her negative IQ thinking, the labyrinth shifting earlier was Kang's fault, just because he didn't tell them about it before it all happened. She strides up close to him and gaslights him for nearly killing them for following him into the labyrinth. To make matters worse, the soy boys and sissies she brought along with her stroked her ego by also blaming Kang for their demise as well. Kang sighs after hearing their dumb comments about him and asks them why they followed him into the dungeon in the first place. If they all had working brains, they needed to remember that Kang never forced them into the labyrinth earlier. They just wandered in thinking Captain America was coming to save them from their idiotic selves. Hana is taken aback as that's the first time someone ever called her out on her bullshit. But then Kang doubles down by letting them know that he never forced them to follow him in the first place. Just then, Cheon, your average nincompoop, throws a tantrum like a 3-year-old, calls Kang a jerk, and conjures a baton from his empty head to fight Kang. After muttering a few more jargon from his rotten mouth, Bro gets ready to throw it down with Kang. However, before he gets his chance, a familiar axe swoops in from his side and slices the upper half of his body, killing him instantly. Hana couldn't believe what her eyes just saw. She screams at the top of her voice, asking Kang to explain what just happened. Around that time, the boss of the first level, aka the Minotaur, shows up, destroying every single boulder in his path with his stomp and roar. After establishing his presence and getting its axe back, the Minotaur stares down at the noobs who just stand there, frozen and scared shitless for their lives. Hana had already lost every feeling in her legs, but just as they were about to give up, Kang the Savior lunged at the Minotaur and dodged one of the Minotaur's swing attacks. Hana, who initially thought the man was on a suicide mission, soon changes her mind when she finds him matching skills with the Minotaur. Upon evading an attack from the Minotaur, Kang acquires the hidden stat, Gap. Gap is a stat that reduces the level gap against significantly stronger opponents and increases the gap against weaker opponents. In other words, Kang just acquired another cheat code to ascend the tower. During the fight, Kang thinks about the points he'll have to give up just to activate Gap and make his fights much fairer for him. Currently, he can reduce the difference in levels between him and the Minotaur by 1 level after sacrificing 3 points. Still in the air, Kang grabs one of the Minotaur's horns and swings around it to land safely on the ground beneath him. After countless failed attempts to kill its enemy, the Minotaur gets even more pissed and lets out a roar that chills my spine. As for Kang, he notes that this Gap skill was the only way for him to grow stronger at level 1, back when he was playing the game. During the Minotaur's next attack, Kang grins as he recognizes that exact swing the big ol' monster was using from the game. Since he's already gone up against the guy's attacks several times, Kang easily dodges this one to increase his Gap stats by 0.05. Over the next few attacks, Kang dodges them all like clockwork, increasing his Gap stats by 0.05 each time he dodges an attack. As the Minotaur's attacks grow stronger by the minute, Kang gives us an idea of why he's dodging them so easily. Although the Minotaur's attack looks like something from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Kang was still able to dodge them all flawlessly, and that's because he's a hardcore gamer. So no matter how strong the Minotaur's attacks are, they're all useless if it can't land one. At the time of the fight, the foolish spectators, Park Hana, and whoever's left get to see how strong Kang actually is. They soon start regretting trying to mess with the guy, as he has already surpassed their wildest expectations, whilst using only 10% of his total power. The ringleader of their little Girl Scout parade, Park Hana, finally admits how stupid and delusional she was to think she could steal from the man himself, Kang Jin-hyuk. As they continue admiring their hero, Kang just keeps dodging every single one of the Minotaur's attacks. "Too slow," says Kang as he taunts the pissed-off Minotaur to keep hitting him harder. Hearing this, the Minotaur roars at the top of its lungs this time and takes one more swing at Kang with its big axe. Right before dodging this swing, Kang places a risky bet on his life in a bid to get stronger much quicker. To him, the higher the risk, the bigger the reward. Upon dodging this attack, Kang gets nicked in the neck by the tip of the Minotaur's axe. For narrowly dodging this specific attack, he gets his gap stat increased by 1 level this time instead of 0.05. Sacrificing a little skin for a stat point is risky for sure, but then again, worth it. At least now he can activate gap and reduce the levels almost twice as fast. Upon gaining the stat point, Kang gets back up to continue dodging the Minotaur's attacks. After doing the same thing a few more times, Kang begins to feel like his luck's gonna run out soon. Before that happens, he needs to wrap things up quickly. Just then, he takes a quick glance at the supporting characters and figures they're trying to sneak out of the labyrinth without his permission. At that moment, the scaredy cats, Hana and Hyamen, are seen desperately trying to find an exit out of the crazy labyrinth. Hyamen begs Hana to figure out an exit path, but then Hana tells her to keep her hands on the wall till they eventually find an exit. Before she blinks, Kang appears behind her and asks her where she thinks she's going. Hana freezes and struggles to find words to tell the almighty Kang. Before she could say a thing, the Minotaur started coming towards them, and Hana became even more riddled with fear for her life. Before the Minotaur gets too close, Kang gives them an option to come join him if they want to get stat points. If they manage to avoid his attacks, then they get hidden stats. Moving on, Kang lets them know that evading the big guy's attacks is much easier than it looks, so they should give it a try. After all, sharing is caring, right? The next minute, the Minotaur gets to Hana and raises his axe for an attack on her life. Before the axe hits the frozen dead idiot, Kang yanks Hana out of the way and scares the shit out of the others. He then taunts them even further by encouraging them to dodge the attacks next time, letting them know that standing in one place is sure to get them killed. By this time, Hana was already crying like the little bitch that she is. Kang ignores the fool and faces the little calf he's fighting. Before the Minotaur's next attack, the labyrinth starts shifting again, but this time, the Minotaur seems to be the one in trouble. In a split second, the boulders start changing shape, screeching between spaces and crushing whatever's in their way. Once all the thumping, screeching, and sliding stops, Kang loses the Minotaur without even fighting it. In a fit of rage, the Minotaur lets out a roar and raises its axe, thumping it on the ground beneath it. Kang and the others could feel the quake from their side as the rumble resonated throughout the labyrinth. In the aftermath of the battle, Hana and Jang remain the sole survivors of the attacks, alongside Kang. Hana sincerely hopes they've lost the Minotaur and wishes it won't come after them again. Sadly, Kang explains to them that it probably will since he's already touched the powder from the luminous moths earlier. Shocked, Hana asks him why he would do something that insane to himself. Kang looks at her, puzzled, and says it's because he needs to raise his stats. Once the labyrinth shifts, he will finally rest and recover his stamina. Once he and the Minotaur cross paths again, then they will play with each other again. With that, he picks a small dagger, points it at the other two, and asks them if they find his strategy effective. Hana could literally taste the chills in her spine as she asked Kang how long he planned on doing things like this. "Well," Kang replies, telling them they have to do this till they make it out of the labyrinth in 1 month. The last remaining two weigh their odds and decide to separate from Kang. At least if they don't follow Kang for the next 30 days, then the Minotaur won't come after them. Kang reasons with them and lets them know they're telling the truth. However, if they're looking to go through the labyrinth alone, then it must mean they know which way to go. If anything, walking around the large labyrinth can be dangerous, especially if one doesn't know which way to go. Walking around blindly could be more dangerous than ever. Hana then asks him if he knows where the exit is, and Kang, while caressing his new dagger weapon, tells her yes, since he knows the labyrinth much better than anyone. By this time, Hana realizes that there's no way they can make it through the dungeon alone. As such, she acts bossy and tries to make it seem like she's settling for Kang. Kang takes note of this and lets her know that there'll be a fee for hitching a ride with him. While pointing his dagger at them, he orders both Jang and Hana to cough all their coins and give them to him if they plan on moving with him henceforth. In the meantime, other players continue to have fun killing goblins and posting videos of their battles online for their supporters outside the tower. One player, in particular, named Himosu, who is also a master of theatrics, becomes the new online fave as his battles get watched by over 1 million people in just a few hours and earn him about 1,000 coins. Not just that, but the comments and glazing by the NPCs fueled the player's ego. As Himosu watches his video and his popularity grows by the second, he becomes proud of himself and his team for buffing him up to that level. The nerd in the group glazes Himosu, telling him that he's now the talk of the town as everybody wants to know him. Following that, The nerd tells Himosu that he's already made 1,000 coins from the views alone, and that their numbers keep rising by the hour. After taking in all that success, Himosu gives his partners an appreciation speech and dedicates the win to them. Having heard the appreciation speech from the star, one of them talks about the clever way they buffed him up without even appearing in the video. As the celebrations continue, disaster strikes with Himosu finding a naysayer talking shit about his speedrun, and Himosu reacting positively to the troll's comments. As if that wasn't enough, the nerd sees something different on his screen. He calls their star by his last name, Myunghwan, and urges him to check out the new video that's just been uploaded to the Hall of Fame. As it turns out, the 5-minute video is from Kang, who was still an anonymous player at that time, and it was titled, World's First +10 Successful Item Enchantment. In just a few minutes since the video was released, it already had over 1.3 million views, and it tanked Himosu's video, which used to be the most popular, to be the second most popular video since the tower trials began. Seeing this, Himosu loses his mind and struggles to understand how a single person could enchant an item 10 times. Comments soon start pouring in as the video gains more views by the minute. Himosu, on the other hand, can't believe someone like this even exists. He just stands there in shock when he finds the view count increasing like crazy in just a few seconds. About 10 minutes ago, before the video was uploaded, Kang sent his new servants, Jang and Hana, to go out and pick supplies they needed to survive the night in the dungeon. Once they're out of sight, he gets started on acquiring the items he needs to upgrade his new weapon, the ordinary dagger. After taking a good look at the coins he has left, Kang buys 3 enchanted tarot cards, old and battered bronze key fragments, a wooden wheel fragment, and 10 lottery enchantment scrolls. Though they may seem like trash, Kang knows exactly how to use them. After purchasing these items, he combines the bronze key fragments, the tarot cards, and the broken wooden wheel fragment, all together to create an imperfect replica of the goddess Fortuna's Wheel of Fortune, which allows the user to raise his luck stats to max capacity for just 10 minutes, with the only 2 downsides being that the scope is limited due to its imperfect state, and also that the user can only use its powers once. After getting the Wheel of Fortune, Kang takes out his dagger, grabs the wheel, and spins it for a few minutes, making sure he doesn't exceed the limits set by the wheel. As the wheel starts spinning, Kang finally gets to increase his luck to max capacity for 10 minutes. Around that time, he takes out the 10 lottery enchantment scrolls and increases his chances of getting a weapons upgrade in all the 10 scrolls by 100%. This means Kang can now use those scrolls to upgrade any ordinary weapon by 10 levels for the next 10 minutes. With that done, he uses all 10 scrolls to upgrade the dagger by 10 levels, turning it into a mythical weapon of some sort. Once the upgrade is complete, Kang acquires a new version of his old dagger with a +10 level upgrade. As a reward for being the first person to achieve this feat on the Korean server, Kang receives 5,000 coins and gets his achievement video uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Shortly afterward, he tests out his new weapon. On day 10 of being stuck in the labyrinth, Jang and Hana were already stoked at this point. As they sit calmly, Hana recounts all the terrible things they've had to do for Kang ever since he bested them about 10 days ago. If anything, Hana was getting fed up as this wasn't what she signed up for when she came to the tower at all. While awake with her buddy Jang, Hana stares at Kang, who is fast asleep, scared that she's going to die if she continues with him. When she expresses her feelings to her partner, Yang starts thinking of a way out. Just then, the guild members Hana's been secretly chatting with all this time start telling her to give up and chill with some of the others, warning her against double-crossing such a psycho. Curious, she asks them if they were able to dig up any information about him. Unfortunately for her, the answer's no, as all his personal information and achievements have been blocked from the internet. Hana gets disappointed by her supporters outside and wishes she had more competent people working for her. After listening to their chatter for a while, Hana asks them if they've informed her brother about the situation in the labyrinth. One of the anonymous users lets her know that the guild is currently investigating the labyrinth, although it's been hard for them since there's almost no information on this labyrinth. For now, they're going to need about 3 weeks before they can come up with tangible information they can use in clearing the labyrinth. Hana falls deeper into her depression when she finds out she still has to endure the suffering for 3 more weeks. After she meets with the anonymous members, Jang asks her for an update from the guild. Hana tells him everything she was told and realizes that they're in deeper shit than they imagined. Seconds later, she suggests killing the freak while he's sleeping and hiding inside the crypt they found earlier to wait for her brother to show up so they can make it out alive. The only issue is how they're going to kill him. Just then, Jang picks up a rock and starts creeping closer to Kang to bash his skull in and kill him. Hana watches him carry out the act for a few seconds. However, just as Jang is about to do the act, she stops him and urges him to think things through. From what they know, Kang's reaction speed is inhumane, so whether they ambush or fight him, they have no chance of winning. Bro probably will spring up the second he's attacked and off them faster than they can blink. Jang understands her plight but then asks her what her plan is, seeing as they can't just sit back and let him keep using them. At that point, Hana rummages through her backpack for something her brother, who's in the Black Crow Guild, gave her to use anytime she's in danger. When she finds what she's searching for, she brings it out and calls it the giant zucchini bee stinger. Just one drop of its venom is enough to kill 100 trolls, so there's no reason why it shouldn't kill this bastard. If they're going to kill Kang, then they need to make sure the man can't come back to haunt them. For now, they wait for the right opportunity to poison him somehow. After waiting a few more hours, the two twerps finally get their chance at poisoning Kang. They have stir-fried mushrooms for dinner and secretly poison Kang's food before feeding it to him. Before taking a bite of the food, however, Kang senses something very wrong with the food he's being served. Since he can't trust those two with his life, he figures out a way to switch the food without them knowing. To do this, he complains about the food being plain and bland. Hana finds offense in his comments and starts talking trash as usual. Just then, Kang asks her to pass him the water behind her, and also turns to Jang Cheolsik to ask him for some more mushrooms and moss. For a second there, the duo are confused over why he would ask them for such things. Eventually, they decide nothing could go wrong with their plan at that moment. So Jang gives Kang more of his food and Hana gives him the water. Shortly afterward, Kang urges them all to eat their food. Hana sits there and watches both boys munch on their food like hungry bats. As Hana and her partner watch Kang eat the food on his plate, they watch in anticipation, as if expecting something to happen to him. Even the anonymous idiots Hana was secretly chatting with were all waiting for Kang to just fall and die. Immediately Kang swallows his first bite of food, Jang starts feeling funky. Confused, Hana wonders what could be wrong, but before she gets her answer, Jang's plate falls off his hands and he starts convulsing. In the next few seconds, Jang Cheolsik lands on the floor vomiting black goo and smoke all over the place. By then, Kang smirks and calls Hana an idiot for thinking he'll actually eat anything they give him. Shocked, Hana asks him if he knew it was poisoned, and Kang tells her he's known it all along. However, he was only able to switch plates with Yang when she was distracted earlier. Moving on, he also lets her know that he knows she's been secretly broadcasting their lives to some anonymous viewers the entire time, and since live broadcasting is against the rules except during a boss fight, she will have to pay the price. Hana goes defensive and asks him for definitive proof, thinking Kang has none. Kang starts by reading out the rule against broadcasting to Hana. After reading that, he presses the report button, waits for the pop-up asking if he's sure to report, and insults her for exposing herself so easily. By this time, Hana was sweating like a turkey about to be slaughtered for Thanksgiving. Moments before pressing the yes button, Kang lets Hana know that he's disappointed in her flimsy methods. So far as he knows, she could have done better than be a piece of shit all her life. With that said, he presses the yes button and waits for the aftermath. If Kang was lying and the report wasn't valid, then Kang would have received a penalty. However, since he's obviously right, Hana receives the penalty instead. Once the system confirms Kang's accusations, it revokes the anonymity of every single viewer Hana was secretly broadcasting to. At that moment, Hana was secretly broadcasting her life in the labyrinth to 10 people who just had their arses exposed by an AI program. Hana watches in fear as everyone who once vowed to help her ascend the tower with ease disappears from her screen. After a few seconds, the system bans those 10 viewers from watching any videos for a month, and if they're caught again, then they will get permabanned. With her 10 fans gone, Hana gets the audacity to ask Kang where they went, not knowing her punishment is coming for her. When it's time for her to get punished, the system brings the Minotaur back to attack and kill her. Almost immediately, the Minotaur shows up and charges at her to do its job. Moments before the Minotaur gets to her, Hana turns to Kang and shamelessly asks if he's going to help her fight the Thing again. She even goes as far as asking Kang to tell him where to go while trying to cling to his back. In response, Kang calls Hana a shameless human because she just tried to poison him less than an hour ago. But now that she needs his help, she's desperately acting like she's not a total bitch. He asks her to give reasons why he should help her, and Hana says it's because he's been the one helping her all this time. As Kang's about to give her a piece of his mind, his condition for copying her skill, commune, is finally met. Since he's already spent about 10 days with her and now has her all to himself, Kang can flawlessly copy her skill and dispose of her however he wishes. As the Minotaur keeps charging at them, Kang copies commune from Hana and saves it to his memory of the world book before letting her know that she's become useless to him. Hana gets super pissed off at Kang for the disrespect and starts blabbing all about her brother being part of one of the most dangerous guilds in Korea, the Black Crow Guild. By that time, the Minotaur gets to them and slams his axe on the ground where they stand. Thankfully, Kang leaped into the air to dodge the attack, and Hana avoided getting nicked by the blade just in time. While in the air, Kang lets Hana watch him do awesome things from the ground there. Maybe if he shows her how to deal with monsters like this one, she'll come to fear him and not that stupid guild of weaklings her brother belongs to. With that said, Kang clenches his powerful dagger, inhales some life-giving oxygen, and spirals down toward the Minotaur's neck to land a devastating attack. Unfortunately, that single attack was too shallow to unalive the big monster. Even at that, the Minotaur still took enough damage to weaken it a little bit. Following his recent attack, Kang soon realizes that he can't kill the Minotaur just yet. As such, he dodges a few more of its attacks and roasts it a little with some of Min's fire spell. Once the Minotaur recovers from the fire attack, Kang moves to its heels and damages some of the tendons there. This causes the Minotaur to go on its knees, shortening the height difference between it and Kang for a moment. At this point, Kang takes a breather and advises the monster to stop moving too much so it won't build up too much muscle. With that said, he grips the enchanted dagger and waits for the Minotaur to play his trump card before fighting it. Just then, the Labyrinth Guardian, the Minotaur, activates its trump card, a level 10 Berserk. Almost immediately, the Minotaur's body morphs into a much stronger and faster version of itself, emitting some green Hulk goo as it reaches its final form. Kang, on the other hand, stands on business and waits for the Minotaur's transformation to be complete before attacking it. Meanwhile, Hana gets even more scared as she wonders how in hell Kang plans on beating that terrible thing. Once the transformation is complete, the Minotaur's attack, damage, attack speed, and agility are all increased by 30% for 5 minutes. As an additional feature, the Minotaur also developed momentary intelligence, which enables it to use language and talk, all for 5 minutes, of course. Without wasting any time, the Minotaur calls Kang and makes empty promises to scatter his body parts all over the dungeon. As for Kang, he just stands and waits for his mana efficiency to increase. Once he gets that much-needed feel, Kang raises his dagger and prepares for a fight. The Minotaur draws first blood by taking a swing at Kang and landing his axe on him. Kang, who's already seen the attack coming, parries the attack with just his enchanted dagger and has the axe smashing into the ground. Frustrated by his failure, the Minotaur launches a series of attacks and swings at Kang, only to have it all parried away like they were nothing. Hana stands in the safest spot on the battlefield as she watches Kang do the impossible with nothing but a glowing dagger. Seeing as the Minotaur is now a boss-level monster, Hana knows her brother's guild can't do shit to it at this point. When she gets a closer look at Kang's face during the fight, she's even more surprised to find him smiling like he was enjoying himself with this fight. What she didn't know was that life was never easy for Kang either. For him to get to that level, he's had to fail both in the game and in real life. As he keeps parrying every single one of the Berserk Minotaur's attacks, Kang's gap stat points get up to 57, and he keeps acquiring even more stat points with each parry. A few minutes after another series of wordless battles, Kang finally lunges at the Minotaur to unleash consecutive attacks on it. Soon after, the Minotaur recovers from those attacks and prepares itself for a counter. Before unleashing his counter, the Minotaur lets Kang know that he's seen through his cheap tricks, so he shouldn't expect them to work again. With that said, the monster raises its fist to punch Kang in the back. After another quick dodge, Kang lands on the ground. On the Minotaur's next attack, it feels a certain quiver in its joints and soon realizes that its 5 minutes are up. At this point, Kang stands right in front of the Minotaur and lets it know that it's game over for it. As a punishment for using the Berserk skill, whenever it expires, the user will fall asleep for 24 hours. As such, the Minotaur falls into deep sleep mode and exits the fight in the meantime. Shortly after it's gone, Kang checks his gap stat points and figures he can now bridge up to 19 levels with the 57 stat points he's acquired so far. Since he still has 20 days before leaving the labyrinth, Kang realizes that he should meet his goal of 100 gap skill points if he keeps at this pace. At that moment, Hana calls him and asks him if it's already over. Kang, who's completely forgotten about her, remembers she's still there and tells her the Minotaur's taking a break. Once the labyrinth shifts and a day passes, the Minotaur will come for them again. He also lets her know that they have 20 sweet days left, and he plans on spending every single hour on increasing his stat points. Over the next 20 days, Kang continues fighting the Minotaur now and then, making sure to dodge and parry any attack every time. By the end of the 20-day run, Kang finally gets his gap stat points to 100 points. He's finally collected enough gap points to advance to the next floor. On the Minotaur's final Berserk attack, Kang lands a devastating uppercut on the monster's chin and sends it crashing down on its ass. With problem number 1 out of the way, all that's left for him now is how to deal with problem number 2, Hana. Firstly, he stares down at her and talks about recruiting her into his hardcore gamer company. Firstly, Hana's confused as she asks for a better explanation, but Kang taunts her into thinking she's no longer needed. Hana freaks out and begs him to keep her as his employee. Kang then calms his balls and urges her to tell him what she thinks she can do for the company, going forward. Hana says the first trash that comes from her mouth, and Kang tells her he's already copied that. On her next try, Hana promises never to betray him, But again, that's meaningless. Since Kang isn't impressed, he threatens to unalive her. Fearing death, Hana begs for more time, but Kang isn't having that at all. Just then, in a split second, she splurts out something about Bram's ring and promises to give it to Kang. Apparently her brother was going to trade the ring for some special ginseng from a Chinese guild, but now that her life's in danger, he can have it. Having heard everything Hana just told him about the special Bram's ring, Kang figures he'll be having one of the best items one can find on the first floor for free. As for its uses, the ring's said to increase agility, magic resistance, and even reduce the magic of monsters altogether. Before accepting her offer, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check Hana's credibility. Luckily for her, she's telling the truth. As such, Kang congratulates Hana for being the first intern for the hardcore gamer company. Moving on, he lets Hana know that the company currently doesn't pay their interns any salary, and that she'll have to rush to his side each time he calls for her, whether she likes it or not. Before letting her go, Kang tells her she's going to sign a contract with him to seal their deal. Surprised, Hana asks if she's going to sign a piece of paper or something. Just then, Kang takes out the skills, Commune and Element of Fire from his Memory of the World book and combines them to create an even stronger skill, Brand of Obedience. With the blue flames crackling in his hand, Kang grabs Hana on the shoulder and pulls his other hand towards her to brand her as his slave forever. As he does the deed, he welcomes her to the black industry and leaves his sign on her face. The blue flames leave Hana screaming like a baby from the pain. Now that she's been branded, Hana must obey his commands without question and mustn't harm him in any way. If she decides to disobey him, then she will experience excruciating pain throughout her body. A few hours after signing the contract, Kang and Hana successfully find the exit and become the first players to clear the labyrinth on the first floor. Hana's first breath of fresh air is exactly as you'd expect it, gasping and panting like she just got out of the sauna after 5 hours. Following their success, the system informs them that their achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame the next day, and as a reward for clearing the labyrinth on the first floor, they each get awarded 5,000 coins. Hana stares at her account balance with a wide smile of relief on her face. Sadly, she's not worth shit to Kang right now, as he knows she might go behind his back to backstab him with all that money in her possession. To avoid that, Kang calls her and demands she hand over all the money to him. Unable to disobey his commands, Hana gives Kang every single cent she was given. With over 10,000 coins now in his bank account, Kang knows he now has more coins than any player in the tower. Thereafter, Kang turns to his new intern and orders her to go get Bram's ring and bring it to him within 3 days. Hana complains, saying 3 days is far too little for her to get the ring. Unfortunately for her, this makes Kang reduce the time limit to just 2 days. As Hana's about to complain again, he activates that bluish glow, and soon enough, Hana's face glows red with Kang's fingerprint on her face. She instantly obeys her master and gets right on to doing her thing. Later on, Kang and his intern get out of the tower after spending a month there. While walking the streets, Kang stops to hear the news on the big off screen on a building. In a week, the Korea's representative guild, Dangun, will attempt to take on the third-floor boss. Dangun's the #1 guild in Korea right now, and since the guilds from other countries aren't doing so well, everyone's got their sights set on Dangun not to mess things up. Moving on, Kang watches the reporters talk about China's silence on the whole Tower of Trials matter, and finds it suspicious that they're not communicating with other countries. One of the reporters just tells the other one to forget to ask other countries for help and put his faith in Dangun's ability to clear the third floor's boss. As for Kang, he gets concerned over why Dangun's rushing to get to the third floor. After giving their actions a second thought, Kang realizes they must be looking to monopolize the tower's numerous resources and keep the good stuff for themselves. However, if they don't calm down, they will regret their decision later on. Since they have about 90 days to clear each floor, it's far advisable for any player to build a solid foundation on the first floor before moving up to the next floor. If they don't, then they'll eventually hit a wall and fall victim to the pressure of the game. Since he still has a little time before getting back to the tower, Kang decides to collect information on what's happened during the past month. To do that, however, he needs to consult with people he can trust to avoid getting fed with fake news and bullshit. Knowing this, Kang recalls 2 people he's played the game with in the past and picks up his phone to contact them. 2 hours after chatting and discussing with them, the trio finally agreed to meet at a public place. The first person, Human Baldy from earlier, shows up and introduces his real name as Lee Tamey. The second, whose in-game name was Bull Guangdong Nuclear Fist, introduced herself as Yu Yeonhwa. Kang's taken aback by how chill these two are in real life. He used to think most gamers were assholes, but after seeing these two look so calm and composed, he's happy he played the game with them. Before releasing any of his personal information, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check their details. As for Lee Taemin, he's a 23-year-old on level 11 and has a total of 2,500 coins. His unique ability, Mechanical King, is next to none, and some of his skills are pretty decent. Kang's not surprised about Lee's unique ability, as he was pretty good with it in the game too. On the other hand, Yeonhwa is pretty much on the explosive side. As a 25-year-old level 12 female with amazing stamina and agility, alongside over 4,000 coins, it's no surprise that her unique ability is Earthquake Taekwondo, which is specially designed for proximity tanking and damage dealing. As for her skills, they're above average and good for surviving as well. Seeing as their levels are so similar, Kang figures they must have been hunting together, meaning they make a good team. To copy their abilities, Kang finds out he has to reach the 20th floor with them in one piece. Just then, Lee calls Kang and urges him to introduce himself. Kang snaps out of his soliloquy and tells them his name in IGN, Poopy Fart, only realizing now how idiotic he was 11 years ago. Moving on, Kang calls himself a former streamer who used to stream on Paprika TV, and this takes Lee by surprise, who's also been a fan of Paprika TV for a while now. Kang lets him know he's quit streaming, but then Lee tells him to relax and feel comfy with them since they've played before. Kang nods in agreement and compares these peaceful people to the shitheads who've tried to use him before. Now that he's finally found gamers like himself, he can rest easy. Over the next few minutes, the duo tells him all he needs to know about what's happened so far. Guild movements worldwide, streamer trends, and a weird group who call themselves the Demonic Ones, and go around kidnapping people to operate coin factories. Shortly after that, Lee asks Kang if he's taken the test yet, and Kang says no since he was somewhere else the past month. Once they fill him in on the details, the trio gets in a taxi to get to the test venue. On their way there, Lee explains the reason why the Association of the Awakened put forward the test. Since the casualties from the towers have skyrocketed, only those who pass the test can go up the tower. If Kang passes, he'll be given a barcode and added to the database. Kang sees through Han's elaborate scheme to reduce the number of lives sacrificed, all while recruiting skilled players. Since he has no choice but to do the test, he'll take advantage of the pathetic system the Association has created. Ever since its establishment, the Association has always favored those players with higher rankings. Those who rank higher than F rank are given offers from the government and high-ranking guilds. As such, 3 types of people gather at the testing site. Those who desperately hope for a chance to ascend the Tower of Trials, those who are there to judge whether or not someone is qualified to ascend the tower, and those who just want to show off how good they are to the world. Around that time, Park Hana and her brother, Park Hajin, the rising star of the guild Black Crow, make their way through the paparazzi-filled entrance of the Association's test venue. Behind them is Kim Gitai from the Guild Warriors, and he's instantly recognized by everyone. As they stride into the building, Kim gets irritated over why there are so many people there. Hajin says it's because a lot of people are hoping to strike gold, but then Kim doesn't have time to wait for anyone. So, he urges his bodyguards to clear those people standing in line so they can get their stuff done. He then reminds Hajin that he's there stressing only because of himself and his sister. So if they mess things up, they'll have to face the consequences. Hajin and Park Hana, his sister, nod in fear and promise not to mess up. By then, their bodyguards were already pushing everyone around. When they get to Kang, they demand he give up his spot on the line and make way for Kim and the Parks to pass through. Kang, however, lets them know that he's not moving a single inch since he got that spot legally. At this point, Hajin gets super pissed at Kang and gets to the scene to take care of him. He jabs his finger at Kang's shoulder, giving him one last chance to move before it's too late. By this time, people were already noticing the scene Hajin was causing. As the murmurs increase, Kang activates the Eye of Truth and figures out Hajin's information. Hajin notices him glaring and asks him why he's staring like that. Just then, Kang gets the copy conditions for his ability and figures he has to get Hajin to hate him to death before he can copy one of his skills. Seeing this, Kang smiles at how easy this is going to be. In the meantime, Hana notices her brother jabbing at someone's shoulder. However, when she finds out who the person is, she exclaims in shock as she never expected him to be there with her. She calls her brother, asking him to explain why he's causing trouble, but before Hajin can answer, Kang breaks his pointer finger. While Hajin screams out in pain over his broken finger, Kang sips some water to stay hydrated. Seconds later, Hajin regains his consciousness and rains all sorts of insults on poor Kang, who's just minding his business. Shortly afterward, he raises his fist and activates one of his special powers to give Kang a piece of his mind. With the tension in the air growing each second, people around begin to move back when they find Hajin taking his infamous stance. Kang, on the other hand, keeps cool and prepares himself for Hajin's attack. When it comes, he not only counters it, but also kicks the shit out of Hajin's leg, all in one movement. In the end, Hajin is the one lying in pain on the floor. Since Kang was too fast with the kick, people standing just a few feet away from the two were confused as they didn't see Kang kick Hajin's leg. While the hubbub increases, Hana keeps wondering what the hell Kang is doing in the Association's test building. Moments before things go out of hand, Kim IeveI shows up and orders everyone to stop talking. Up next, Kang checks him out with the Eye of Truth and soon finds out the hard way that IeveI's level is way too high for his eyes to see after getting warning notifications and red alerts. Kang figures Kim must be at least over level 20 for this to happen. Moving on, he speaks up and calls Kim Haejin's babysitter. Rather than getting pissed by his comment, Kim doubles down on the sarcasm and lets Kang know that while Haejin's a handful to manage, he does have his uses. Kang takes note of the phrase and asks Kim if he knows anything or two about the Goryeo ginseng that his guild supplies to China. Shocked, Kim asks Kang to explain how he knows about that. In response, Kang tells Kim that the how doesn't matter. What matters now is how they deal with the side effects of Goryeo ginseng. Before Kang continues spilling all the guild's secrets, Kim activates a level 3 blackout barrier to engulf himself and Kang so nothing they discuss henceforth is heard by those around them. As the barrier encloses Kang and Kim, Lee Taemin and Yeonhwa rush towards Kang to get him out, but unfortunately for them, they don't get there in time. Now inside the barrier, Kang states his conditions for the deal. If Kim can reveal information on 10 of their exclusive dungeons around the world, then he will give them all the information he has on the Goryeo ginseng. Before proceeding with the deal, Kim asks Kang how he can prove that his information on the ginseng is accurate. Just then, Kang begins the crash course on what Goryeo ginseng is all about. After describing the physical structure, Kang tells Kim that it's an edible item useful for recovering stamina and mana. The only side effect of this useful item is that it can cause mana poisoning if taken raw. By now, he's probably sure that the side effects are giving them hell currently. Thankfully, there's a cure, and Kang names 3 ingredients Kim needs to make the cure: Carassian juice, moonstone, and mandrake root. Moving on, he tells Kim that he knows his team is having trouble finding mandrake roots. Luckily for them, he knows where they can find some to use, but before he can do that, Kang needs to hear Kim's take on what he just said. Based on everything Kang said, Kim fact-checks the information and soon realizes that it matches everything the guild's researchers found. Surprised by the new guy's knowledge, Kim accepts his condition and makes a deal with Kang. Moving forward, he warns Kang against doing any funny business behind his back so he doesn't end up facing dire consequences. Soon after, Kim thinks about Kang's condition and realizes giving up 10 dungeons just for that little piece of information is too high a price to pay. As such, he draws the line and tries to state his conditions, while pointing his yellow glow. Just then, Kang fires back and lets Kim know that he's the one making offers and giving chances, not Kim. In the meantime, Yeonhwa and Lee Taemin continue kicking the shits out of anybody trying to disturb Kang and his moment with Kim. Upon kicking one of the guards, Yeonhwa stares at the rest and commands them all to step back if they still want to keep their balls intact. Minutes later, Kim's barrier is deactivated and Kang steps out unscathed. The concerned duo asks Kang if he's okay so they know what to do with Kim and his people next. Kang waves them off after assuring them that he's fine, even lying to them by saying Kim was more reasonable than he thought. As Kim walks out of the building, Haejin calls him back and asks if he's just going to let Kang go with the disrespect. He then asks for one more chance to deal with Kang and show him who's boss, but then Kim grabs his neck and lets Haejin know that he's no match for someone like Kang. Before putting him down, Kim threatens to shit on Haejin if he ever acts out on his own again. Once Haejin gets the warning loud and clear, Kim drops him and moves out. Thereafter, Haejin wonders what could have happened in the barrier to make Kim respect Kang like this. Now it doesn't matter as he's going to do everything in his power to kill Kang, no matter what. Around that time, Kang meets the conditions to copy Haejin's skill, so he picks the D-level skill, Shallow Breathing, which allows the user to control a target's breathing and heart rate and copies it. Shortly after copying it, Kang heads into the testing area, feeling like a boss, to take the test. At the entrance, he finds Park Hana's score ranking first so far and is impressed by how far she's come to get such a high score count. Once he's inside the evaluation room, the instructor tells him to hit the magic crystal in front of him, using any technique he wants, as they're just measuring his potential and whatnot. Kang takes out his dagger and prepares it for a swing. The instructor, upon noticing this, asks Kang if he's okay using a dagger, and Kang tells him yes. With that said, the instructor gives him the go-ahead to get shit done, but then Kang ignores the smaller crystal and gets close to the bigger one. Seeing this, the instructor advises Kang to avoid hitting the intermediate crystal as that's too hard for most people to hit. Just then, Kang activates his stat, Gap, to the max, takes his stance, and swings his dagger at the crystal, cutting it into 2 perfect halves. The instructor, seeing this, asks Kang how he could slice an intermediate crystal clean in half, as this is the first time he's seen something of this nature. Moments later, Kang's results come out and the instructor gives him an S rank. The instructor gets ready to send a report to his superiors, but then again, Kang tells him to hold on and only send the report after a week. The instructor asks him to come again, but this time, Kang threatens to do something bad to his life if he doesn't hold off on the reports. Eventually, the instructor obeys Kang and holds the report for a week. Upon finishing his business in the evaluation office, Kang heads out of the room and finds Park Hana standing right there. After the small talk, Hana hands over the item she promised him, Braham's ring, and waits for him to make his comments. Kang collects the ring and makes sure to check its information to make sure it's the authentic one. Soon after, he congratulates Hana for completing her first job and activates the mark of obedience on her face. Hana then begs him to remove the mark now that she's kept her promise, but then again, Kang can't trust her yet, so he leaves it there and heads out of the building. Before leaving, he lies to Taemin and Yeonhwa, telling them his results came out as an F-rank warrior and telling them he will try again next week as that's a temporary rank. That eases Taemin and Yeonhwa's minds, so they stop talking about that. Moving on, they ask him about the second test, clearing a dungeon, and wondering what he will do about it. At that point, Kang leaves them with a vague answer and enters a taxi. On his way, he starts recounting the details about the first and second tests, claiming that while the first test is to classify one's ranking by measuring magic, only those who pass it can move on to the second test. Not that it's tough though, as clearing the dungeons in the tower is one of the easiest things to do. Since the level doesn't matter, most people will choose ones with goblins and orcs. As for him, he'll be going to the ruins only on the first floor as it's been untouched for a while now. The Corridor of the Corrupt, as he calls it, is the next place Kang prepares to visit for his next second test. For now, he disguises himself as a guild porter and finds his way into the Tower of Trials for his next run. After a few days, Kang manages to sneak into the mountain's ruins on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, disguised as a porter for a guild since he can't be allowed to get into the ruins alone as an F-rank player. As he walks with the other loser bunch, someone takes an interest in him and asks him how he ended up there with the other porters. Surprised by the question, Kang says he's there because he needs money to support his lifestyle. This lie works as the old man smiles at Kang and lets him know he's not alone. Moving on, the man explains he's there to make enough cash to feed his family. Kang knows the man's nonchalant because saying shit like that to just anybody will get you killed in this world. After that, he warns Kang to be very careful as they can die from making just one wrong move, and since there are electronics or ambulances, there's no telling what can happen. Kang assures him not to worry about dying as he can assure him that everyone there will make it out of the ruins alive. The man's a bit shocked by Kang's confidence, but he still thanks him for the sweet words and compliments his ballsy nature. Soon after, an exclusive quest pops up for the strike team of the guild Kang's working for. To complete it, they have to clear the ruins and defeat the boss monster in the deepest reaches of the ruins. If they defeat the boss, then they get to choose one relic they'd like to keep. Otherwise, they're in deep shit. Moments later, Kang and the other porters finally arrive at the rendezvous point for the guild's strike team. While they all get some rest, Kang receives a special reward for being the first person to conquer the tower. This piques his interest as it opens it and finds plus 10 upgrades for his luck and adaptability stats. Also, he acquires a unique ability, Cold Heart, which allows him to maintain composure during intense situations at the cost of his human emotions. Even after getting such a cool, unique skill, Kang still unlocks yet another passive skill, Monopoly, which lets him receive the best reward available if he can claim the final reward without sharing it with others. Having received all these skills and rewards in just one go, Kang admires his rewards, and a bright light illuminates the space in front of him. In seconds, the strike team is teleported to that exact location they're in. Upon the completion of the teleportation spell, the strike team leader, Cheonhwa, complains about the dizziness he gets from the teleportation and does a head count. Once he's sure all 50 men arrived safely, they step off the platform. Almost immediately, everybody's gaze is fixated on them, even Kang's, as he's eager to get a read on the leader. He activates the Eye of Truth and figures the leader's name out to be Song Cheonhwa, a level 14 player with decent stats and the unique ability, Item Weight Lightning. As for the copy conditions, the system tells Kang to earn Cheonhwa's loyalty during the raid first, before he's allowed to copy his ability. Kang knows this is the hardest one yet, as he's not sure how to go about earning a proud bastard's loyalty in a freaking raid. Then again, he stops to think about why the leader of such a prominent guild strike team is that weak. Well, as of now, that doesn't matter as long as Song doesn't slow him down. Over the next few days, the porters continue walking the entire journey to get to the advance team in the ruins. When they finally get there, the magician lights an orb to reveal what lurks within the darkness. Upon lighting up the space, the others are finally able to see the harsh reality of the ruins as they find the bodies and remains of both monsters and fallen heroes. As they press on, the porters notice the monsters the advance team crushed earlier and thank their stars that they're still alive. As one of the losers starts raising his voice, another person tells him to shut the hell up so they don't wake any sleeping monsters. Over the next few scenes, they tread carefully till they finally reunite with the advanced team. There, Kang is shocked to see everybody looking fresh and without injury. He soon gets carried away, wondering how they look so good until he's smacked in the back by an angry fella, who's about had it with lazy porters. Apparently, Kang had forgotten he was posing as a porter, so the man reminded him to pass some ice water to the foreigners who helped defeat the monsters. Before doing that, Kang checks the foreigners out and notices the symbol on their armor to be from Guild Zion, a small group of elite warriors. He then notices one single warrior with a slight build standing out and decides to hand out ice water to that particular person so he can befriend them. When he gets the attention of the warrior, he commends their work in the ruins and urges them to drink the water. While he's at it, he activates Commune and finds out that the target has a slightly favorable impression of him so far. When they remove their helmet, Kang gets to see what a wonderful beauty the warrior is. He instantly recognizes the lady warrior to be the youngest daughter of the Lorenzia family, a European noble family. According to what he knows, she is an all-rounded player who wields divine powers and possesses great attack, defense, and healing skills. Also, she's the hero who saved Amsterdam from becoming a wasteland due to an outbreak. To crown it all up, she's almost the most famous player across Europe. If he remembers correctly, her name is Teresa de Laurencia. Now Kang knows why nobody was harmed during this first raid, as her abilities are most effective when facing the undead. Anyways, he activates the Eye of Truth to see her information and find out why she's not on the 3rd floor yet with the other hotshots. Again, he gets the red alerts since the difference in their level is too high. Just then, his luck and adaptability stats cancel out the level difference, enabling Kang to see her information window. He then activates a level 2 Eye of Truth and finds out that she's currently on a quest with these bozos to obtain a class. Not just that, but she's also got the Blessing of the Stars as a unique ability. Everything else is exactly as you'd expect for a level 29 warrior. To copy any one of her skills, Kang has to rescue her from a life-threatening situation and make sure she's truly indebted to him. Kang gulps as he soon realizes how hard life's about to get for him. When he notices the class quest, he finally understands why she's there with the small fries instead of being up there with the other hotshots. After drinking the entire cup, Teresa returns the empty cup and thanks Kang for the water. Kang speaks normally to her and appreciates her even more for being there and giving him a chance to copy the Blessing of the Stars, the best unique ability amongst other Holy Knights. The only problem in his plan now is how to stage a situation where she seems to be in danger so he can save her. Minutes later, Song Cheonhua is called to check something out. When he gets there, he finds out that the people who were keeping an eye on the Guardian were all taken out and they're too late. Moments later, they realize that the Guardian of the Ruins is now watching the intruders, and they have 10 minutes to get the hell out of there or face the wrath of the Guardian. Since it's already too late to point fingers, his mind races as he tries to figure a way out of this mess he's in. He can't fight them with his current manpower as it'll be suicide, and he can't quit, or else people will think lowly of him. Eventually, he makes his decision and tells his subordinates to keep moving. Despite all the warning signs by his men afterward, Cheonhua urges his bro to shut the hell up and follow him. If things go their way, then they'll win without backup. After all, they have the Saintess Teresa on their side. Following the leader's decision, the warriors warn themselves to be ready to face anything that comes their way. One of them tells the other not to be scared of whatever's coming for them, as there's no way Cheonhua won't have a plan. The scaredy cat asks the arrogant bastard if he's sure about that, and another solo player says they can trust the strike team's leader to lead them towards the right path. Just then, a guardian shows up behind the idiot talking and squishes him into red mush. The others soon realize that they're screwed, so they gear up and prepare themselves for battle. Before the guardians get to them, Cheonhua takes charge and immediately starts creating a battle formation. Without fail, he orders all tanks to move to the front to defend the others, and at the same, urges all porters and non-combatant personnel to fall to the rear side so they can be safer there. With no time to waste, he makes sure everyone gets to their stations within 2 minutes, so they can be ready for the Guardians once they show up. While the move goes on, Cheonhua moves to the dealers and orders them to buff the tank's powers to the max, all while saving their mana for any surprises. In a few seconds, the tanks get amped up and ready for anything that comes their way. Also, Cheonhua activates a level 3 Iron Shield skill, as well as a level 2 wedge formation for himself and the rest of his men, all in preparation for the Guardians. Moments before the chaos begins, Lee Yunmi, a magician amongst them, activates a level 2 warrior's song skill, which further increases the attack power of the warriors on the battlefield. Seconds after that, the whole room begins to shake as the Guardians all approach the intruders. Cheonhua gives his men one last command for them to maintain formation. At that instant, armored Guardian giants arrive on the battlefield and begin the war against the intruders. The first person to get hit is Cheonhua, but fortunately for him, his shield and formation were enough to completely defend against the Guardians' attack. The next minute, about 5 or 6 other Guardians attack the formation from all sides, and in just a few seconds, the solo players get stranded. Scared shitless, the solo players, who are not part of the formation, scream out for help from the captain so he can send in tanks and healers to protect and heal them. Cheonhwa gets the message but then decides to ignore them since they're not part of his team. As always, there's bound to be casualties, but then Cheonhwa would rather prefer that the casualties come from the solo players who don't know how to work in a team than his guild members. As such, he abandons the solo players and urges his guild members to continue facing the monsters ahead of them. Knowing fully well that they've been abandoned, the solo players accept their fate and surrender their lives to the Guardians. Just as things are about to go sour for them, Teresa, the Saintess, shows up after activating the level 4 skill, Sign of the Cross, and destroys all 3 Guardians, threatening to off the solo players. Shortly afterward, Teresa takes a peek at the rear side of the battlefront and soon notices that about 2 other Guardians slipped past the main strike team. This means that the non-combatants are in danger, and if she doesn't do something about it quickly, then they will die as well. So, she dashed straight for the rear side, not knowing that she was already too late. Moments before Teresa's arrival, the rear supply team faces a fate far worse than the warriors fighting up front. Just seconds after the Guardians' invasion, almost every porter who came along was already dead, with more of them getting severely injured by the minute. A few meters away from the massacre site, the man who befriended Kang back when they just got into the tower sits his arse down, injured, and smiles at a Guardian that's about to chop his head off. Luckily for him, Kang gets to the scene as quickly as possible and knocks down the Guardian before it can finish off the man. The man stares at Kang in disbelief, as he never for once thought Kang was hiding his power all this while. Kang gets his 2 seconds of recognition as a background character and spends it all gloating about the promise he made to the man earlier. Soon after, the Guardian gets back up and readies itself for another swing at Kang. Kang sees the attack and dodges it just in time before activating the Element of Fire spell to use on it. When he gets his chance, Kang blasts the Guardian to smithereens, making sure to avoid killing it completely. Currently, he has to stay at level 1, so he needs to avoid finishing any low-level monsters to avoid collecting too much XP. While thinking about the fool who woke the Guardian up, Kang turns to the man to check up on him and make sure he's okay. Moving further, he realizes that the bastard who activated the Guardian doesn't have anything to gain at all, so why would they just do it? As he thinks his way to the answer, Teresa stomps into the scene and carries the wounded man away from Kang. After getting the man to safety, she opens her dirty holy mouth and starts accusing Kang of threatening a non-combatant with a dagger. As if that wasn't enough, she moves on to blame him for waking the Guardians and promises to restrain him with all her power. Shocked by her stupidity, Kang tries to explain himself, but Teresa attacks him out of question and urges him not to resist her attacks as she doesn't want to hurt him. Kang still tries talking to her amidst the fight, but then Teresa tells him to defend himself at the association when she's done with him. After several more attempts, Kang soon realizes there's no reason with an angry bitch, so he shoves her to the ground and points his dagger at her face. Now that he's got her attention, he lets her know he didn't awaken the Guardian as if he was the culprit, then he'll have killed her moments ago. Around that time, the man Teresa took from Kang screams out her name and lets her know that Kang was the one who saved him earlier, not the other way around. Hearing this, Teresa gets very sober and starts apologizing like crazy to Kang for being stupid earlier. Kang lets her off the hook this time and continues doing his thing. After apologizing, Teresa asks Kang why he's hiding his identity from the others. Rather than giving her a tangible answer, Kang tells her his reason is similar to her own. Thereafter, he tells her that he knows she's been using the Guild Zion as a smokescreen to secretly get Peter's Covenant for her class quest. He's also on a mission to find something without others finding out about his mission. Teresa's stupefied, as she never would have thought Kang would even know that. Moving on, he lets her know that he can clear the ruins and would love to work with someone like her. Since the items they're looking for are probably in the same place, Kang asks Teresa to let him accompany her on her secret quest. Before giving her full response, Teresa gets to Cheonhwa and asks if he could let her move separately from the rest of them just for a short time. Well, initially, Cheonhwa refuses to let her leave the main strike team as he fears they'd be lost without her. But then Teresa reminds him that the map they have covers about 20 kilometers of the ruin, and since almost everyone knows how to clear the ruins, her being gone for a while won't change anything. Moreover, there are clauses in the contract that allow her to do as she wants for a good cause. Cheonhwa tries to argue the facts, but then Teresa gives him a stern look, as if warning him not to even go there. Eventually, Cheonhwa lets her go on the condition that she returns to them before they reach the point that hasn't been mapped out yet. Teresa thanks him for the opportunity and promises to be back before that. Before leaving, she asks Cheonhwa to let her pick a porter to move with. Cheonhwa gives her the go-ahead to do so, and Teresa searches amongst the porters for Kang. The powerless porters all move away so they don't get picked, But when Teresa starts taking her sweet time searching for Kang, Kang raises his hand and offers to go with her. Just then, a few other losers and failures in life try to advise Kang against following his heart, as they all thought he was following her because he was in love with her or something. Kang thinks of a lie to tell them so they can leave him the freak alone. Since they already got the wrong idea about things, he doubles down on the bullshit and puts a display for the geezers to look up to. After setting the mood, he somehow lets the geezers know that he wants to burn for the person he loves. When they ask for a plausible explanation, Kang screams out, telling them that this is the moment he must burn for the one he loves. Even if he's not strong enough and dies in the process, he still wishes to go. This charade moves the hearts of the geezers around him, so they all let him follow his heart, adoring him as the last romantic of that pathetic generation. Finally relieved to have fooled the geezers, Kang joins the puzzled Teresa as they trek to their next big destination. After walking for a few hours, the duo finally arrive at a tomb filled with undead monsters. Seconds after their arrival, Teresa notices the sarcophagus enclosed within a red barrier in the center of the tomb and calls Kang's attention to it, telling him that Peter's covenant is hidden inside it. Upon seeing it, Kang asks her if she knows how to disable the barrier around the sarcophagus. Luckily for them, Teresa says yes. Just as they're about to begin their plan, they each get a red alert from the system, telling them that the master of the corridor of the corrupt is watching them. Seeing this, Kang figures they just received an indirect message from the boss monster and pauses to wonder why the monster will show any interest in players now more than ever. Around that time, Teresa asked him if he could also see the red alert message she had received earlier. When Kang says yes, Teresa tells him she thinks it's from the boss monster. However, what she can't decipher is why the thing is watching them. Does it mean it's acknowledged by them? At that point, Kang interrupts her and tells her that the monster has acknowledged only him and not both of them. Surprised, Teresa wonders why Kang's so confident in himself. Rather than hate the cocky guy, Teresa asks Kang if he truly knows all the ways to clear the ruins. Kang replies, telling her that he's cleared the ruins before in the game, but it's been a while since he last came there. Just then, there's an awkward silence and Teresa breaks the silence by asking Kang to tell her what he thinks she should do. After explaining his plan to her, Teresa leaps to action. To carry out the first phase of the plan, which is distracting the small fries, Teresa activates Battle Song to increase all her stats by 3 points for 10 minutes. Soon after, she goes over the plan Kang explained to her earlier and gets on to do her part. The next minute, every monster in that room turned their sights towards her. As they charge towards her, Teresa raises her sword and takes a unique stance to emit divine power so the undead monsters can lose their minds. Without wasting any time, she activates a level 5 skill called Divinity Reinforcement and lets the yellow divine light around her shine much brighter than it should. The bright light causes the undead monsters around her to lose their shit and go even more berserk. With her plan working just fine, Teresa slices through a good chunk of them in one fell swoop and moves in to continue attacking the rest. While she continues killing the undead monsters, Kang sees his opportunity and yeets himself to the barrier around the sarcophagus, stepping on the skulls of the undead monsters while he's at it. Since most of them are focused on Teresa, Kang can avoid having to fight them and risk leveling up. Unfortunately for him, as he's about to get to the barrier to work his magic, black lightning appears out of nowhere and nearly strikes him to death. Kang dodges the lightning just in time and soon stops to notice who their new enemy is. As it turns out, the hidden dead of the ruins, Elite Lich, just appeared on the scene and so far, he's the baddest motherfucker nobody, even Kang, should wish to fight. Upon its arrival, Kang recognizes the nature of the monster facing him and welcomes it in his way. Before the duo gets to see eye to eye, a guardian Durahan shows up and attacks Kang all out of the blue. Kang dodges again and wonders why Durahan is even there to begin with. This isn't how the event played out in the game. Did the pattern change because he brought Teresa with him? Kang wonders as several thoughts race through his mind. If that's the case, then Kang figures he needs to be very careful when considering any changes to scenarios next time he goes on another secret mission. Just then, Elite Lich's black lightning strikes Durahan and shatters the crazy guardian to pieces. This makes Kang remember just how dangerous Lich's lightning can be. If they're not careful, even the most seasoned players could die if the lightning struck them. With that said, Kang keeps his wits about him and prepares himself for Lich's next attack. Before it comes, he stations himself in between Lich and the red barrier protecting the sarcophagus. So, when the lightning attack comes in again, this time, Kang dodges it and allows the same attack to hit and destroy the red barrier. With the level 5 magic barrier destroyed, Lich gets frozen in place, and Kang rushes towards the Guardians to take the rest of them down with his enchanted dagger. When he's done with them, he realizes that he might have killed a little more than necessary. Before doing anything, he checks up on Teresa and realizes that she's almost done with destroying the undead. Now, he has to face the large skeleton in front of him and finish it off. Just as he's about to proceed with his plan, someone shows up from behind and slices the skeleton's body cleanly into equal halves. Shocked, Kang keeps his cool as he tries to figure out who could have stolen his kill from him. Just then, someone's voice emanates from the shadows, stating that he's finally found his arch-nemesis, Kang. After crushing what's left of Lich's skull, our John Doe starts yapping and telling Kang that he knows he's the only person who can predict the behavior of monsters. Moving on, John Doe says he knew that he'd be there. As the man's face comes to the light, he lets Kang know that he's been searching for him for so long. Kang keeps a stern face and tries to remember the man's face. After trying and failing for so long, Kang finally asks the million-dollar question, "Who are you?" This reply takes the other man by surprise, and he asks Kang again to know if he's telling the truth and he truly doesn't recognize him. Before responding to the guy, Kang activates the level 2 Eye of Truth with the luck boost to discover that he's a level 29 male named Cheon Yushong, also a seasoned swordsman with the unique ability, Song of the Sword. Upon checking his other normal skills, Kang checks the copy condition and finds out that he has to challenge the bozo to a sword fight and defeat him fair and square. Furthermore, Cheon seems to have the engraved iron sword of Qianlong, which was missing from the museum. If he has that, then that means he's the shithead who used to challenge him repeatedly back when the Tower of Trials was a virtual reality game. Around that time, Cheon starts yapping at Kang as he feels bad that Kang doesn't remember him. Kang lets him know how pathetic his life as a gamer was for always coming back to challenge him despite losing every single time and urges him to just give it up already. As we know it, the bastard challenges Kang to another sword fight, promising that things will be different this time. Just then, Teresa runs towards Cheon to take him, but he just scoffs, activates his level 5 battlefield selection skill, and creates a wormhole that teleports himself and Kang to a quieter, much safer battlefield. Seconds before Kang gets sucked into Cheon's world, he dips his finger into a crack in the sarcophagus and picks up a small black orb emitting some purple aura, all while telling Teresa not to worry about him. Just then, both Nimrods get zapped to the next location, and Teresa's left all alone to chill out and relax. When they get to the new battlefield, Cheon arms himself with the legendary engraved sword and continues challenging Kang to another fight. While he's at it, he activates another level 5 skill, one-on-one, a skill that increases all of his stats by 10%, and at the same time reduces the stats of his enemy, Kang, by 10% as well. Kang notes the effects of the one-on-one skill dawning on his body, and soon figures they're skills the fool Cheon has used against him before. Notwithstanding, the situation is still unfavorable for him, so he needs to do something quickly before Cheon draws first blood. A few seconds later after the nerf attempt, Kang gets a systems notification recognizing the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation he's in. In light of this, his system awakens a special condition of skill, Fusion, which enables Kang to copy any of Cheon's skills before fulfilling the copy conditions. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Cheon's unique ability, Song of the Sword, and gets his understanding of swords increased by 200%. Not just that, but his body will also naturally find the most effective sword movements, and his senses will become extremely sharp. Upon saving this new skill to his memory of the world book, Kang smirks, knowing fully well that this guy in front of him is toast. By then, the guy charges at Kang blindly. Moments before getting to him, Cheon tells Kang to take him seriously as this attack might kill him. As Cheon approaches him, Kang takes out his dagger and counters all of Cheon's first 3 attacks or so. Surprised, Cheon gets surprised at Kang for fighting him with a dagger instead of his signature mid-range fighting style, like he used to do in the game. Kang replies, telling the bozo that he prefers using the dagger now as it's pretty fun and easy to use. Cheon interprets this as Kang trying to patronize him, so he gets even more pissed and decides to use one of the engraved swords, a special technique, a level 6 soul-chasing sword aura. Upon activating this dangerous skill, Cheon shoots more long-range attacks using the wind's energy and flow. Kang teases him by asking for mercy, but then Cheon notices the way he dodged the first strike and concludes he needs none. With that, Kang starts to think about the long-term effects of deflecting Cheon's sword aura with his dagger. If he keeps at it, then he's pretty sure the blade will chip. To prevent that, Kang takes out the small black orb he took from the coffin earlier, the Demon Spirit Marble, and fuses it with the sword song skill embedded in his dagger to create a skill that counters Cheon's sword aura. The combination technique, once done, gives Kang the ability, Grave of Swords, which is an S-rank skill that lets his understanding of swords increase to 500% while also enhancing his body movements to swords and maximizing all his senses. Furthermore, the system informs Kang that the skill is one of the talents he needs to receive the title of Sword Demon, so Kang just needs to keep at it. Moments after acquiring the new ability, Kang activates it, and another skill, a level 1 skill called Night of the Black Moon. Just by using only a tenth of the skill's original power, Kang starts feeling its effect on his nerves and tendons, as his magic isn't enough to handle such immense power. After deciding to work on his magic, Kang emits an unbelievable magical aura that scares even Cheon. Before making his next move, Cheon wonders why things are working against him this time. So far, he's brought them to the battlefield he specifically chose just to suit his needs and use skills that even nerfed Kang himself. Why is he still unable to beat the bastard even after sacrificing that much? The thought of powerlessness alone pisses Cheon off so much that he starts recalling how many times he's died to Kang after challenging him to random sword fights in the game. Unable to accept another loss, Cheon loses his shit and releases several sword aura attacks all aimed at taking Kang down. Kang, on the other hand, destroys all the aura attacks with just a few swings from his dagger before Cheon could even notice it. Kang then appears behind him and lets him know that he's fought several people who are faster and stronger than his lazy ass. After that, he swings his dagger and launches another strike on Cheon, which he blocks effortlessly. With both of them within range, Kang works on disrupting Cheon's balance and yeeting his so-called legendary sword away from him. His plan works and Cheon eventually loses his sword and the match. After the whole charade, Kang wins and asks Cheon for the battle count. As you'd expect, the loser tells him that he's fought and lost against Kang 138 times. Soon after, Cheon asks Kang to kill him and end his suffering, but Kang decides to prey on Cheon's vulnerable state. He does this by sweet-talking Cheon into believing he's much stronger than he gives himself credit for, and asking for his loyalty so they can ascend and clear the dungeons and ruins together. As Cheon considers Kang's offer, Kang thinks about the benefits of having someone with such a large number of skills close by. Since he can only copy a skill from the same player once in 60 days, why search for other players when he can just keep Cheon close by? To get Cheon to accept his proposal, Kang activates Commune, which works just fine. In time, Cheon takes his hand and accepts defeat for now. After making a promise to make their next fight much better, he waltzes off into the horizon, leaving Kang with an evil smirk on his face. After the battle, Cheon deactivates the battlefield selection and returns Kang to his friend, Teresa. Before leaving both of them, Cheon asks Kang to tell him his real name, but since Kang was so cocky about giving out his real name, Cheon chooses to call him by his username, Poopy Fart. Kang tries to get him to pause so Teresa won't hear the crazy name, but it's already too late as Teresa already heard it all. In the meantime, Cheonhua and his peeps return from clearing out all the monsters up ahead of them, only for the magician amongst them to detect another magical creature racing towards them as fast as possible. Cheonhua, who's just as stoked as anybody else there, tells the magician to shut the hell up and avoid pretense. However, minutes later, the entire group heard stomps in the distance. Before the monster shows up, they all arm themselves and wait for whatever happens later. After a few seconds, an iron golem shows up with a man standing on top of it. The men immediately notice the strange figure riding the golem and bring Cheonhua's attention to it. Upon further investigation, Cheonhua recognizes the silhouette to be that of a vampire elder. Knowing that he's been discovered, the vampire descends the golem and introduces himself as Bellis, master of the ruin, and one of the blood relatives of the original vampire, all while bowing his head. In response, Cheonhua and the other idiots following all point their swords toward the vampire's neck, demanding he explain his intentions. From his speech pattern, Bellis figures Cheonhua must be the leader of this pack of humans. Upon realizing that, he decides to make Cheonhua an offer. For starters, he gives Cheonhua and his men two choices. While explaining the first choice, Bellis pricks his hand with the edge of Cheonhua's sword and allows his blood to drip to the ground. For his first choice, he suggests Cheonhua and his men follow him without resistance. However, the moment his blood touches the ground, Bellis activates a skill called Bloodfest, which is of an unknown level, and uses the magic skill to multiply and solidify his blood's viscosity to create human-sized sacks that encapsulate and crush a few men from Cheonhua's strike team. As he watches the horror unfold, Cheonhua knows this vampire's the real deal and he shouldn't be fucked with. After showing him what he can do if pissed off, Bellis gives Cheonhua the second choice to resist him and piss him off so he can drag them all off after devouring a few more of his men. From the look Cheonhua gives him afterward, it's pretty clear which choice he picked, but before we get to know his actual response, the scene goes blank. In the next scene, Teresa is seen using her level 5 divine decryption technique to refine the stat-inducing powers on a particular artifact Kang just collected from the sarcophagus, the frozen tear. Just as she's about to complete her ritual, Kang gets to see some information about the SSS-ranked item with a possible magic absorption of 100 points. From the information given, it seems that the frozen tear is an item that can be used to increase magic stats periodically. Sadly, before a user can absorb it, it must be properly refined. Otherwise, it could cause fatal harm to the user. Once Teresa's done refining part of the frozen tear, Kang absorbs the refined part and gets his magic stats increased by 12 points. Because he's already obtained the demon marble spirit and the frozen tear, all in one trip, Kang knows he has Teresa to thank for using her divine powers to refine the tear and save him some time. Having finished her part of the deal, Teresa asks Kang if she's done enough to refine the frozen teardrop. Kang thanks her for the help and tells her he's had enough for now. Just then, Teresa receives an invitation from the Master of the Corridor with a follow-up message noting that the Master had already taken members of the strike team hostage. So, if she wants to save them all, then she must come to the innermost room and meet the real Master of the Corridor of the Corrupt. Furthermore, if she accepts the quest, then all monsters and traps on the path to the final room will cease to move. In the meantime, she's free to contemplate her decision and recruit whoever she wants to follow her. Upon seeing the details of the next quest, Teresa's head spirals down into depression as she knows the entire main strike team's been kidnapped. Before even telling Kang shit, she starts rethinking her life decisions, wondering if she's made the wrong decision by abandoning them in the first place. When Kang gets concerned, she tells him everything and decides she has to try to save them. Even if all she can save is just one strike team member, there's no reason to hesitate. The only issue now is defeating an original vampire, as those MFs are strong as hell. As she ponders a viable way out for her, Teresa continues going even further into depression, thinking about what could have happened if she'd done things differently. After watching the poor Saintess Teresa rant for a few more minutes, Cheon, the loser of the bunch, realizes he's had enough. Although the strike team has nothing to do with him, Cheon still gives Teresa some advice before heading out. He urges her to consider asking Kang for help, as he's the only person on this earth who can defeat an original vampire. Notwithstanding, he lets her know that he's a selfish bastard with no speck of honor, so she should be careful with him. With that said, Cheon heads out of the tomb, leaving Teresa with new information to act on. Having heard everything Cheon had to say, Teresa thanks him for the advice and rushes towards Kang to request a party contract. Before agreeing to her terms, Kang warns her, telling her his contract fee won't be cheap, so she won't come crying to him when she's out of money and all. Teresa tells him not to worry about money or coins, as she has plenty. What really matters now is if he's in to help her defeat the original vampire or not. Moved by her tenaciousness, Kang agrees to help her defeat the original vampire and seals the deal with a fist bump. Moving on, Teresa accepts the quest and causes the monsters and traps along the way to fall asleep. With that, the duo journey through the tunnels and caves till they finally arrive at the entrance to the innermost room of the corridor. There, Teresa gets chills just from the immense amount of magic oozing out from the room alone, and starts wondering whether she's making a mistake or not. Kang notices her shaking and urges her to just calm down, since they already know that their opponent is strong. Confused, Teresa asks Kang how knowing that changes anything, and he says not every battle is won by the strongest. Upon hearing this, Teresa senses the guy must have a plan. So, she asks that he let her in on his so-called plan. Kang lets her know he has just one plan, but before he can explain it all to her, the big door in front of them starts creaking open. On a final note, Kang lets her know that whatever happens in there, she has to trust him to the end. Teresa nods in agreement and walks into the room with Kang once the door is fully opened. Inside, Kang and Teresa are made to stand at the center of the well-decorated room with all eyes staring at them. Moments before anyone speaks a thing, Bellis is seen standing near the real master of the Corridor of the Corrupt, smiling at the guinea pigs who just surrendered themselves to his master. Seconds later, the master of the Corridor of Corrupt herself, Alice von Ataraxia, speaks up and welcomes her two visitors in her way. In response, Kang asks her if the others are safe, and, to show Kang that they are, Alice snaps her finger and releases the dimension severance she's been using to mask the captives all along. Kang does a head count on all of them, and soon finds Park Hajin, Hana's idiot brother, amongst the bunch. Was he the one who woke the Guardians up? Kang wondered. After showing Kang what he wanted to see, Alice tells him why she invited him there. Apparently, she was drawn to the delicious scent of Kang's blood, and was eager to see him in person. That's why she invited him there. Initially, Kang had trouble digesting that, so he asked her again to know he wasn't hearing things. Eventually, Alice doubles down and calls his blood the sweetest scent she's ever smelled from a human. As she soliloquizes on how delicious Kang smells, Kang gets a mini freakout and wonders why she's suddenly talking about the scent of blood. Even when he was playing the game, this never happened. Alice notices the disturbed look on Kang's face and asks him why he looks so stressed. Kang fires back, telling her that any normal human would be disturbed if a vampire were after their blood. Alice tells him not to worry too much about stuff, as she likes to savor delicious things. This means she plans to keep Kang around for at least 60 years before killing him. Kang sees through her disguise and realizes that she intends to suck his blood and keep him alive as a living blood bag for the next 60 years, so she can dispose of him when she's done with him. As an active man, Kang rejects her offer as he has no intention of living his entire life as a luxury juice box. Almost immediately, Alice attacks him to let him know his place. Kang gets nicked by the attack, but he keeps cool and watches the bitch rant about opinions and the fact that he doesn't have a choice in the matter. After she's done ranting, Teresa asks Kang if he's okay after hearing all that stupid woman had said to him. While preparing himself to reply to Alice, Kang lets her know that he's fine. Thereafter, he turns to the master of the corridor, kneels before her, and lets her know that he has an interesting offer for her, one that is much sweeter than his blood. Teresa tries to get Kang back on his feet, but then Alice becomes a little interested in Kang's offer. Before telling Kang to go on, she bashes him for trying to sweet-talk his way into their good graces and lets him know that no offer is more precious to them vampires than delicious blood. So, no matter what Kang has to offer her, she won't change her mind. Knowing fully well that she's capping, Kang speaks up nonetheless and asks her if delicious blood is more important than her freedom. Hearing this, Alice's eyes open even wider as she's never heard a human talk to her about her only insecurity before. Almost immediately, the other useless vamps around Alice start getting violent with Kang. Alice eventually calms them down and tells Kang to be ready to take responsibility for what he just said. Kang assures her that he won't chicken away from his words, and Alice urges him to continue explaining his proposal. Once he's granted the audience he needs, Kang introduces his full name and calls himself a representative of the demonic ones in that tower, all while putting on an oddly shaped mask with a dim purple glow to it. Having worn the mask, Kang promises to free Alice from the bondage she's been in for over 1,000 years. For some context, the demonic ones are those beings who've turned their backs on humanity, whether it be for money, revenge, or even personal beliefs. In the Tower of Trials, these disgruntled bunch interfere with players ascending the tower, sometimes even joining forces with monsters in labyrinths and ruins just to keep players away. After the crash course on the subject matter, Alice remembers the group name and asks Kang if he's truly one of them. Kang replies, telling her that he's already gotten in touch with the temple on the 27th floor. There, he met with the demonic ones and they told him to find the master of the corridor, aka Alice, in that exact room. Not only that, but they also told him how to fool the barrier encasing the ruins so they can temporarily disable it for Alice to sneak out of her bondage. While Kang yaps on, Teresa starts to wonder what his endgame is. If there's one thing she knows, it's that Kang is actually pretending to be one of the demonic ones, but she still can't figure out why. Besides, this temple thing he just muttered out has got the other small fries murmuring amongst themselves. Is the temple some kind of big deal to them? Before she gets her answer, Alice acknowledges Kang's authenticity since he knows about the temple on the 27th floor. Moving on, Kang asks Alice if she believes him now, and she says no. Just because he's who he claims to be doesn't mean he can solve what has been impossible for ages. Moreover, she doesn't trust smooth talkers, as they lie too easily. With that said, Alice activates her unique ability, Blood Spears, which helps her create countless spears forged from her blood. With her spears ready to attack Kang, Alice pauses to regret not tasting such delicious blood. Once she's past that, she starts the attack by launching all her blood spears at Kang. Kang stands in place as Teresa steps in to save the day. Just as the spears are about to hit her, she activates Divine Reinforcement and creates a barrier that protects her and Kang from the spears attacking them. As she takes the hit from the spear attacks, she urges Kang to stay behind her so she can continue blocking her attacks without having to worry about him. As Alice's attacks become more intense, Teresa activates the Divine Shield to further protect herself and Kang from Alice's attacks. After seeing Teresa try so hard to defend against only an inch of her power, Alice chuckles as she finds it amusing. Once she's done with her fake laugh, she gets bitter after noting just how much divine power disgusts her. To crush Teresa and Kang in one fell swoop, Alice uses another crazy skill, Blood Explosion, to create something like a large Rasengan she holds in her hands before unleashing. Seeing just how big Alice's next attack is, Teresa gets worried and wonders how long she will last against an attack like that. Before getting too scared, she places her trust in Kang, who's right behind her, and hopes he'll keep the promise he made to her earlier. Just then, Teresa feels a sharp object pierce through her back and then looks down to find Kang's dagger gaping out of her chest. Was she dreaming, or did Kang just literally stab her in the back? Sadly, the latter is true as she finds Kang in his mask trying to hold her body up, all while leaving his dagger piercing through her. With tears in her eyes, Teresa calls Kang's name, as if hoping for an explanation for whatever the heck is happening, but Kang keeps quiet and urges her to play along. Soon after, Kang removes his dagger from Teresa's body and leaves her lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Moving on, Kang turns to Alice and asks if she'll finally believe him if he proves that he's not all talk. After seeing him betray his colleague just to prove a point, Alice stops the blood explosion technique and gets amused by Kang's display of confidence. Before giving in to his request, She asks Kang to show her more proof that he's truly on her side. Around that time, Teresa tries to call Kang and remind him of the promise to help her save the strike team. Rather than giving her a response, Kang raises his dagger and finishes her off. At this point, Alice bursts out laughing as she finds Kang's actions to be very impressive for a human. Eventually, she believes that Kang is on her side, so she gives him a chance to talk. Kang continues, letting her know that to trick the barrier confining her, he's prepared a 7-star spell in conjunction with Bram's ring. If he can seal her soul in Bram's ring, then he's certain that he can temporarily fool the ruins barrier. Shocked, Alice tells him that this is the first time she's ever heard of such a method. As she searches for other words to say, Kang gets to provide the reason why he's not been leveling up so far. As it turns out, the major reason why he chose to stay at level 1 since he started the Tower of Trial was so that he could use the 7-star skill, Soul Transfer, in the scenario he's in currently. Contrary to popular belief, the 7-star skill can only be used by a level 1 player, and since Kang needed to take care of the vampires before ascending, he had to avoid leveling up. At that time, Kang meets the requirements for activating the spell. Moments later, he successfully activates the spell, creating a large magic circle on the floor around the room. For now, the spell's cooldown time is a year and only 1 soul may be transferred at a time. Also, before completing the spell, the subject has to give their consent. Knowing this, Kang hurries Alice to make a decision and consent to get her soul transferred into the ring. He also says the circle will disappear forever in a minute, but if she can accept the conditions before then the spell will take effect immediately. With that said, Kang turns to Alice to make the big decision. Moments before saying yes, Alice communicates telepathically with Bellis, her confidant, instructing him to unalive Kang and destroy the seal if he tries any funny business with the spell while she's gone. Once Bellis assures her that a backup plan has been arranged, Alice ends the connection and mumbles a few more things in her head before finally giving her consent to Kang. Naturally, she doesn't trust Kang, but even at that, she still wants to give getting out of that hellhole a chance. It's been over 1,000 years since she was exiled there. So, if she doesn't take that chance, then she'll have herself to blame. When all's been said and done, Alice steps into the magic circle and asks Kang one more time if she can trust him about this. By this time, Kang activates Commune and uses it to nudge Alice towards accepting his offer. He also makes sure to sweet-talk her even further until she finally consents to transferring her soul into Bram's ring. Almost immediately, the ring zings to life and absorbs Alice's soul before sealing it inside. Once the soul transfer has been completed, Alice gets acquainted with her new space and compliments how good it feels to be inside such a cozy space. Kang grips the ring, noting how relieved he is to hear Alice not complain about her new home. When she hears Kang talk about the ring being her new home, Alice gets concerned and asks Kang to explain what he means by that. Just then, Teresa, who's thought to have been dead, activates her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and staggers back to her feet. Kang welcomes her back to the land of the living and reads more information about the perks of the unique ability, including its cooldown time, which is about 240 hours. After so much struggle, Teresa eventually gets back on her feet with a smile on her face. After watching Kang finesse her into playing his hand, Alice gets pissed and starts yapping like a caged parrot. To punish Kang for his debauchery, Alice orders Bellis and the rest of the vampires to kill the filthy liar. Moments before the chaos ensues, Teresa realizes she has tons of questions to ask Kang, but for now, she reads the room and decides to save them for later, as she suspects they're about to get busy. Kang, after listening to her, tells her to keep calm for now so they can be ready to take care of the useless vamps. When it comes down to it, Bellis goes on a rave and asks Kang if he thought he'd make it out of the innermost room alive after pulling such an expensive stunt and betraying their master. With no response, Bellis activates a level 13 blood wave and releases a blood prison so large that it almost traps both Kang and his girlfriend inside of it. Before the blood wave prison is completed, Kang activates a level 5 element of fire, aka Minz's spell, and burns the entire blood wave to nothingness. While he's at it, he hurries Teresa to go save the hostages while he holds the vampires off. Teresa immediately gets to it, leaving Kang alone to face the vamps about to attack him. When she gets to the Domain Dimension Severance barrier situated in a corner of the room, Teresa uses her level 4 Sign of the Cross skill to release them all from their bounds. After getting his ass saved by a woman again, Cheonhua smiles and thanks Teresa for coming to save them. When he asks about the vampires, Teresa points to Kang and lets Cheonhua know that the man in the mask is taking them all alone. Meanwhile, Bellis is seen carefully analyzing the type of powers Kang might possess because he's never seen a mere human block his magic just like that. Kang, who could see the surprise on Bellis's face, tells him he blocked his blood wave because his magic and Kang's fire are total opposites, so they cancel out. Also, he tells Bellis not to get things wrong as the vamps already lost the moment their master was sealed in that ring. With her gone, they've lost the fight already. With that said, Kang arms himself with his dagger and activates the unique ability he copied from Cheon, the fool from earlier, Grave of Swords. At the same time, Bellis activates the level 9 Dark Battle unique ability to amp up his sword skills. Since his magic doesn't work with Kang, Bellis seeks to unalive him with his sword. With that said, he orders the other vamps to destroy the ring in Kang's hand and free their master. The next minute, every vampire in that room turns their sights on Kang to attack him. Just mere minutes later, Cheonhua and Teresa watch Kang take down every single vampire in the room. After seeing what the masked man could do, Cheonhua asks Teresa to tell him who the man in the mask is. Before replying to him, Teresa figures that Kang wearing a mask must mean he wishes to mask his identity from other people. So, with that in mind, she lies to Cheonhua and tells him he's just some random dude she met on her way there. Thankfully, Cheonhua believes the lie and moves on to check on his men. Moments later, Teresa gets some time alone with Kang to talk. She tells him that she never expected her first time dying to be in the hands of an ally. Kang fires back with a smile, telling her that the end justifies the means. Since they won in the end, her death wasn't in vain. Teresa acts maturely and, with tears on her face, acknowledges herself and Kang as an incredible two-people party. Moving on, she thanks Kang for helping her save everybody, including her, and finally gives her loyalty to the man in the mask. Having saved Teresa's life in the recent battle with the vamps, Kang satisfies the conditions needed to copy any one of her skills. Without wasting any time, he copies her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and saves it in his memory of the World Book. Following that, he checks out the details of the new skill and finds it to be the same as Teresa. Once that's settled, he notices Teresa crying and asks her why she's tearing up so much. Teresa tells him she doesn't know why, but then asks him if he knew she'd come back to life after killing her earlier. Kang leaves her with a vague answer which pisses her off in the end. After their conversation, Kang takes Teresa to the archive and asks if she would help him take some of the relics they need so they can get the freak out of that creepy place. Just then, the failure, Cheonhua dashes in and introduces himself as the strike team's leader. Moving on, he explains to Kang by telling him that all items collected in that raid are all for Guild Balhae, so he can't allow Kang to get a single relic for himself. Kang fires back, asking him if he's claiming ownership of the rewards even after saving his pathetic life minutes ago. Cheonhua, knowing fully well that this bastard isn't to be pissed off, calms him down and promises to give him something else instead. Upon thinking about his next words, Cheonhua blurts out, promising to pay Kang handsomely in cash or coin. Kang pauses, wondering how such a failure of a team leader can be so confident when he chooses to. Eventually, Kang caves into his request and allows Cheonhua to get his hands on the relics. Cheonhua asks to make sure he isn't tripping, and Kang encourages him to have it. However, he warns Cheonhua not to regret what happens afterward. Cheonhua is a little confused by this, but his greed didn't allow him to think things through. After rummaging around, he finds a fragment of Merlin's staff just sitting pretty inside the relic room and grabs it without a care in the world. Even though the strike team was taken hostage, if he can bring back some relics from the ruins, Cheonhua believes he'll be able to redeem himself. As soon as he touches the fragment, Cheonhua feels a sharp pain in his fingers and yanks it out immediately. When he checks his palm, he finds some sort of curse symbol etched into his palm. Confused, he asks Kang if he knows what that symbol is, but Kang doesn't speak as he knows that the symbol is a curse symbol. Turns out the fragment is a great ingredient with an annoying curse on it that can only be broken if Alice is dead. Since she's still alive, then the curse is still there. By then, Cheonhua freaks out and starts losing his shit. Kang quickly grabs Teresa and ushers her out of the room before Cheonhua starts blaming either of them for his demise. At the entrance of the Tower of Trials in Seoul, Korea, a large crowd of paparazzi stands outside, waiting for the Guild Balhae to return after clearing the raid. Amidst the crowd, agents from the Association of the Awakened are seen waiting for a particular person who's piqued their interest. The assistant manager of the association, Jung Jae-hyun, asks her on-site superior if their source is legit and that the guy is really with the guild. The department manager of the association, Kim Tae-chun, lets her know that they're waiting there, whether they like it or not. As he picks out his cigarette, he urges his peeps to wait and see if their tip pans out. Jung reminds him that experts say it would take at least 3 weeks to clear the ruins, but then Tae-chun says the ruins will be cleared soon. Moving on, he thinks about their POI and gets optimistic about what's to come. As he sparks his lighter, the notification comes in, and everyone there realizes that the ruins have been cleared. Seconds later, the heroes waltz out of the portal to be greeted by the paparazzi. Everyone there congratulates the Guild Balhae for clearing the first-floor ruins, with several reporters asking them to explain how they cleared the ruin and who the MVP was in the fight. Just then, the leader of the strike team, Song Cheonhua, exits the portal with no hair on his head, eyebrows, or even lashes. While some people feel sorry for him, Others wonder what could have happened in there to cause such a devastating effect. While people wonder, the Saintess of Amsterdam, Teresa, calls their attention and lets them know that Cheonhua wasn't the one who cleared the dungeon. When they ask her to reveal the man who did, Kang steps out of the portal wearing his mask and allows Teresa to give him credit for clearing the dungeon alone. At that moment, Jung asks for permission to call the association, and Taechun gives her the go-ahead. Somewhere in the crowd, Park Ha-jin, with a bandage headband, scoffs at Kang almost as if he was pissed at him for saving them all. His colleagues soon urge him to stop ranting and just let them get home safely. The next morning, Kang wakes up to find blogs, forums, and nicknames all created online in his honor, with most of them demanding the identity of the man behind the mask. While having his cup noodle breakfast, Kang takes note of the weird nicknames people have given him so far and pauses to wonder why people are going crazy over a single player who could do the impossible. If anything, he knew the reaction would be intense, but this is just taking things too far. Notwithstanding, wearing a mask to cover his identity was a stroke of genius. And even though Teresa knows his identity, he's still confident in her ability to keep secrets, so there's nothing to worry about. After his heartfelt breakfast, Kang stops worrying about some asshole revealing his identity, and instead decides to have a nice little chat with the grumpy original vampire that's been in his pocket since he came back. With that, he dips his hands into his left pocket and takes out Bram's ring, which was tied to a chain at the time. After taking a breath of fresh air again, Alice speaks out and condemns her new master for daring to keep her in his dark, smelly pocket for an entire day. For the next few seconds, Kang listens to the foolish girl yap and rant about him being a mere human and whatnot. To put her in her place, Kang comes up with a diabolical plan to spin the ring she sealed inside around so fast that she loses balance. When she finally shuts her ass up, Alice finds King keeping an evil smirk on her face. She tries asking Kang to know what's up, but it is already too late as Kang spins her around till her head nearly pops out. Once he's gotten to his satisfaction, Kang pulls the ring up close and asks Alice if she's finally come to her senses. Still, she continues speaking shit about vampires never letting go of their grudges and all that. Kang figures she needs to spend more time spinning, but then Alice sees the familiar smirk again and orders him to stop whatever he's planning. Kang figures she still needs to be punished, so he takes his stance and gets ready to roll. Alice tries to stop him again, but this time, the spinning is much worse than the first time. After spinning her for 3 more hours, Kang finally drops her to rest. Moments later, while Alice is still struggling to regain her balance, Kang infuses the ring with some magic and releases a miniature version of Alice's soul out to the real world, making sure to keep the seal intact. Within her first few minutes back in the real world, Alice vows to get revenge against Kang for making a fool out of her and her subjects. Sadly, when she's finally conscious of her size, she realizes she's merely a shadow of her former self. Confused, Alice asks Kang to explain what he's done to her. Kang tells her that he left the seal intact and only allowed a part of her to materialize. When Alice gets confused again, Kang elaborates further and lets her know that this version of her can only exert about 1% of her original power. Even though he still takes the necessary precautions when dealing with her, she's still way more powerful than a regular vampire. Upon hearing how nerfed she is now, Alice starts sobbing like an MF. Soon after, Kang tells her to stop crying and remember the words he said in the ruins. At that point, Alice tells him to shut the hell up as this isn't the kind of freedom she wants. Kang reasons with her and then promises to give her back the kind of freedom she needs. Hearing this, Alice stops sobbing and asks Kang to explain himself. By then, Kang calls her full name and promises to get rid of the ones who betrayed her and reclaim her spot as the head of the Ataraxia family if she helps him ascend the tower. Before Alice gives her response, the scene goes black. In the next scene, the devs for the Tower of Trials upload a new video of Kang, aka the masked player's trump over the original vampires, to the Hall of Fame for all to see. Minutes after the video was uploaded, the comments started pouring in with the keyboard warriors and Discord mods analyzing the masked player's moves, as if they could do half of what he did to the vamps. As more people watch the video, some soon recognize him to be the guy from the Mangrove video. After checking through multiple comments on the same video, Kang finally arrives at the guild building of Park Ha-jin's guild, Black Crow. The mere sight of the building makes him realize just how much guilds monopolize resources and other things to keep themselves afloat. Not to worry though, as that isn't his concern at the moment. What's more important to him now is paying the bastards back for trying to kill him in the ruins earlier. With that, he puts on his mask and blasts a hole in their building to get inside. There, he finds a plethora of guards just waiting to take him out. Kang takes the fight to them by activating the element of the fire spell and roasting them all with the spell. Meanwhile, the guildmaster of Black Crow, Shin Gyeonsu, is seen in his office on the top floor punishing the son of a gun, Park Ha-jin, for failing to take the bastard who humiliated them out quietly in the ruins. All he did back then was ruin everything by waking up the guardians of the ruins and giving Kang his moment of glory. Now that he's messed up again, their guild's reputation is about to bite the dust. Shin takes another look at Hajin's disgusting face and kicks the shit out of it. Just then, the guards at the door hear a knock behind the door, but before they can open it, Kang blasts it open with fire and magic. Following that, he moves in and asks Shin if he's the guild master. Surprised by Kang's confidence, Shin commands his men to grab Kang, who's still masked at the time, and deal with him. To get back in Shin's good graces, Hajin leaps to action and charges at the masked man to restrain him. Just as he's about to get to him, Kang removes the mask and helps Hajin remember who he's fighting. A second later, while Hajin's distracted, Kang kicks the shit out of his head and sends him crashing into a bookshelf nearby. Having seen Kang's face also, Shin remembers him as the bastard who humiliated the guild in front of the association and starts making empty threats to the unfazed Kang. Upon hearing enough bullshit, Kang settles down on Shin's chair and urges him not to worry about the videos. Shin gets super pissed off and decides to teach Kang a lesson. To do this, he picks up his katana and activates a level 5 fleeting sword technique. Before fighting him, Shin boasts about his fleeting sword skill being faster than the speed of sound, but then gets worried when Kang doesn't look fazed by its presence. In time, he charges at Kang to stab him. However, before the sword gets to scratch Kang, he picks up a go piece from the sack beneath him and throws it at the blade to break the sword in half. Shin takes a minute to digest what just happened. Did this fool just break his prized katana in half with a go piece? Well, it turns out that was the case as Kang starts bragging about searching for what to throw. With the annoying sword out of the way, Kang gets serious and decides to try asking Shin a few more questions. Before he gets his chance, Shin interrupts and asks him if he came to the building for revenge, just because he ordered for him to be killed. Considering how much of a mess Kang's made just to get to his office, Shin, the selfish bastard, had the nerve to call our bright young MC petty for simply trying to show him that he's not a person to be toyed with. Just as he's about to finish his useless speech, Kang flicks another go piece at supersonic speed straight toward the useless Nimrod's forehead. Shin's forehead bleeds from the effect of the dangerous aerial weapon, and in no time, the man finds himself sitting on all fours with his ass handed to him. By then, Kang begins his response. Firstly, he lets Shin know that he's been spouting nothing but inconspicuous bullshit ever since he opened his dirty mouth to talk. Petty? Kang asks as he holds another go piece to fire at Shin. Knowing fully well what's coming next, Shin makes a terrible attempt to de-escalate the situation. For starters, he urges Kang to calm down and that he's done enough. Kang sees an opportunity, so he asks Shin if he has anything to offer him in exchange for his life. At that point, Shin just tells him to think about things calmly. Following that, he boasts about his 50 high-ranked players clearing the towers currently, and lets Kang know that if he manages to kill him, those guys will come after him for revenge. Surprised, Kang just watches the idiot continue to enact a power he no longer has. Shin, the shameless dumbass, continues to talk about the philosophy of war and tries to preach forgiveness to Kang. Simply put, the bastard wants Kang to forgive and forget as if he won't try coming after him again. After hearing all that bullshit, Kang fires back, noting how strange it is for someone as low-lifed as Shin to talk big about forgiveness when he knows he's powerless. Now there's some truth to what Shin just said, but Kang chooses not to forgive and forget. Instead, he proposes he evens out the playing field by enacting his revenge. Then, Shin's men can do the forgiveness once they figure out who killed their pathetic master. As Kang prepares himself for the final attack, Shin calls Kang's logic nonsense as it doesn't make sense to him. Kang then lets him know that he's just using his logic to converse, so if Shin sees a fault in that way of thinking, then he's a stupid fool to begin with. With that said, Kang infuses multiple go pieces with magic and fires them all at Shin, who's currently sitting behind the edge of the top floor. The attack pushes Shin away from the safe zone and has him breaking through the glass panes before falling to his death. Shortly after taking care of the useless guildmaster, Kang moves on to deal with the brainless oaf, Park Hajin. He lets him go just because his sister Park Hana has been useful to him in the past. However, Kang threatens to make life a living hell for him if he ever comes after him again. This time, Park Hajin takes the threat seriously and rethinks his life. After that, Kang calls one of the guards who was playing dead after he knocked down the door earlier and gives him a chance to show Kang that he's useful so he can live. Without fail, the man introduces himself as Kim Hui-ung, a 26-year-old in charge of overseeing the general affairs of the guild Black Crow. Moving on, Hui tells Kang he's majored in computer science and accounting at a prestigious university, so if there's anything Kang needs, he's his man. Having heard everything the man just said, Kang smiles as he knows the guy's a smart one. He explains the situation to Hui and lets him know that the guild shouldn't break up at this point, just because the leader is dead. As such, Kang names Kim Hui to be the new leader of the guild, effective immediately. Kim Hui, upon hearing this news, freaks the hell out as he never expected such an important post to be handed to him on a silver platter, just like that. Kang urges him to calm down, but then Kim explains that nobody will follow him if he becomes the guildmaster. Kang sees the truth in his words and thinks about what will happen if a non-combatant, especially a secretary, is made leader of the guild. Almost nobody will follow such a person, and there'll be lots of opposition to the guy. Knowing this, Kang still tells the guy not to worry about the people opposing him. Kim Hui asks if he'll take care of them himself, but then Kang says no. For now, he's going to lend him someone else to take his place as the guild leader. A few minutes later, every A-ranked player from the guild Black Crow is ordered via text to stop whatever they're doing and show up at the penthouse office immediately. Seconds later, everybody pauses their raid and returns to the office pronto, with many of them complaining about the sudden summons. When they get to the entrance of their building, they find a crowd gathered there. Confused, one of the players investigates what's pulling the crowd. Seconds later, he finds his former boss, Mr. Shin, lying dead on top of a car. Almost immediately, the player and several others dash into the building, only to find the remains of what happens to be a brutal battle between their guild and someone incredibly strong. Before making assumptions, they head toward their master's office in the penthouse, and are shocked to find Kim Hui-ung, the secretary, sitting on their boss's chair. The player from earlier attacks Kim Hui and forces him out of the chair when he dodges it. After that, he holds Kim Hui by the neck and tells him to explain exactly what happened, making sure not to leave a single thing out. While under duress, Kim Hui tells the guy that there's been a change in management. Just then, the guy notices a little girl with silvery white hair standing behind Kim Hui without a care in the world. Upon noticing the hubbub going on, the girl, who later turns out to be the miniature Alice, scolds Kim Hui for making her do things herself. Shocked, the player talks without manners and asks Kim Hui if this little kid is really responsible for killing their boss. When Alice hears the guy call her a kid, she loses a few more screws in her head and asks him one more time if he just called her a kid. Before the guy answers, Alice bombs the shit out of him and knocks him out cold. The explosion is noticed by Kang and a few other passers-by. Kang just sighs, disappointed in how Alice is about to handle things. Just then, he gets a text from the Association of the Awakened to come to report the score of his second text by a certain time. It's been 2 months now since the Tower of Trials first appeared, and the order of the world is changing rapidly. Thankfully, people are quickly adapting to those changes as special reports of the masked players are being shared on the news. All Kang ever did to receive this much attention was to clear a ruin that a useless raid team leader failed to clear. Currently, there are only 2 people who know that he's the masked player and that he entered the ruins as a porter. The first person, Mr. Kim, the leader of the porters, has promised to keep his secret. The second person who knows his secret identity, Teresa, is also trustworthy. Kang finally starts choosing his path as the masked player, as he steps into the Association of the Awakened in a few days to take everything for himself. Since the conditions to carry this out have been met, there's almost nothing for him to worry about. A few hours after taking the test again, Kang steps into the lobby with his official ranking as an F-rank player. Moments before heading home, he checks his certificate on his phone and complains about how plain and unoriginal it is. While he's at it, Yeonhwa and Taemin, his OG buddies, call his name, and Kang stops checking his phone to attend to them. After the small talk, Kang asks them to tell him how things are with them. In response, both Yeonhwa and Taemin let him know that they've been good. Not only that, but they also let him know that they've leveled up a lot, so they're much stronger now. Moving on, Yeonhwa notifies Kang to come down the stairs to check up on the people they're chatting with, as they all claim to know him. When he gets down, Kang formally introduces the others to Taemin and Yeonhwa. For starters, he introduces Alice to be a player from Northern Europe, making sure to keep the vampire part out so they don't freak out. Following that, he turns to Kim Hui-ung and tells everyone that he's put him in charge of managing Black Crow, the guild he took over recently. For now, he will look for useful dungeons and provide any other conveniences they need when climbing the tower. Kim Hui gets very enthusiastic about working with his new president, so he gives a mini speech of his own. In his mind, he's very thankful for getting someone like Kang to make him head of the guild in his stead. Upon hearing everything Kang just said, Taemin asks Kang if this means he's now the guild master of Black Crow. Kang tells him Kim's just the guild master on paper, but he's the one that's actually in charge. Hearing this, Yeonhwa and Taemin are happy for Kang's new success. After chatting with them a little bit, Kang finally leaves Yeonhwa and Taemin to continue talking to Kim Hui. In the meantime, he locates Alice and soon finds her acting all sassy and whatnot. When he calls her, she ignores him, and this irritates Kang. Tired of all her bullshit, Kang scolds her for blowing up a building just because someone called her a kid, and Alice fires back, telling him they were the ones who got her angry in the first place. Thereafter, Kang asks her how she's lived this long, but can't handle a little provocation. Alice calms down and tells Kang that nobody's ever tried to provoke her before, so there's no way she can handle something she hasn't faced before. At this point, Kang just stands there, seething with rage over how annoying the little twerp is. To avoid losing his shit, Kang turns to leave and tells Alice to follow him so they can go hunting. Alice replies, telling him to go on his own, and Kang lets her know he needs her support since it's a drive hunt. Puzzled, Alice asks him what a drive hunt is, but then Kang keeps quiet. Seconds later, she asks Kang if there's even a decent place left to hunt in the tower, but Kang ignores her again. Since the third-floor boss remains undefeated and the fourth floor hasn't opened yet, most of the well-known dungeons are controlled by the guilds. By now, everyone thinks there aren't any more good hunting grounds from the first to the third floor. Except for him, of course. With this in mind, Kang heads to Moon Lake, located on the first floor of the Tower of Trials, to hunt. When he gets there, Kang enjoys the beautiful scenery of the location and realizes how nostalgic the place feels since he hasn't been there in ages. Before wasting too much time admiring, Kang focuses on why he's there as humanity's fate hangs in the balance. Just then, Alice, who's now back in the ring, asks him how he plans on hunting in a beautiful place like this. While walking towards the lake, Kang urges her to wait and watch the magic happen. Alice continues ranting about water filling up the ring, but Kang ignores her and continues going deeper into the lake. Surrounding the lake are 12 different statues of importance, and Kang could see this. However, he singles out a particular statue just because it serves another purpose apart from beautifying the lake. While he gets closer, Alice asks him if the statue has a secret button or something, but then Kang tells her it's not that easy. Currently, hundreds of players have discovered the slot they're at. At one point, the spot was mentioned in the message boards from time to time, but in the end, nobody could find a key to fit the slot. Contrary to what the other players thought, Kang says the key that fits this slot isn't a simple piece of metal. Instead, it's moonlight. If one can control the amount and angle of moonlight that goes in with the palm of their hand, and shine it in the correct sequence engraved into the crystals, then they will unlock the statue's secret purpose. Around that time, Kang shines the moonlight in the correct pattern using his palm and turns the mechanism to finally open a door that leads to an underground room system. Once the door's wide open, Kang enters the first-floor basement of the Tower of Trials. Inside, he releases Alice from the seal and lets her take in the atmosphere of the beautiful and massive basement. To her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime feeling, so she takes her time admiring the beautiful scenery and remembering what freedom feels like. Knowing fully well she's having an epiphany, Kang asks if she's glad she made the contract with him. At this point, Alice can't complain, so she just gets in her feelings and decides to trust Kang just a little bit. Moving on, Kang activates the Blessing of Stars to exert divine power and defrosts the frozen tear a second time to get a plus 18 increase in his magic stats. Once that's done, Kang returns the frozen tear so it can cool down for the next 24 hours. Now that he's absorbed the frozen tears a second time, he finds it much easier to maintain Alice's form. With a little more time to kill, Kang stops to wonder what the residents of the tower think of the players, especially now that the game has become a reality. To find out, he gives Alice a certain look of curiosity, which she notices, and gets concerned about. Kang then wonders if she, a vampire who's lived for thousands of years, believes she's just a piece of data inside the game. To find out, he decides to ask Alice the question. Once he asks her the question, something really weird happens as Kang himself glitches out of existence till he's done with the question. Alice gets scared from the glitch and pulls back, but then Kang notices the reaction and takes notes. As it turns out, the devs behind this freak show reality are blocking out all information about the tower. Knowing that he can't have conversations about the tower with its residents is a huge find Kang plans to use later. Just then, something piques Alice's spidey senses, and in due time, she alerts Kang to get ready for what's coming next. Almost immediately, Kang creates a fireball on his hands and waits for the scuttle he heard earlier. Currently, Kang refers to the basement of the tower as the spawning ground, just because an endless amount of monsters come pouring out from the abyss. With that said, he activates his element of fire spell and burns the monster beetle in front of him to a crisp. After taking down the first beetle, a giant level 20 give scarab beetle pops out of the abyss, bringing along its friends to fight the intruder that dares to disturb their peace. As she stands between so many bugs, Alice gets grossed out and nearly even vomits. Kang sees her reaction to the bugs and quickly orders her to get out of his way so he can deal with them. Once she's out of his line of sight, Kang activates Teresa's unique ability, Blessing of the Stars, and releases a bright flash of yellow light that blasts the bugs to smithereens. With the monster's physical defense already down to by about 30%, Kang decides to let Alice fight them for once so he can measure her miniature self's power output in the real world. With that, he turns and tells her to show him what she's got. Since she's too disgusted to even look at the bugs, Alice starts ranting about being a noble and whatnot. To get her to stop whining, Kang threatens to do the ring centrifuge technique again. Alice would rather die than let that happen again, so she eventually gets her shit together and gets to action. To fight the bugs, she activates Bloodbind and creates blood sacs, which she uses to trap each bug. With the pesky bugs trapped in the blood sacs, Kang arms himself with his dagger and applies Gap to reduce the level difference gap by 33 levels. After that, he slices through every one of Alice's blood sacs and kills all the bugs in that room. In the aftermath of the attack, Kang levels up like crazy and is finally happy to release all that pent-up energy he's been holding back all this time. To continue farming XP from the bugs, Kang activates the unique ability, Grave of Swords, and slices through every single bug coming for him to level up as quickly as possible. Several miles away, guild masters from all over South Korea gather in the meeting room of the Guild Olympus to discuss the current situation with their raids. Once everyone is seated, Guild Titan's representative, Patrick, starts the meeting by laying out the current problem they all have with clearing the third floor. After launching 8 raids consecutively against the third floor's boss, they still failed. Out of the 100 players from 15 strike teams, only 9 came back alive. Notwithstanding, Patrick says the third floor's boss is relatively ordinary in terms of prowess and special abilities. However, the issue they have is finding a way to defeat the hundreds of thousands of statues the boss commands. Hearing this, Guild China's representative, Tenwei, bangs his hand on the table in frustration and asks Patrick to tell them how they're supposed to defeat that swarm of monsters, despite having tried using an anti-army relic and failing. Just then, Guild Olympus's representative, Maria, cuts in and blames the guild masters for letting their players clear the second and third floors a bit too quickly. As a consequence, there wasn't enough time for them to grow and gather experience. If they had enough players over level 15, then maybe things might have been different. To further buttress her point, Guild Dengun's third strike team leader, Baek Jinho, interjects the conversation and moves on to blame Guild China, Tenwei's guild, for taking control of dungeons to monopolize magic crystals and preventing other guild players from growing. Upon hearing this, Tenwei fires back as he refuses to let that comment slide. To him, all Guild China did was ascend the tower for mankind, so watching Jinho insult them without evidence is what he isn't going to stand for. Jinho adds more salt to the wound by arguing with Tenwei, and the situation nearly goes out of hand. Thankfully, before it does, Patrick urges them to stop pointing fingers, and instead, focus on figuring a way out of this mess. With the decorum restored, Maria asks Patrick if he has something in mind. Patrick begins his grand plan by telling them a little story. Apparently, last night, Patrick's guild was contacted by the demonic ones, who then offered them a way out of their situation on a condition. Seconds after hearing demonic ones and help coming out of Patrick's mouth in the same sentence, Maria, Tenwei, and Jinho all ask Patrick if he's even considering joining forces with the scumbags on the international wanted list. Before getting an answer, the trio all let him know that an alliance with those outcasts can never work. Teresa, who's been beside Maria all along, starts thinking about why the guilds would seriously reconsider working with such a group of vile humans. Ever since the tower became a reality, guilds have had more power than even the government. As such, it only makes sense for them not to want to work with the demons. Moments into their discussion about the demonic ones, the spy for the demonic ones, hiding inside the chimney, finally reveals himself after hearing all the things the guilds had to say about his dogs. After making a dramatic entrance with the fire, the man from the demonic ones lets them know that it's all good to have pride, but then again, are they sure they can take care of this on their own? After a brief silence, Jinho finally speaks up, demanding that the man knows his place so he doesn't end up saying things he shouldn't. Before the man responds, Jinho sinks his fingers into the long table, hauls it up, and then flings it in his direction right after threatening to kill the poor old man. Tenwei quickly gets in between the man and the table coming at him and slices it in half, saving the man in the process. Moving on, he accepts the fact that he's finally agreed on something with Jinho and waits for the next big thing to happen. Just then, the old man calls everybody in the room hot-blooded and urges them to at least hear their condition first before judging them all. With that, he tells them to cooperate with them as they're sure they have the power to defeat the third-floor boss. At that point, Jinho angrily fires back at the cunning old man, calling bullshit on his words and asking him to explain how the demonic ones plan on taking down that huge army of statues. The old man replies, telling Jinho and the others they can make their army. To prove his words to them, the man clamps his hands together and uses the unique ability, Dark Gravekeeper, to summon undead soldiers from the soil right outside the mansion where the meeting is being held. Patrick notices the skeletons bulging out of the ground and remains silent so the man can finish. After showing them what he can do with the soil in that space, the man moves on to let them know that there's a long history of war on that soil, so that's why there are so many useful corpses in the land. Since there are many talented necromancers among the demonic ones, creating an army of the undead shouldn't be an issue for them. After listening to everything the old man had to say, Patrick wonders how the necromancers can control that many skeletons. Just then, he looks at the old man's hands and recognizes the staff he's holding as special. The old man, flabbergasted Patrick could recognize power when he sees it, tells everyone that the staff, also called the Staff of Greed, is a special item that can only be made by gathering 99 different ingredients. Seeing this, Tenwei, Guild China's representative, starts considering the old man's offer. With the combination of the famous staff and the necromancers, he tells the others that they might just be able to defeat the third-floor boss. Upon hearing Tenwei blurt that out, Maria replies to him, asking if he's forgotten who the demonic ones are. Around that time, Jinho interrupts her, telling her she's probably right to be wary of making a deal with the demonic ones. However, if they can ensure this deal doesn't get to the public, their plan may be worth trying. At this point, Teresa figures Jinho must have been pushed to the extreme. Soon after, she starts questioning the scene in front of her, as she's unable to believe that about 60% of guild masters are choosing to work with the demonic ones. It's pretty obvious they're not in their right minds, and she knows this. However, what can she do to bring them back to their senses? She knows that if Kang Jinyak were there, this would have never happened. As she ponders on her next move, she gets a video call request from Kang and contemplates accepting it or not. Eventually, Teresa accepts the video call request and gets on the call with Kang. After the small talk, Kang asks Teresa if she's leveled up a bit. However, before she gets to answer his question, Kang notices the presence of a demonic one and asks Teresa to explain what kind of crappy situation she's in. The old man also notices Kang's presence on the video call and demands he avoid hiding his face behind a screen so he can introduce himself. In response, Kang puts on his mask to keep his identity hidden and enlarges the video call screen. Now visible to everyone in the entire room, Kang waits for the comments to come in. Maria's the first person to recognize him as Unknown, the super rookie who cleared the first-floor ruins all by himself. Currently, every major guild in the world is out to recruit this super rookie. Now that he's appeared before them out of nowhere, all those who have been trying to get in contact with Unknown must be overwhelmed with joy by his sudden appearance. Having recognized the masked player too, the old man smirks and says a thing or two about Unknown's show in the first-floor ruins. Thereafter, he asks Unknown if he knows that the boss raid for the final boss of the third floor will be much harder than the raid on the ruins. Unknown, who's already seen the trick behind the old man's question, moves on to ask him if he thinks the demonic ones can pull it off. Without hesitation, the man says yes and directs Unknown's attention outside the windows so he can see the huge number of skeletons outside. After that, he tells Unknown that the guild representatives were just about to agree to work with the demonic ones, so there's almost nothing he can do at this point. Just then, Unknown exposes the bastard and calls the staff he's been bragging about to the representatives a knockoff. The old man takes offense at Unknown's comment and asks him to explain himself. By then, Unknown calls out the last two ingredients, those cheap bastards left out while creating the staff. The first one being the heart of an adult, and the second, burial clothes soaked in holy oil. With that said, he asks the old man to argue with his revelation, and the old man keeps his useless mouth shut. When Patrick asks him to prove his claims, Unknown tells the bunch that the OG Staff of Greed usually has a red jewel below the skull. Also, there's no way any sane person can make the real staff while they're still on the third floor. Furthermore, he urges them to look outside and see the quality of the skeleton soldiers. They'd see that those soldiers are designed poorly and aren't very sturdy for long-term combat. If used in a raid, the players won't last half a day in the boss room with those crumbling soldiers. Soon after fully exposing the old man and his peeps, Unknown, who's also Kang in the mask, says the demonic ones wish to buy enough time for them to steal all of the players' coins and items before abandoning them and going into hiding. Since their grand plan has been exposed, the old man makes empty threats at Unknown before disappearing into a purple mist. Less than a second after his disappearance, the skeletons also vanish from the front yard. Now that the guild representatives are back to where they started, Patrick asks everyone in the room what they feel they should do. Just then, Unknown speaks up and urges them to leave things to him so he can give them a good reason not to cooperate with those fools. Concerned, Patrick asks if Unknown is suggesting he can do things on his own, and Unknown says yes. At that point, every single guild representative in the room starts thinking of how beneficial it would be for them to recruit Unknown into their guild. After the long pause, they all start pitching their offers and ideas to Unknown, hoping to win him to their side so they can control him. While some propose more money than he could ever need in life, others propose support, and then there's Jinho, who proposes something else. Before he can say what it is, Unknown interrupts them and tells them he doesn't need any material things from them. However, if they can block off the area so other players can't get in, then he'll be grateful and won't ask for any other compensation. Hearing this, Maria gets concerned and asks him why he would go that far for the guild. Tenwei supports her statement and starts calling Unknown suspicious before asking for his reason. As he's put on the spot, Kang searches for a lie that will fool them. When he finds one he can use, he says he's only trying to help out his precious friend. At that moment, Teresa's face turns red as she blushes in surprise. The whole room falls silent and Kang starts cringing hard behind the mask, as he'd never expected himself to say something of that nature. Teresa asks him again to make sure Kang is sure he said what he said. Just then, Jinho gets super excited and admires Unknown's camaraderie. Unknown continues yapping with Jinho just to sell his lie to the others. Once he gets everyone to be in a good mood, Kang checks the screen record button to make sure it's on. Turns out any regular player would have gladly accepted the signing bonus like it was nothing. However, he's not as short-sighted as a regular player, as him giving up on receiving compensation just for his comrade is something he can use to get overwhelming benefits next time he needs their help. Upon ending the video call, Kang cuts out the parts with the demonic ones from the video before uploading it to the Hall of Fame. Following that, he checks his stats and information to find out he's already at level 12 after spending less than a day in the spawning grounds. If anything, things are working out much better than he expected. While he's at it, Alice returns from her fight with the bugs and chastises Kang for making her fight all those bugs on her own. Kang figures if she has enough energy to complain, then she's not dying anytime soon. Pissed, Alice guilt trips Kang into making him feel like he's using her as his slave, not his partner, and Kang lets her know she's hurting his feelings. Moving on, he opens the tower's online store and tells Alice he's about to buy her a mana supplement, but then she lets him know that those things don't work against vampires. Kang asks her to explain herself, and Alice says she won't be able to support him if she doesn't have enough mana. With that said, Alice takes out her fangs, dripping, and lets Kang know that she'll be taking all the mana she's used. Confused, Kang staggers and asks her to calm the freak down. Sadly, Alice was already too far gone to even listen to anyone. So she sinks her fangs in Kang's neck and sucks out a few pints of blood to feed herself. After lunch, Alice feels very refreshed and cleans herself up. Kang, who's feeling a little dizzy, asks Alice to tell him how much she sucked. Alice ignores the question and lets him know that she's all refreshed and ready to rumble, so what now? Well, Kang continues shopping and buys a bunch of seemingly useless things for his inventory. Alice asks why he's bought so many useless things, and Kang tells her that they all have their uses. Moving on, he calls Alice's name and lets her know that they're about to start getting busy. Since they have to finish up the basement floor by the end of the day, they have to get serious. With that, he tells Alice to hold on tight and leaps further into the hole in the abyss. After falling for a few minutes, Alice gets concerned and asks her partner if he's ever fallen through that hole before. Kang mumbles a few more cocky words right before telling Alice to activate her reverse gravity spell. When she does, Kang uses the spell to land safely at the bottom of the hole. Now out of danger, Alice calls Kang reckless and lucky for being so carefree. Minutes later, she senses something coming for them, and Kang lights up a torch with his element of fire right after telling her that he knows they're not alone. Just then, countless bugs and monstrous anomalies show their faces to intimidate Kang. Kang, who's not threatened by them, calls bullshit and urges the real master of the abyss to show himself. Around that time, the master speaks up and asks Kang if he knows about him. To show the monster that he knows exactly who he is, Kang calls him the hound who prowls the desert, Anubis. Upon hearing how Kang just described him, Anubis gets super pissed and tells Kang that he was initially going to have some fun with him, but now that he's decided to be stupid and disrespectful, he's going to just do away with him. Kang fires back by letting the big dumbass know that he isn't there to chat either. Rather, he provokes the dog, Anubis, and tells him to hurry and come at him. At this point, Anubis laughs at how absurd Kang sounds, challenging a god as if he's stronger than he looks. Alice, on the other hand, could see how dangerous Anubis is. To save her partner from sudden death, she gets in between them and tells Kang to find his way back up while she holds him off for as long as she can. Kang smirks when he finds out just how much Alice cares about him. Following that, he pushes her behind him and tells her to just watch him do the impossible. Alice warns him not to get cocky, but then Kang tells her to just relax and watch him show her the kind of person she made a contract with. Amused by Kang's confidence, Anubis raises his staff and activates his unique ability, Anubis Judgment. Kang recognizes this skill as the special skill Anubis always activates each time someone faces him. This absolute judgment skill activates once the victim answers 3 of his questions. For the first question, Anubis asks Kang to tell him if Alice told Kang about him. Kang, who's already sensed the scales of obedience behind him, checks for the copy conditions of this skill and realizes that he has to make Anubis lose his patience and destroy the vessel that contains his consciousness. If he can meet those conditions, Kang will be able to ask the strongest question in the world. So for now, he just needs to answer those questions. regardless of whether or not he tells the truth. To answer the first question, Kang confirms Anubis's suspicion and tells him yes. Moving on to the second question, Anubis asks Kang if he's come for the hive, and Kang says yes as he plans on selling the item on the black market for a quick buck. With the second question answered, Anubis continues to the final one and asks Kang if he thinks he can make it out alive after trespassing on his domain. Kang replies, saying that if he can't evade Anubis, then he might as well donate his stuff and fall dead. Once all three questions are answered, the conditions are met and Anubis activates his special skill. Moments later, purple spikes start growing out from the ground, and Kang gets all his stats reduced by 50%. Not only that, but he also gets his unique abilities and skills sealed for 1 minute, leaving him powerless and unable to fight Anubis's monsters for a little while. To continue carrying out his judgment, Anubis brings forth his champion, the giant armored mantis, and gives it the responsibility of handing down his judgment at Kang. Moments before the fight, Anubis asks Kang to tell him what he thinks of his champion. As Kang tells Anubis that the monster is huge, he summons a mini gramophone from his inventory. Now this item can be used to play a selected song once and cannot be destroyed while the music is playing. After watching Kang pick and play a song on the gramophone, Anubis gets confused and asks him why he's playing the music of the humans. Could Kang have lost his mind at the sight of his champion? Kang tells him he hasn't lost his mind yet and that he's only getting lost in the music. As the attacks from the champion begin, Kang tells us how many experiments he's done in the game just to discover the perfect song. Currently, this beat is in perfect sync with the giant mantis's attack pattern, so if he can follow the beat and conduct all of the mantis's attacks, then Kang can successfully evade the armored mantis's attacks. As the fight begins, Anubis starts to notice Kang evading all of his champion's attacks in time with the beat. If there's anything about this guy, it's that this isn't a coincidence. Anubis then begins to wonder if using the gramophone was all part of his plan. Soon after, the 1-minute ban placed on his unique skills and abilities elapses and Kang can use his abilities again. Without fail, he activates the Grave of Swords and slashes the mantis's limbs with his dagger. Anubis just chuckles and asks Kang if he thinks he can kill his champion just like that. He continues by telling Kang that his champions can heal their wounds in the blink of an eye, so if he continues like that, he'll run out of stamina and be cooked. Kang takes notes and tells Anubis that he's right as he can't kill the mantis at his current level. However, he can make sure the mantis wishes he were dead, and to show Anubis just how that's possible, he continues slashing every single limb on the mantis's body in succession. Alice, who sees what Kang is doing to the poor mantis, wonders what Kang's endgame is. She knew he was strong, but she had no idea he was this powerful. After seeing what Kang can truly do, Alice gets a feeling that Kang is the man who can help get her revenge against her family members. After getting his arm slashed so many times, the mantis gives up and just lays there on the ground. Confused, Anubis screams at the mantis and urges it to continue fighting Kang. Sadly, the mantis is just too tired of Kang. As it quivers in fear, Kang inches closer to it to unleash his finishing move that can break any warrior's belief that they'd never lose. When he gets close enough, Kang teabags the mantis and insults it. Yes, folks, you heard it right. Our evil MC teabagged the innocent giant mantis. Eventually, after enough insults, the mantis gets up in frustration and kills itself just like that. Anubis, after watching his champion fall by such a method, opens his mouth wide in shock. On the other hand, Kang levels up and gets a special item, the Spellbook of the Peltaros Dukedom, courtesy of his Monopoly skill. Once interpreted, the book's user can learn ice magic. Kang puts a smile on his face when he finally obtains a book that can only be obtained on the middle floors. When he thinks about why he got the book so early, Kang figures it must be his Monopoly skill at play here. Without wasting time, Kang opens the book and acquires a level 1 spell that enables him to create ice sculptures. Soon after, he activates the skill and gets ready to use it in his fight against Anubis. Before round 2, Anubis acknowledges Kang's skill, but then asks if he seriously plans on fighting him with that frozen toy. Surprised, Kang calls out his BS and lets Anubis know that he's aware his real self is hiding on the 42nd floor right now. Shocked by Kang's knowledge, Anubis asks Kang why he challenged him knowing that his real self wasn't on that floor. At that point, Kang disrespects him by telling him that he's doing that just for fun. Anubis goes crazy after hearing such disrespectful words from Kang. Now, he can't let Kang go scot-free after hurting his pride and one of his champions just like that. With that said, Anubis's eyes glow purple and he starts ranting like a newborn, calling Kang a blasphemous idiot. With nothing else to lose, Anubis unleashes Hive, an ancient beehive that infinitely summons enormous bees and orders them all to kill that blasphemous human. Almost immediately, the bees all charge towards Kang to kill him. However, Kang fires the icicles he's created earlier and destroys a few of the bees. When he realizes that didn't work, he moves on to use fire against them. By this time, Every single monster under Anubis's command was coming at him from all directions. Kang retains his composure and fuses the element of fire and ice sculpture to create the skill, Daylight. With this new skill, Kang blasts every monster coming at him in every direction possible and holds this off for several minutes. The level 1 Daylight skill is a special mass destruction skill that compresses and releases mana with white magic, and Anubis is forced to watch Kang massacre his army of monster bees. Soon after watching more bees get destroyed by the second, Anubis decides to change his strategy and create monsters that even Kang can't destroy. To do this, he activates another special skill of his called Target Selection. Moments after creating the skill, a strengthened creature is created in the so-called hive and brought forth to face its new enemy, Kang. Mere seconds after its creation, the creature, which looks like a giant wasp, charges at Kang, armed with its stinger. Before the creature gets to him, Kang creates more ice sculptures and fires them all at the giant wasp monster. The ice sculptures pierce through the wasp's body and create holes large enough to kill it completely. However, Anubis only chuckles at the sight of this as he knows Kang is just wasting his time. Seconds after his initial attack on the wasp, Kang gets to watch it not only come back to life, but also multiply. Following that, Anubis sees the chance to gloat about his new creation. He tells Kang that the monsters created with target selection don't just die, they simply multiply. So no matter how strong Kang's skills are, they are useless as he's now fighting a battle of attrition. Fully aware of his new reality, Kang decides to try a different approach to killing the wasps. Instead of hopelessly fighting and waiting for a miracle to happen, he picks up an enlargement pill, which is also known for multiplying the target's size tenfold, from the stuff he bought earlier from the store, targets the main wasp's mouth, and flicks it inside it. After getting the pill in the wasp's mouth, Kang needs to wait for one more minute before the pill's effects are activated in the wasp's belly. For now, he keeps his wits about him and hops from wasp to wasp, evading as many attacks as he can when he can, all while making sure not to kill any wasp while he's at it. During his charade, Kang goes as far as holding the antenna of one of the wasps and riding it around like his personal chariot. Seeing this, Anubis understandably gets super pissed as he orders his wasps to stop fooling around and kill Kang that instant. What he didn't know was that Kang was not provoking him just for fun. As it turns out, everyone would expect a player fighting creatures that don't die and just continue multiplying in numbers to just lose hope and give everything up. Kang, on the other hand, doesn't see things like that. As an outstanding player in this hellish game, he had seen his opportunity to create something good out of this seemingly hopeless situation. As he leaps from wasp to wasp, Kang takes out another item he bought from the store earlier, a mysterious cube, and uses it to trap all the wasps in the room. Furthermore, he combines 4 more things he bought from the store and uses the effects to enhance his mysterious cube so it can last a longer period. Once that's done, the wasps start banging and slamming every inch of the mysterious cube, hoping to get themselves freed from the restraints. Upon getting a sense of the patterns through the wasps' repeated attempts and calmly analyzing the situation, Kang finally created an infinite item glitch that forced the wasps into making something he wanted. Right after trapping the wasps in the mysterious cube, Kang activates a level 5 element of fire spell, gets the flame inside the cube, near the wasps, and makes it go kaboom. This action activates the effects of the enlargement pills, and, after a few moments of chaos, screeches, and blazing inside the mysterious cube, several dozens of enlargement pills start dropping like flies from the wasp's ass. If Kang plans to go up against any boss that has a large army, then he needs as many enlargement pills as he can get. So, monsters like this, which multiply indefinitely, are the most effective copy machines ever, not just for copying experience points, but also for copying items. At that point, Kang levels up like crazy and shocks Anubis to the bone. Upon seeing what Kang just did to his wasps, Anubis questions his reality and starts wondering if he's seeing things or not. Shortly afterward, he starts asking rhetorical questions about Kang preparing the items in advance, just to combine them. If anything, Anubis is sure Kang already knew the hive's characteristics and provoked him from the start, just to lead him into unleashing the wasps and trapping them. Having realized this, he slams his throne and reaches for the hive. When he gets a hold of it, he crushes the hive and destroys Kang's chance of infinitely multiplying the enlargement pills. Kang gets disappointed by the party pooper but still takes what he gets in the long run. Now seething with rage, Anubis scoffs at Kang's humiliation attempt and stomps his feet on the ground, screaming out the word blasphemy, so every monster in the depths of that room can hear him out. Once he's done letting off some steam, he points at Kang and tells him to make sure he survives and moves up the tower so they can meet again on the 42nd floor. In response, Kang tells him to stop shouting at him as he's going to climb the tower anyway. Anubis continues shouting anyway and tells Kang that once they meet again, then he will personally judge him for his blasphemy. Following that, He smiles and destroys his vessel, which makes him disappear. Right then and there, Kang meets the conditions needed to copy Anubis's judgment skill and saves it to the memory of the World Book right after copying it. He then checks out the details after copying it and realizes that he can now reduce his target's stats by 50% and disable the use of skills and unique abilities for 1 minute, right after asking them 3 questions they answer. For now, the ability can only be used on the same target just once. If used improperly, then Kang will incur the wrath of the gods of ancient Egypt. Just then, Kang receives a notification stating that the gods of ancient Egypt are interested in him. When he looks further into it, he soon realizes that they're pissed at him for shitting on Anubis like that. Turns out the gods in the tower are that petty, but who cares? As for Alice, who's been watching the whole thing from the start, speaks up when it's all over and asks Kang to explain what the hell just happened. Kang tells her Anubis just rage quitted on him, but then urges her to stop acting surprised since he already won the fight. Kang opens up his information log again and figures he's now at level 19 with average stats. Impressed by his progress so far, Kang says this is the first time he leveled up this much at this stage, so it's something he needs to be happy about. Since he doesn't know what's going to happen from then, Kang uses his available stat points to raise all his stats evenly. Seconds later, he receives a video call request from an unknown player and tells Alice to stay out of the camera frame to keep her identity hidden. Alice gets a little frustrated by this, but she obeys her master and lets him have his fun. When Kang picks up the call, he finds Cheon Yusong, the loser who's been losing to him since the game time, on the other end. This time, Cheon gives him a stern look and asks Kang to explain where he is at the time as well as if it's someplace he knows. Kang just tells him to mind his business and explain what he's calling him for. At that point, Cheon explains his proposal for Kang. In 24 hours, the Association of the Awakened is hosting a tournament that requires all players ranked AA or above to attend. Kang wonders why the association is holding a gathering now of all times, especially after failing to defeat the third-floor boss so many times. When it comes down to the reason for his call, Cheon stares at Kang and tells him to come to the tournament and fight with him one more time. Kang asks him why he would waste his time fighting him again, and Cheon says he won't be able to refuse the invitation from him this time. When asked why, Cheon says it's because he has an invitation card to the black market. 24 hours later, Kang finally attends the tournament hosted by the association. According to Cheon's description, the black market, unlike the normal coin market the other players use, is a secret auction where only invited members can purchase items with cash. While thinking about the ideal black market auction, Kang, who's seen sitting comfortably in the audience space, starts figuring out the type of items he needs to beat the third-floor boss. Now that the Tower of Trials has become a reality, it's only normal for auctions like this to appear too. If it's as secret as Cheon claims it to be, then he might be able to find some decent items. Around that time, Kang gets a notification concerning the screen-recorded video conference call he uploaded earlier. After editing out the unnecessary parts, most of which included the part about the demonic ones, Kang previously uploaded the video to Unknown's newly opened channel. Rankers of major guilds, including Teresa, could be seen in the video with the masked Unknown. Since he's edited the parts with the demons, nobody can criticize the guilds. For now, nothing good can come from going against the major guilds yet. After his soliloquy session, Kang checked the comments to see what people thought about the video. Thankfully, the video passed the right message across, as everyone either thought he was a good person with a nice personality or remained hopeful and confident in his skills to beat the third floor's boss. Either or, Kang got the response he was expecting. The veiled player everyone was curious about confidently declared all that in front of the major guilds, so it was only natural for the video to cause a stir. Now moving on to the view count conditions, Kang does a quick calculation to figure out the revenue he's earning with the current view count. At 50 million views, Kang calculates his total revenue to be about 500,000 coins. Upon deducting the 90% fee, Kang is left with just 50,000 coins at the end of the day. Although the fee is pretty stupid, Kang is still confident as it's more than enough to get good items from the black market auction. After a quick yawn, Kang snaps out of it and starts wondering when the competition will be over. As it turns out, the small fries were still clanging swords like kids on stage. Worried that their consecutive failures at clearing the third-floor boss would lose them public confidence, the association and the major guilds decided to live stream the tournament, which consists of 24 AA or above-ranked players, to show the citizens how strong and reliable their players are. Kang sees through the bullshit but then realizes that not everybody watches YouTube. As such, there aren't many chances to see a player's true abilities. All in all, it's not a bad plan to lighten the pressure. Earlier on, Cheon had promised Kang to give him the black market invitation card if he agreed to a battle. During their video call 24 hours ago, Kang tried to let him know that he's not an AA rank or above, so he can't participate in the tournament anyways. Thinking Cheon will just hand over the black market invitation card, Kang gets the shock of his life when Cheon says the winner of the tournament is given two choices. The first one being choosing a replica from the National Museum of Korea, and the other one being the right to battle with any player who didn't participate in the competition. Kang gets a bad feeling about things right after Cheon mentions all that, and listens to the overjoyed Nimrod promise to take him down this time in front of everyone. Knowing fully well that the fool is only going to embarrass himself, Kang takes him up on his offer. Now that he's at the tournament, Kang needs Cheon to win this shit as quickly as possible so they can get their banter over with in time. Around that time, Kang gets to watch two fools clang swords and mouth rubbish at each other just to add some fun to the tournament. Soon after, a familiar Anubis structure shows up on stage, swings its hand at them, and knocks both of them out like they were nothing, erupting flames from its hands. Moments after taking down the small fry, Min Jong-woo and Lee Yuri show their cocky faces and smirk at the audience. Just then, about 4 suits from the front seat make their comments about the duo. From their play, most of them acknowledge their skills and confidence, hoping the public remains at ease after seeing them fight. As the audience cheers the fighters on, one of the suits asks his guildmaster if he's already seen any player they can recruit to their guild. By then, the guildmaster of the guild, Black Cloud, Hong Deokpyo, speaks up and tells his men that there's only one fighter who's caught his eye, and that fighter is none other than Cheon Yuseong. As Cheon steps into the arena to fight the other players, Hong analyzes his fighting stance, restraint, control, and visibility. So far, they're all exceptional. On top of that, Cheon executes his opponents cleanly and with an acute technique. Before that time, Hong had asked Cheon to join their guild, but Cheon blatantly refused his offer to carry out his plan. Being the first person to ever reject an offer to join his guild, Hong remains hopeful that Cheon will change his mind after the tournament. Just then, someone behind Hong complains about how frustrating things have been for him so far. When Hong looks behind, he finds the four-eyed doofus telling him that if Hong had let him compete in the tournament, then he would have taken care of all those insects and made the cocky Cheon kneel before them for declining their offer disrespectfully. Upon removing his glasses, the Starboy, identified later as Guild Black Cloud's AAA rank player, Jung Do-yeon, asks Hong if he agrees with him. Hong scoffs and tells him to focus on the interview he spent so much money to get him and stop grumbling about the game. Do-yeon smirks and tells his boss not to worry about him too much as the camera loves him and won't fail him anytime soon. As of now, Do-yeon has the talent to become an S-rank shortly, but the only problem with him is that he likes to show off way too much. Anyways, if word comes out that Hong recruited such a promising player, then Black Cloud's status will naturally increase. For now, he just needs to tolerate Do-yeon's cockiness. With the tournament nearing the final stages, every fighter in the arena unleashes the greatest moves in their arsenal for a chance to get to the top and become the new face of Korea. Just when they all thought things were sealed for them, a mysterious person swoops in and knocks every single one of them down, including Min Jong-woo and Lee Yuri. Once he's done taking care of them, the mysterious player reveals himself to be Cheon Yuseong and is named the winner of the tournament. At that moment, every Korean citizen gets to see what a hottie the fool is. Soon after clutching the win, Cheon appears on national TV with a reporter who congratulates him and then asks to know which choice he's yet to make. Is he going for the replica relics or will he go for the battle request? Without fail, Cheon says he's going for the battle request and shocks everybody watching him. While some thought the guy was just yearning for a fight, others thought he was going to fight a big shot like a guildmaster. After choosing the second option, Cheon Yuseong is given the choice to choose his next opponent. As the whole of Korea waits for him to pick a worthy opponent, Cheon stares at Kang's direction and points at him to come down to the stage. Since Do-yeon is sitting right in front of Kang, he flares up as he thinks Cheon is calling for him. Just before he gets up, Hong sits him back down and urges him to trace Cheon's eye movements well. When they do, they realize that Cheon wasn't even pointing at Do-yeon. Instead, he was pointing at someone sitting behind him. Just then, Cheon hurries Kang to get up and stops acting like he doesn't see him. Do-yeon starts wondering who Cheon is pointing to, as he doesn't think there could be another match for Cheon besides him and Hong. By then, Kang gets up and exchanges a few snide remarks with Cheon before getting to the stage. Once Cheon lowers his sword, the 4 suits from earlier rush to check out who the person Cheon is challenging is on the database. When they look him up, they find the player's name to be Kang Jin-hyuk, an F-rank player. Surprised by his choice, Hong wonders what Cheon stands to gain by battling someone who's not at his level. Does he enjoy harassing weaklings in front of an audience? Whatever Cheon is scheming, Hong is interested in figuring out his endgame. Upon getting to the stage, Kang begs Cheon to stop challenging him once he loses this time, as it's about time for him to learn when to give up. Cheon asks Kang why he thinks that he's going to win. How can Kang say such things after seeing Cheon beat the shit out of the others? Kang chuckles, letting Cheon know that he's certainly grown stronger than before. Cheon takes offense at Kang's words and tells him he's trained without stopping just to take him down. If Kang wants the invitation, then he'll have to work for it. With that said, Cheon activates a level 6 soul-chasing sword energy that makes Kang's fire powers tingle. To start his next fight, Kang activates his level 5 element of fire magic and gets ready to rumble. A few minutes after the fight begins, Kang easily overpowers Cheon Yusong and blasts a hole through the arena's roof with his newly acquired ice magic, all while trying to bring him down. With the entire arena in shambles, Cheon uses the very last ounce of strength he has left to ask Kang just how many skills the guy has in his arsenal. Before Kang even gets to give him a response, Bro collapses and loses the fight. Shortly afterward, Kang rummages through the idiot's coat to fish out the black market invitation card Cheon promised to give him if he won. Since he's technically won the fight, then Kang is just taking what's already his, not stealing it. Once he gets his hands on the card, Kang grins and promises to put the card to good use. By that time, everybody, including the 4 suits from earlier and the Guildmaster of Black Cloud, had already seen what Kang, the supposed F-ranked player, could do. While some of them try to figure out how he was able to create those ice missiles and the light beam, others are simply wondering if he's even human at all. Kang, on the other hand, takes a detour after the fight to check up on Lee Yuri and Min Jongwoo, his first recruits. When he gets their attention, Kang takes them through the small talk and reminds them about the first time they met. Min provides a detailed description of how their first meeting went, stating especially how intense it was, but then Kang urges them to put it behind them and think of this as a new beginning. Since they would rather not be Kang's enemies, both of them accept his proposal. As a show of goodwill, Kang asks Yuri to give him her phone number, with the option to refuse the request if she wants to. Hearing this, Yuri decides not to share her number, but then Kang asks if she'll rather deal with his pettiness after refusing to help him with her number. Lee Yuri knows better than to be on Kang's bad side, so she willingly hands over her number and urges him to leave her alone. Moments later, Do-yeon leaps out of his freaking seat in the audience stand and lands in the arena to confront Kang, who just beat the shit out of Cheon Yusong. As the tension in the air grows by the second, Do-yeon tells Kang how shocking it felt to see him, a supposed F-rank player, beat the shit out of Cheon, a man with potential. Kang ignores the man's comments and quickly activates his level 3 Eye of Truth to see Do-yeon's information. From what he could find, Do-yeon is a 33-year-old level 21 male with average stats for his level and the unique ability, Titan's Strength, alongside a bunch of others. To copy Titan's Grip, Do-yeon's unique ability, Kang has to discover Do-yeon's ulterior motive for coming outside and meeting him right there in front of everybody. This information makes Kang wonder how the system always recognizes his opponent's intentions. Maybe there's more to this so-called system than just being a simple program. Before Kang gets too deep in his feelings, Do-yeon calls him back to Earth and tells him not to give him such a scary look, as he's not there to fight him. When Kang asks him to say what he wants, Do-yeon starts his sob story, telling Kang that since they're probably going to see each other often and work in the same field, he just wants to shake hands with his future colleague, whom he will be working with side by side. As Do-yeon reaches his hand towards Kang, Kang activates his Eye of Truth a second time to see through all that BS the idiot just said. As expected, Do-yeon's words are false. Behind that face he's putting off, Kang sees the bastard's insecurity and rage, and he knows that the reporters are flocking towards them as if they were waiting for this moment. With his hand poised for a handshake and his unique ability being Titan's Strength, paired together with the look of anticipation from Black Cloud's Guildmaster, Kang figures that if this doofus in front of him can make a show of overpowering the newbie who just defeated the winner of the tournament in front of the reporters, then he'll steal the spotlight. Right after figuring out Jong Do-yeon's ulterior motives, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill and copies it without fail. Once he's done, he checks the description of the skill and figures he can use to increase his grip strength dramatically. Not only that, but he can also use items that are up to 10 times his total body weight. Back when the tower was just a game, there were very limited skills for Kang to copy, but now, the opportunities are endless for Kang. Right after copying the skill, Kang asks Do-yeon a series of questions. For the first question, he asks him if he's representing his guild with that handshake. Do-yeon answers him and says yes, also noting that if he joins their guild, then he'll be given special treatment. For the second one, Kang asks him if he'll get a contract bonus once he joins their guild. Again, Do-yeon urges him to just drop them a number and they'll match it ASAP. At this point, Kang extends his hand to shake Do-yeon. Just as he's about to shake him, he asks Do-yeon if he thinks he can defeat him in a battle of brute strength. Do-yeon sneers, clamping his hands on Kang's after activating his level 5 Titan's Grip, and answers Kang's final question by telling him that he can and will. With all 3 questions answered successfully, Kang activates Anubis's Judgment, the skill he copied from the ancient god down in the abyss, and reduces all of Do-yeon's stats by 50%. For the first few seconds, Do-yeon's body freezes up and he's unable to move. Just then, Kang activates Titan's grip and forces Do-yeon to his knees. After talking down on the hotshot for a few seconds, calling him a big baby, Kang crushes his hand and causes the once strong dumbass to scream out in pain. When he can't take it anymore, Do-yeon begs Kang to stop so he can be free, but then Kang calls the guy a disgrace and punches him so hard in the belly that Do-yeon instantly gets knocked out. With Do-yeon now on the ground, Kang insults him and urges him never to act like they're close ever again. Almost immediately, the reporters start flashing their cameras on the stage to take pictures of whatever's happening there. Sadly for Kang, his glory days are short-lived as the guild master of Black Cloud itself, Hong, zaps himself to the arena in his red lightning shroud. Upon his arrival, Kang activates the Eye of Truth to check out Hong's information, but then Hong screams out at him, condemning him for throwing Do-yeon around like a rag doll. Kang just ignores the old fool and moves on to check his information. Apparently, Hong Deokpyo is a 41-year-old level 34 male with good stats and a unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. Looking further, Kang finds out he's a class berserker and takes note of everything. Moving over to the copy conditions for his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit, Kang realizes he needs to destroy Hong's pride and make sure there's nothing left. To do this, Kang provokes him by telling him to back off like he were some low-level kid. Unable to stand the disrespect, Hong asks Kang if he is scared of him, but then Kang says he's just not interested in crushing any guild masters yet. At that point, something snaps in Hong and he leaps high up into the air to activate his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. With his anger meter raised to the maximum level possible, Hong lunges at Kang to tear him limb from limb. By then, Kang also raises his hand to activate the level 2 daylight spell. As the light intensity increases with every second, it starts to affect the vision of others around them. Soon after unleashing the daylight spell, Kang summons his dagger and uses it to block Hong's incoming attack just right after activating the stat gap, and using about 99 of the 100 points to reduce their level difference by 33 levels. Confused, Hong wonders how in hell Kang was able to block his Blood Demon Spirit attack. Back when he led the strike team in the raid against the second floor boss, the Giant God Warrior, Hong was the one who brought it down with his unique abilities. Could Kang be on the same level as him? Hong wonders. The next minute, he stops doubting himself and instead rushes to continue the fight. Moments before round 2 begins, someone intervenes and stops them from fighting using his level 4 mediation spell. Turns out the entire country is watching them, so those two should be trying to show how trustworthy they are. With that said, the mediator steps into the light and reveals himself to be Han Sang-jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Kang takes note of Han Sang-jin's presence and keeps his mouth shut in anticipation of how Han will handle this situation with the bullies. Soon after his arrival, Hong reports Kang to Han, blaming him for Do-yeon's sudden collapse and demanding punishment. Han tells Hong to stop crying as injuries are expected in a tournament. Hearing this, Hong tries to get bossy, but then Han ignores him and walks towards Kang. Once he gets past the introductory phase, Han goes straight to the point and lets Kang know that he was only aware of his existence 20 minutes ago, when the organizer called him down to the arena. Now that he's there, Han tells Kang that he checked Kang's rank on the database and fiddled through the test, only to figure out Kang has been wronged. With that said, Han Sang-jin calls Kang's name one more time and bows his head to congratulate him on becoming the 16th S-rank player in Korea. Moving on, Han apologizes on behalf of the association for mistakenly giving Kang the wrong rank and hopes they can all move forward from whatever happened. Soon, reporters start flocking around Kang just minutes after he's named the 16th S-ranked player, with poor Hong and his dog still knocked out and left behind as everybody stops noticing him. After a while, Hong pauses to wonder why they're being overshadowed by Kang. To get his shine back, Hong calls a reporter and tells him to get the others as his guild will reveal a special plan to take down the third-floor boss. Unfortunately for him, the reporter yanks himself off his coat and gets to Kang's position. In the end, Hong gets so overshadowed that nobody even knew he was in the arena in the first place. They were all flashing their cameras at Kang, the new Zero to Hero player who appeared from the rubble. Tired of begging for attention, Hong drops the reporter's coat and leaves the arena. At that point, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill, Blood Demon Spirit. After copying and saving the skill, Kang gets his white ass back home and goes to bed. The next morning, he wakes up on an airplane to see various forums and news outlets talking about him. Korea's 16th S-ranker, online. As for the video that was uploaded to the Hall of Fame the previous day, Kang logged in to check the comments. There, he finds some pretty hilarious comments all aimed at praising how easy it was for an F-ranker to get the S-rank position. Satisfied by his findings, Kang can rest easy now so he enjoys his flight. Now how did he get on a plane? Well, it turns out Kang's next stop was to get to Las Vegas so he could get into the black market auction. As an apology gift from the association for defaulting on his rank, Han Sang-jin covered his flight expenses and ensured Kang flew first class. So far, Kang isn't complaining. Soon after getting himself comfortable, Kang starts to understand why everyone wants to get a high ranking. The treatment is good, the food is good, heck, even the chair is immaculate. As the plane hits the skies, Kang is greeted by a nice flight attendant and is served a nice gourmet dish. Once the attendant's gone, Kang digs into his dish and enjoys the tastiness to the max. A few minutes into eating his food, Alice suddenly calls him from inside the ring on the necklace around his neck and tells him that the blood of the guy talking to the flight attendant gives off a strange, unpleasant, and vile smell. At first, Kang just thought Alice was yapping, but she tells him she isn't joking this time. If anything, that guy is probably not human at all. At this point, Kang takes Alice seriously and decides to see things for himself. After activating his Eye of Truth, Kang discovers something way off about this guy. His name is Alex Judro, a 24-year-old level 27 player with the class Necromancer and unique ability, Forgotten Ancient Tomb. After checking the conditions to copy his skills, Kang figures out that he needs to befriend Alex and join the Association of the Demonic Ones. By this time, Kang starts wondering how the guy can keep calm knowing he's evil. Before he knows it, the guy walks towards him and stops when he recognizes his face. He then asks Kang if he's truly Kang Jin-hyuk, the recently promoted S-rank player. That instant, Kang figures the guy must have taken the same flight as him just so they can talk privately. To avoid keeping him waiting, Kang confirms that he's the most recent S-rank player. By then, Alex formally introduces himself as a businessman and proposes they drink to kill time. Kang accepts the proposal and has Alex take out a top-shelf cognac drink for them to enjoy while they chat their sorrows away. After listening to so many of Alex's sob stories, Kang stays on alert as he realizes that Alex might change the subject soon. When it's finally time to reveal the real reason why he's in Korea, Alex tells Kang that he isn't really there because of his cosmetic business. Rather, he's there to expand his other business related to the Awakened. Confused, Kang asks him to elaborate and Alex says he's run into a bit of a problem. When asked to share, Alex asks Kang about the masked player, Unknown, and Kang talks about the video he saw recently where Unknown declared he'd beat the third-floor boss all by himself. Moving on, he asks Alex if his problem has something to do with the masked guy, and Alex says yes. Truth be told, the fool says his associates were also planning to take on the third-floor boss. Sadly, Unknown stopped them pretty firmly and lied to the public that he did that to protect a friend, when in truth, he had something to do there alone and preferred not to be disturbed. To remain as vague as possible, Kang asks if Alex knows this unknown guy personally. Alex responds and says yes. However, before saying any other thing, Kang insults Unknown and calls him a greedy player. When all's been said and done, Alex starts nudging Kang to come to the third floor so they can clear it together. Kang fires back and asks Alex why they would need him even after Unknown said he was going to defeat the boss alone. By then, Alex cajoles Kang into thinking he can do anything he likes since he's an S-ranker, and also promises him a hidden item in the boss's room if he can come with them. Around that time, Kang starts thinking about the sneaky way these bastards wish to enter the third floor, despite the guild's strict monitoring. To reply to his question, Kang tells Alex he's asking for too much, and he would rather not oppose the major guild's decision. Hearing this, Alex urges him not to worry as he'll be well compensated for the job. To ease Kang's tension, Alex brings out a legendary medicine that can cure any and every disease, even a broken heart, calls it the elixir, and presents it to Kang. Kang, who's pretty shocked to see such a rare item, wonders what the demonic ones had to do to get their hands on it. After getting his hands on the vial, Kang lets Alex know that although he's tempted, he's still not sure. Alex continues glazing the elixir, noting that he'll give Kang that as an advance payment if he signs the contract he brings out shortly after. Kang uses his Eye of Truth and realizes Alex has already activated the Contract of the Dead. Moving on, Kang ignores Alex's words and uses his eye to check the real truth behind the contract paper. From what he could find, the contract, though poised to look normal, is a cursed contract that kills the signee if they violate the terms. Now that he knows the truth behind the contract, Kang refuses to sign the deadly contract, stating that his cautious nature won't allow him to get on the bad side of the major guilds. Disappointed, Alex mutters a few words and decides to get his elixir back. Unfortunately for him, Kang refuses to give it back. When he asks Kang for an explanation, Kang lets Alex know that he's going to steal the elixir, and Alex becomes hostile toward him. As the plane enters the turbulence zone, Alex, who thought Kang's magic was affecting the plane, calms down when the pilot speaks to them from the intercom and urges every passenger to keep their seatbelts fastened so they don't get injured. Hearing this, Kang smirks and tells Alex to let things slide for now as he'll be returning to his seat. Before Kang gets out of sight, Alex angrily asks him if he knew the group he was a part of from the start. Kang smiles and tells him he only had a feeling, but then gives Alex some credit for being a pretty good actor. Hearing this, Alex threatens to send Unknown after Kang after warning him not to provoke them. Kang nearly breaks character as the buffoon still didn't know he's been talking to Unknown all along. In time, Kang turns and lets Alex know that he's a blatant liar. Following that, he asks Alex if he thinks he's that dumb to believe that Unknown is on the same side as them, especially after humiliating the bastards at the Olympus meeting. At this point, Alex is shocked to the bone as he never for once realized Kang knew so much about the Olympus meeting. For a second there, he convinces himself that Kang might be an acquaintance of Unknown, but then he quickly comes off it and says he's just bluffing as the major guilds might have shared information with him since he's now an S-ranker. Right before leaving Alex, Kang tells him that he might even share some information about Unknown to Alex if he behaves himself. By then, Alex keeps his mouth shut and lets Kang go. A few minutes later, the plane lands in Las Vegas, and Kang bids Alex farewell. Moments after landing, Kang summons a part of Alice out of the ring as a reward for helping him figure out Alex's true intentions, and lets her sightsee the beautiful buildings around the state. About an hour later, Alice speaks up for the first time and asks Kang if this is what a human city looks like. When Kang tells her yes, she compliments the beauty and walks with him. Soon after, Kang reminds her to stay quiet as promised or else he'll send her back to the ring. Currently, the tallest he could make her with his magic was 150 centimeters, so there's that. To prepare himself for the casino he'll be visiting next, Kang invokes the memory of the world and fuses the skills, Eye of Truth and Blood Demon Spirit, to create the skill, Eye of Gluttony. The Eye of Gluttony is a higher version of the Eye of Truth that allows the user to see all of a target's stats and cast vision sharing and mind reading, all at the same time. The only downside to using this skill is that the nature of the spirit skill makes frequent use by the user, increasing the risk of the user's personality becoming contaminated. Also, vision sharing and mind reading can only be used on players with a lower level than the user. Initially, Kang was going to fuse the Eye of Truth with a safer spirit type ability, but since he needed the Eye of Gluttony right away, he had no choice. Right after fusing both skills, Alice calls Kang and points to a certain beautiful casino building before asking him if that's where they'll be going. Unfortunately, Kang says no, as they're not there to have fun. You see, players aren't allowed to use their skills or magic at regular casinos like that, although Kang could take their money by force. But then again, it's not right for him to rob ordinary, hard-working people just to make enough cash for an auction. Turns out our MC's moral compass is still in the right place. Anyways, Alice gets bored and asks Kang to tell her where they'll be getting to. Kang tells her, with a wide grin, that they'll be going somewhere incomparable to an ordinary place like that. Someplace incomparable? Alice asks with a sparkly smile on her. To answer her question, Kang takes both of them to the private casino, Tortuga. At the entrance, Alice gets disgusted and says she likes the other building better. However, Kang reminds her one more time that they didn't come there to have fun. As he's about to continue talking, the duo overhears a private conversation between one of the casino staff and a loser, who's being kicked out of the casino. Turns out the loser saw his opponent using skills to cheat and win the game previously, so he was trying to let the staff know that the game wasn't fair. Just then, the staff kicks the loser's mouth and asks him why he wasn't complaining when he was using plenty of his skills. As Kang and Alice get to the door, Kang overhears the staff telling the loser that whoever gets cheated on is the idiot in their casino, and there's no help for such a person. Kang concurs with the staff's words and eventually gets into the casino. Inside, Alice instantly gets excited by the chimes and dings from every single machine in the casino. She asks Kang what's so different about this place, and Kang tells her it's a casino where one can use their magic freely. With that said, Kang picks her up and places her on a stool near the bartender. After that, he opens a tab and tells the bartender to give her any drink she wants to try. Alice starts yapping and complaining about him wanting her to stay before asking him what he plans on doing by himself. Upon taking a drink, Kang says he's going to earn himself some dollars. Before approaching the table, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check out what skills the house uses to deceive the gamblers. He finds one of them to be using Advanced Blockade, a skill that blocks all of the gamblers' skills from affecting the house for 10 minutes, all while retaining the skill of the users themselves. Soon after learning enough from just watching, Kang gets to Pedro, a Tortuga table dealer's spot, and plays with him for a little while. After losing about $500,000 to Kang, Pedro finally gets a decent hand. To avoid losing any more money, Pedro raises all of his money and places it on the bet. Upon seeing this, people gather around the table to see the outcome of the final match between Kang and the table dealer, Pedro. To make the honeypot sweeter, Kang also pulls in all his funds and bets it on this final match. This bold act raises eyebrows as many people from the casino floor flock around Kang to see what kind of magic he's about to pull. If Kang wins this bet, then the house will have to pay him $5 million. Before playing the bet, Kang asks Pedro if he wants to chicken out, as this is quite a large sum. Pedro lets him know the house is always confident, so he should just shut up and play. With the first question asked, Kang moves on to the second and asks Pedro to tell him which guild runs this place. Pedro answers him and says the guild scavenger is in charge of managing and investing in the casino. After answering the second question, Pedro stops to think about why Kang's been asking a bunch of questions after keeping quiet the entire time. Just then, Kang asks if he's allowed to ask questions in the casino. Surprised by how Kang read his mind, Pedro tells him to ask anything he wishes to ask, as he must answer them. After giving his answer, Pedro gets worried that Kang might have some mind-reading skills. Notwithstanding, he still moves forward with his play and tells Kang he'll be revealing his cards now. To him, it doesn't matter what Kang does as long as he can switch the cards as soon as he flips them. With that said, Pedro activates a level 3 sleight of hand skill and uses it on the cards as he's about to flip them. When he finally flips the cards, Pedro's shocked to see it's still a jack mixed pair. What the freak happened? Pedro wonders. As it turns out, Kang activated Anubis's judgment on the fool's ass right before he flipped up the cards to stop him from using his skill's full potential. Bro just keeps the fool Pedro wondering how in hell he lost the bet. At that point, nothing made any sense to him at all. Meanwhile, Kang reveals his hand and Pedro soon figures he's having a king mixed pair. This means Kang won the game narrowly and Pedro just lost $5 million. Before asking for his money, Kang dedicates the win to his mind-reading feature and realizes just how useful it is. Eventually, he reaches for all the chips so he can cash them in by the receptionist. Before getting a chance though, a group of men rush to the table and demand he stop whatever he's doing. When they get there, one of the bouncers tells Kang that he's going to have to come with them to the back rooms. Kang asks if that's how they treat their guests, and another replies, saying they don't consider someone who tries to make off with this much of their money a guest. Kang smirks and asks them if that's so. Just then, the loser orders his men to take Kang to the room. Before they could carry that out, Kang beats the shit out of the biggest bouncer there and tells the redhead about something he heard on his way into the casino. If he remembers correctly, whoever gets cheated in that casino is an idiot. With that said, the chaos ensues, and Kang finds himself dodging bullets, hauling expensive stuff at the guards coming at him, and using Do-Yeon's brute strength ability to smash some of the pesky guards into the floor, with several other players flocking around him and cheering him on. While the show goes on, Alice is seen taking her time to enjoy her drink, ignoring whatever the fuck's going on behind her. After taking a sip from her first drink, she asks the bartender to tell her its name. The bartender says the drink is called Kiss of Fire, and explains that it's a cocktail that expresses the passion between two new lovers. At that point, Kang was already burning guards and everything in the casino. Even at that, Alice just stares at her drink with boredom written on her face to continue drinking. After getting their arses beaten for a while, the redhead asks one of his underlings to tell him when the guild executives would show up. The underling tells him they're still at least 30 minutes out, but then the redhead suspects something fishy going on. Although there are no rules at the casino, nobody goes on a rampage like this all on their own. Before he knows it, that same underling shows up with new information on Kang. When the redhead checks it out and sees Kang's true identity as the most recent S-ranker in Korea, he knows he's fucked up. The redhead thinks about the odds of an S-ranker visiting his casino out of the blue and tries to count how many S-rankers are currently in the US. Eventually, he realizes that if Kang meant to destroy that place, then the casino would easily cease to exist. To avoid that, the redhead orders every guard fighting Kang at that moment to stop whatever it is they're doing and let him handle things. Once the fighting stops, he removes his coat and goes on his knees to apologize on behalf of the casino for mistaking his identity and acting stupid earlier. Moving on, he begs Kang for his forgiveness, but then Kang frowns and asks the redhead why he's suddenly apologizing. Perhaps they saw his rank and realized they'd messed with the person, eh? The redhead stutters while searching for a response, but Kang shuts him up and asks him if the casino hasn't always been a place where those who get screwed over are the idiots. Before the redhead could even say anything, Kang demands he be paid the money he won fairly plus compensation for the emotional distress he's experienced from being attacked by his men. After doing the man, Kang surmounts everything to be about $10 million. Sweating hard, the redhead repeats the amount as if trying to tell Kang it's too much, but Kang gives him the option to either pay him now or close up the casino. Eventually, Kang gets paid his $10 million in full before leaving for the auction. About an hour after getting paid, Kang stands and waits for his ride by the side of the road. Moments before his ride arrives, Kang checks his account balance and keeps his money safe for the auction. Minutes later, a black sedan shows up and stops right beside him. Then, the driver rolls down the blacked-out windscreen and asks Kang if he's guest number 117. When Kang shows him the invitation card, the driver urges him to get in so he can take him to the auction house. Kang does the needful and soon gets on his way to the auction house, taking note of the blacked-out windows. When he arrives at the top-secret auction house location, Kang gets excited and alights the car when it gets to the gate. Before he gets too far, Alice speaks up and reminds Kang not to forget his promise to her. Kang fires back and tells her to calm down so he can find a secluded spot first. Alice continues hurrying him till he gets super pissed and just releases her from the ring. Alice takes in some air and appreciates how well this big house suits a noble being such as herself. When she's done, she asks Kang if they're ready for the auction thing, and Kang ushers her to get inside the big house, warning her not to do anything that'll draw too much attention to them. Confused, Alice asks him why, and Kang says it's because there are lots of watching eyes. As they walk into the large lobby, Kang overhears two clients talking about the 175th auction, noting how excited they are to finally attend one with lots of items from the Tower of Trials. He also hears them talking about certain rumors that have been flying around the community recently, one about an ichthyosaur heart being one of the items to be appearing at the auction. One of them asks if the other was capping, but then the other says it's all thanks to the tower thing appearing. Ever since its creation, treasures that disappeared in ancient times are now reappearing because of the mana waves and whatnot. Anyway, they're both still very excited even if they don't win a bid, as long as they get to watch how it goes. The minute they're done talking, Alice catches a whiff of a disgusting smell, just like that of Alex's, and covers her nose. Kang notices her reaction and asks her what's wrong. Just then, the owner of the disgusting smell shows up holding a staff and introduces himself to Julius Kedrick. Beside him is a beaten-up Alex who stays silent throughout. Moving on, Julius lets Kang know that he's Alex's mentor, and Kang acts like he didn't know Alex at all. Judging by the bruises on Alex's body, Kang figures the doofus had gotten a good beating because he lost the elixir without anything to show for it. When he activates the Eye of Gluttony, Kang sees Julius Kedrick as a 58-year-old level 30 male with impressive stats and class. Necromancer coupled with the unique ability, Guardian of the Pyramids, and other noteworthy skills. Right after checking his information, Kang takes note of the rareness of his unique ability and remains impressed by Julius's information. His unique ability, Guardian of the Pyramids, allows a necromancer to summon many corpses with limited mana, so it's an ability sought after by other necromancers. To copy any of Julius's skills, Kang figures he has to learn dark magic from him and receive an A+, as Kedrick is furious due to Alex's consecutive failures. Having seen the ridiculous condition, Kang gets pissed and calls the system crazy for giving such absurd copy conditions. Eventually, Kang decides to taunt the man, and he does so by reminding Julius about his student's failure in the plane. Julius keeps things mature and tells Kang he's glad to hear that from him. Moving on to the reason why he's there, Julius tells Kang that he's there to ask about the information he claims to have about Unknown, also noting that it's a very important issue for the demonic ones. Kang compliments the man for being straightforward, but then lets him know that there's no time for them to talk about something like that there, insinuating that they talk about it next time. As Kang's about to leave, the old man stops him with his staff and tells Kang that there won't be a next time as he needs to take care of this as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for him, Kang flicks away his staff and lets him know that it's not his problem. With that said, Kang joins Alice as they move into the auction room. Alex gets pissed and tries to stop Kang, but then Julius holds and tells him to calm down as there's still a way for them to bring him back. As they enter the auction room, Alice asks Kang if he wants her to get rid of those smelly, annoying guys. Kang just tells her to leave them be as nothing good will ever come out of making a scene. Once they're past that, Kang urges her to just bid on what they want and get out of there. Just then, the auctioneer gets to the podium and welcomes everyone to the 175th black market auction. Kang and Alice quickly get to their seats as the event begins. For the first item to be auctioned, the auctioneer brings out a fragment of a meteor that landed in Arizona. The fragment's been known to emit powerful magical energy ever since the tower appeared, so buying it should be a huge help. Soon after, the auctioneer starts the bid at $100,000. Kang just sits there and waits for the others to increase the bid to about $200K. Knowing fully well that no one knows how to work with fallen iron, Kang decides to buy the item for cheap. Once it comes down to it, he bids for $300,000 and the auctioneer asks for any other counteroffers. Just when Kang thought he'd finally gotten his hands on some fallen iron for a bargain price, Julius raises his placard and places the bid price at $1 million. The auctioneer immediately calls for a counter, banging his table, but Kang takes one look at Julius and figures out his endgame. Since nobody could come up with a counteroffer in time, the auctioneer sells the Arizona meteorite to Julius and moves on to the next item up for auction, the sealed psychiatric ward catalog. For the next one, he starts the bidding at $100,000 as well. Kang ignores Julius's first attack and waits for the other pesky bidders to call their prices. Once the room falls silent, Kang raises his placard and calls his price to be $300,000. Again, Julius raises his placard and calls his price to be $1 million. This daring move brings stares to the faces of the other clients, as they just can't understand why Julius would suddenly triple the price of the item. Unfortunately for Kang and everyone else, the auctioneer isn't going down on the bid. He asks for a counteroffer a few more times and eventually sells the catalog to Julius for $1,000,000. At that point, Kang finally realizes that the old geezer plans to buy everything he bids on. Upon knowing his endgame, Kang comes up with a plan and decides to see how things turn out. For the third item of the auction, the auctioneer brings out a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America. Before he even explains all the details, Kang raises his placard for $500,000. Alice gets concerned and asks Kang if he's sure he wants to buy something he doesn't even know about. Kang tells her to keep quiet and just watch him act out his plan. Once Alice sits her ass back down, Julius raises the bid to $1 million again. The hosts ask for a counteroffer and Kang raises the bid to $1.5 million. Seconds later, Julius raises it to $3 million yet again, and the auctioneer asks for another counteroffer. This time, Kang keeps his placard down and allows Julius to get the relic for $3 million. Right after getting another item Kang coveted, Julius takes one look at his rival and, after calling him a bastard, gets ready for the next item. As soon as the next item is called, both Kang and Julius place their bids. By the end of that auction, Julius gets the item again for $2 million. Over the next two auctions, Julius steals all of Kang's items by placing a bid much higher than Kang's initial bid. At one point, even Alex had to interrupt his master and advise him to pass on the next item. Upon hearing what Alex just said, Julius snaps and smacks the idiot on the head before asking him what he thinks he can do if Kang gets his hands on what he wants. Even though he's accumulating huge losses for his association, Julius still believes they have plenty of capital to purchase whatever item Kang's after. Once he gets everything Kang wants, then he'll use them all as a bargain to obtain information about Unknown. In other words, the old fool is still after a wild goose chase. Anyways, the auctioneer showcases the next collector's item up for auction and calls it the first chessboard. Around that time, every other ordinary client scoffed at the lameness of the piece, as nobody could figure out what they were to do with a chessboard with no pieces. Most buyers save up their money for more important things, but then Kang raises his placard to start the bid at $50,000. To counter his offer, Julius bids $100,000. Kang refuses to let this one go, so he keeps raising the bid price till it gets to $1 million, thinking Julius will finally fold. Just when he thought he was winning, the geezer raised the price to $8 million. At this point, other buyers start wondering if there's something about that item that they don't know, because these two bidders don't make any sense at all. Out of nowhere, Kang raises the bid price for the chessboard to $10 million, and Julius counters by raising the whole thing to $30 million, right after realizing that $10 million is the highest Kang can bid. When all's been said, Julius turns back and tells Kang that he's finally figured out the item he wants. So, if he wants this item so badly, then he's going to need to come crawling to him to get it. After a loud cackle, the auctioneer asks the crowd for counteroffers. By this time, Kang was devastated as Julius just exceeded his expectations. If he doesn't come up with a plan quickly, then Julius will make away with the item he wants the most. Just as Julius is about to get the chessboard for $30 million, someone unexpectedly gets up and raises the bid price to $100 million. When Kang turns to see who the person is, he finds out it's none other than Alice von Ataraxia. Julius's soul nearly leaves his body when he hears the little girl near Kang outbid him. Like seriously, who the heck buys a chessboard for $100 million? He becomes obsessed with the kid near Kang and soon realizes that he can't stop now or else. He'll have spent $70 million on useless garbage. So, he raises the bid price to $110 million, only to be outbid by Alice again, who bids for the board at $200 million. Julius pauses the auction and tells Alice to stop all that nonsense, as there's no way she has $200 million just like that. At that point, the auctioneer asks Alice to show them proof that she has those funds ready. Annoyed by the disrespect, Alice opens up a portal to her vault in the tower and reveals all the shiny treasures and items she has in her collection. One of the auction's curators checks out just one headpiece from Alice's vault and estimates the value to be worth around $500 million. Shocked, Julius soon realizes that the kid near Kang isn't just some ordinary kid. Instead, she's only the most dangerous person in the world after Kang Jinhyuk, since she allows him to treat her like his subordinate. After giving the matter a little more thought, Julius realizes that Kang might be a far more troubling opponent than Unknown himself. With that said, Julius stops bidding altogether and orders Alex to enact Plan B as the tables have turned on them. Alex smiles at his master for giving him the choice before getting himself ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Kang and Alice walk down to the podium to claim their prize. After buttering them with congratulatory words, the auctioneer finally gives the first chessboard to the lady with the winning bid. As Alice ushers the auctioneer to give Kang the prize, Kang thanks her for the help and asks to ensure she didn't use too much money. Alice tells him she's been looking for a way to clear her full vault so she doesn't mind. More importantly, Alice says she'd rather die than let those bastards look down on her partner. The duo get a moment, and Kang smiles at the first nice thing she's ever said to him. Just then, a part of the theater goes kaboom, and the entire room is sent into pandemonium. With the building roof caving in, all the buyers in the theater start rushing towards the exit to save themselves, creating a stampede. Before any one of them could make it to the exit, though, Alex catches up to them and slits the throat of a few of them so he can make them into his precious sacrifices. To do this, he activates Magical Furnace and tortures a few people in the head, making them feel bloated and crazy. Eventually, Kang decides he's seen enough, so he comes down his high horse and faces the useless buffoon who toys with human lives. Moments before their showdown, Kang calls Alex a sick bastard and lets him know that he's incurred his wrath because he's gone too far with things. Alex ignores Kang's snide remarks and instead uses his disgusting necromancer magic to transform the life force of his victims into monsters that he calls his babies. Once the transformation is complete, Kang finds himself facing a horde of zombie monsters with immense strength and prowess. Before fighting them, Kang insults the sick fool, Alex, calling him a disgusting necromancer and all. On the contrary, Alex smiles and tells Kang not to call him disgusting, as the creatures he's created are adorable. Thereafter, he commends Kang for withstanding the magic oozing all over the place, and reminds him of the humiliation Kang made him go through on the plane. Now that he's received permission to kill him, Alex has no reason to hold back on his revenge anymore. With that, Alex sends his horrible creatures to attack Kang, and they all charge towards the S-ranker. Kang responds accordingly and destroys as many creatures as he can when he can. After round 1, Alex compliments Kang for being very agile and asks after Alice, the rich little brat. Kang lies and tells Alex that Alice bolted out of there since she doesn't like gross things, but in reality, Kang couldn't maintain her corporeal form because of the magical furnace, so he had to send her back to the ring while he sustained damage from the furnace. With more monsters coming at him, Kang figures out how disadvantageous the situation is for him the longer it drags out. For now, he needs to finish things as fast as possible, and to do this, Kang activates the Grave of Swords, leaps high into the air, and finishes off every single monster attacking him. After watching Kang exterminate his monsters, Alex yaps around for a bit before utilizing every material he has in the room. Simply put, he gets a bang for his buck as he empowers himself and his monsters, or babies, with energy from the ancient treasures and materials previously used for the auction. Upon seeing what Alex just did, Kang realizes that the doofus intends to continue sucking out the life force of the people so he can keep this up and make him run out of mana. The standard fighting style of necromancers, as Alex calls it. Following the realization, Kang continues evading every monster attack until he figures out a good plan to take them all down. As the fight continues, Kang calls Alex a fool for revealing his trump card way too easily. Now that he knows the secret behind his technique, Kang threatens to torch all the monsters before he can revive them again. Seconds later, he activates daylight and flashes the bright light at the monsters and their master. Alex scoffs and tells Kang that he already knew that he'd use that skill since he's already watched the tournament video and figured out all of Kang's moves. Before the light from the skill consolidates, Alex orders all his monsters to attack Kang and kill him. Seconds later, Alex notices something wrong with his monsters and realizes that they aren't moving. He gets confused for a second and waits for the light from the skill to get dim. When it does, he finds the feet of all his monsters frozen from Kang's ice magic sculptures. After freezing the feet of all the monsters in the room, Kang prepares himself for an even stronger version of the daylight spell. From the look on Kang's face, Alex figures it all out. Turns out the first daylight spell was all a distraction so Alex wouldn't see Kang freeze his monsters' feet. Now that Kang's sure they won't be moving around anytime soon, he blasts them the heck out of reality and takes the building down with them. After that large-scale attack, Alex gets back on his feet and tries to figure out how powerful Kang is. Once he's done questioning his reality, Alex searches around and sees a red smear on the ground where his babies previously stood. Just then, Kang shows up behind him and says hi. Just as Alex is about to react, Kang shatters his right hand and leaves him to scurry around for a bit. Now that he's lost the fight, Alex knows that he needs to get out of there and meet up with his master. Unfortunately for him, before he gets too far, Kang throws his dagger at his behind and sinks it into Alex's lungs. Alex takes the hit and falls straight to the ground while Kang smirks at a good weapon throw. With his enemy down on the floor, Kang inches closer and asks him if he's seriously trying to run away after all the shit he's caused so far. Before he receives any answer from the idiot, Kang recovers his dagger and explains to Alex just how he's going to die. For the next 30 minutes, Alex's lungs will slowly fill with blood, and when they're full of the red stuff, he will suffocate to death. According to whatchamacallit, The most painful way to die aside from burning to death is suffocating, so Alex should prepare himself for the most painful 30 minutes of his life. As he's about to leave him, Kang gives Alex an option to relieve him of his suffering if he can tell him more about the association of the demonic ones. Alex is about to talk when Kang takes out the elixir and dangles it around him. The sight of a solution that can cure all diseases gives the dying Nimrod a ray of hope, so he immediately does his best to say something about his association. Sadly, since his throat is already blocked, Alex can't speak. He then tries to write on the floor with his blood, but then Kang steps on his hand and seals his fate. Alex eventually realizes Kang never intended to hear him out. As such, he resigns to his fate and waits for death's call. Thereafter, Kang takes out Alex's business card from his pocket and flings it at the man, urging him to have it back. While he walks out of Alex's sight, Kang calls him a piece of trash and hopes he dies as slowly and painfully as possible. After taking care of Alex, Kang moves on to check out Michelangelo's safe and the ichthyosaur's heart, both of which were just lying around like nobody's business. Kang knows he can combine the items to make a huge inventory, so he does so, thinking nobody is in the room with him. Upon fusing both items, Kang successfully acquires a large pocket dimension inventory capable of holding weight up to 5 tons. Just then, someone notices Kang from behind and turns, shivering, to see the auctioneer and his son thanking him for saving them earlier. Kang remembers the kid and is surprised to see that he's the auctioneer's son. Since he needs the items he just took, Kang clears his throat and tries to talk himself out of trouble. However, the auctioneer isn't a shitty person, so he allows Kang to have the items as he has no intention of reporting the man who saved the life of his only son. Kang's a little surprised at the man's reaction, calling it a first, but he chooses to feel good about himself as he heads out of the auction with his new items. Several thousand miles away, 2 other idiots from the Demonic Ones group are seen on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, desperately trying to navigate their way through the Cathedral of Hatred's complex security systems. After evading about 100 arrows and boulders from the traps designed by the nutcases who built the cathedral, one of them, the female, complains about the complex security and asks her partner if they have to go through the pain each time they come to that spot. Her partner, who happens to be a dude, calls her Melina and urges her to stop complaining as he's still upset about the 3rd idiot, Alex. Hearing the name Alex, Melina turns in rage and asks her partner why she has to consider his feelings like they were her problem. Her partner replies with the same energy and urges her to care about his feelings if she doesn't want to die. Moments before they start fighting, an older dude wearing a black death mask appears before them and silences them. Since those two have been working for over 10 years now, one would expect there to be some cordial relationship between them. Unfortunately, assholes will be assholes, so there's that. After asking them a few more questions about why they're always fighting, the Black Death Man tells them the reason why they're there. As it turns out, their new POI, Kang Jin-hyuk, has been a pain in their butts for a while now, and they want him eliminated. Melina starts by telling their master that he must have played the game before for him to be this good. Even at that, she bets he's no different from the other normal players scattered around. The man tells her not to relent as they suspect Kang might have reached a higher floor than they ever have. Melina scoffs and says there's no way Kang has gone higher than the 20th floor, so she doubts that. Besides, why would he care enough to play the Tower of Trials when it was still a game? As the other guy interrupts her, he states that the only reason why they even chose to play and study such a dying game was to avoid Interpol's surveillance. Melina agrees with Dude 4 Eyes and says there's no special reason someone might have even touched the game, so no matter how bored or depressed a person can be, playing a sadistic game is never an option, as only a perverted psycho would have kept playing the Tower of Trials without a good reason. After hearing both their inputs on the matter, the Black Death Man starts thinking about why these two aren't taking this threat seriously. Eventually, he realizes that only people who are the real deal can recognize each other. Notwithstanding, they shouldn't underestimate Kang Jin-hyuk and eliminate him as quickly as possible. With that said, the Black Death Man tells the other two while disappearing to follow Julius Kedrick and make sure things don't go off course. Melina gets up and while leaving, assures him not to worry too much as things are going to be fine. The following day, Yeonhwa and Taemin are seen doing some normal training in the indoor gym of their apartment building. This time, Yeonhwa's the one doing the attacking while Taemin defends with some pads. Throughout the training, Yeonhwa beats the shit out of Taemin and nearly breaks some of his ribs, but in the end, everybody's fine. After cleaning themselves up, Taemin ushers Yeonhwa to come to check something out on his tablet. Once she gets closer, Taemin shows her Unknown's livestream and tells her he thinks Unknown's up to something. Yeonhwa calls him an attention seeker, but Taemin lets her know that there's something special about him, but he just couldn't figure it out yet. When they cast the feed to their TV, Yeonhwa recognizes the place to be the Face Tree Temple within the 3rd floor's boss's room. Taemin also remembers the place and says if one can answer the Face Tree's 3 questions correctly, then they can win an item with a special attribute. Unfortunately, the questions the face tree asks are ridiculously hard and crazy to even fathom. As Yanhua and Taemin glue their eyes to the live stream, Kang, who's under the alias Unknown, also gets comments from several thousand of his viewers accusing him of cosplaying as Unknown and sneaking into the third floor to gain points. Kang ignores their comments and awakens the face tree so he can get on with the questioning. Soon after the face tree wakes up, he welcomes Kang, the first human he's seen in a while, to his questioning phase, and Kang urges him to throw his questions at him. Moving on, the tree tells Kang that if he can answer all 3 of his questions correctly, then he'll receive any of the 3 maple leaves he chooses. On the other hand, if he gets even one question wrong, then he'll be punished to death by the 2 Big D wooden golems standing behind him. Once they're past that, the tree asks Kang the first question: the optimal depth and temperature suitable for the marine species, Kelgorn, to live in. At this point, even Taemin and Yanhua were scared for Unknown, as they never would have thought about looking up such a question. To their surprise, Kang provides an accurate answer to the question and urges the tree to get to the next question. The tree tells Kang that he doesn't even know if the answers are correct, but then Kang assures him that he knows it's correct, so he can move on to the next one. The tree scoffs and asks the next question, only for Kang to provide an accurate answer before he even finishes the question. Surprised, the tree tells Kang he's correct and moves on to the last question. For the last one, he asks Kang to tell him the time of the year when the giant eagles of the sky plateau mate. Again, Kang tells the correct answer, which is the first snowfall inside the tower, and impresses the tree even further. Being the first human to ever answer all of the face tree's questions correctly, the tree chuckles and commends Kang for his extensive knowledge. In response, Kang also lightens the mood by throwing in a few compliments about the tower and whatnot. After that, the comments come in and Kang gets overwhelmed by the shocks and exclamations in most of them. Eventually, the time came for Kang to get his reward, so the tree asked him to choose one out of the 3 colored maple leaves: green, red, or yellow. For some context, red leaves have the fire attribute, yellow leaves strengthen the defense, and green leaves increase speed. Yanhua chooses to pick the green leaves so she can have enough speed to defeat the large-scale battles of the third-floor boss. As for Kang, he tells the tree to forget about those lame leaves and give him something else he's hiding. When the tree asks Kang what that is, Kang, aka Unknown at the time, leans in and demands the black leaves he's hiding. Instantly, the face tree gets scared and asks Kang how he knows about the black leaves. At the same time, Yanhua and Taemin stare at each other, wondering what black leaves Unknown is talking about. Eventually, the face tree begs Kang to choose other colors, and even offers to throw in some extra if he can be considerate. At that point, Kang starts taunting him and calling him a creature of false honor who's going back on his promise. Soon, he tells the face tree to stop rambling and hand over the black leaves he asked for, or he'll report him to the overseer for besmirching the honor of the tree spirits. By then, the face tree gives up and releases the reward to Kang. The very next minute, Kang receives over 1,000 black leaves and checks out their details. Currently, they're useful for inflicting the decay effect on weapons and armor to transform the enemy's stamina as damage and whatnot. Now that he's acquired the last piece of the puzzle, Kang takes care of the remaining tree monsters before he gets going. In the meantime, 2 random guards, protecting a certain portal on the third-floor outskirts alongside a few others, are seen talking to each other to alleviate the boredom they're facing. One of the guards asks the other if he's heard of Unknown's triumphant entry into the third-floor boss room on his own. Surprised, the other guard makes his comments and listens to the first one talk about sitting things out till he's done so they can get back home. Soon after, the listener asks the first guy why they're guarding this spot in the first place, as he doesn't think anybody would be crazy enough to come there. By then, the first one stops him from whining and tells him to just continue guarding the place, as he believes that there's a good reason why they're there in the first place. To seek validation for his words, the first guard turns to the others to ask for their opinions, only to see that they're all alone in the room. Confused, the man asks the other guard if he knows where everyone went, not noticing the purple mist forming under their feet. When they let their guards down, the purple mist transforms into magical ropes that trap both guards and absorb their life force. Soon the culprit, who turns out to be Julius Kedrick, reveals himself and hurries his men to absorb and save the guards' life forces so they can gather enough power to fight whatever's coming. Once they're done, Julius ushers his men to get through the portal so they can catch up to their target. At the same time, Kang, who's still disguised as Unknown, finishes taking care of the wooden golems from the face tree and moves on to his next task. While he's at it, comments start pouring in from thousands of his viewers, with most of them admiring his fighting spirit and some just shitting on his skills and trolling as usual. Once he's had it with the snide comments, Kang finally speaks up and lets his viewers know that he doesn't care whether they have faith in him. Instead, he wishes they'd just stop yammering on so he can focus. This shocks a lot of the viewers, as they never thought a streamer would even dare talk to his viewers like that. When Kang gets more questions to name who he's talking to, he turns to the camera and lets them know that he's talking to them. Furthermore, he tells them to keep watching if they want to watch and leave if they don't want to watch. This sassy reaction from Kang gets a lot of mixed feelings from his followers, as they'd expect streamers like Kang to suck up to his viewers so his views and likes can go up. Now that they realize he doesn't give a shit about what they think, a lot of them kind of like him better. In the end, most of his viewers stay behind to watch what becomes of Kang's sassy personality. Kang just ignores them and continues walking towards the gate in front of him until an explosion happens a few clicks away. Seconds after the explosion, Kang stays alert and starts wondering if there's another person there with him on the same floor. To keep his skills and powers secret from the public, Kang bids his viewers farewell and proceeds to turn off the stream. Several comments pour in begging him to keep the camera rolling so the viewers can all get a glimpse of a real fight. But Kang ignores them, ends the broadcast, and gets to someplace safe where he can observe the fight. Moments later, the demonic ones and their army of undead, led by Julius Kedrick, storm the battlefield to fight the third-floor boss's army of statues. Kang gets to watch several dozen necromancers unleash their most powerful spells to control the minds of their undead soldiers and make them fight the thousands of statues coming at them. Over the next hour, the fight drags on with several dozen soldiers clashing swords and stabbing each other. As for Kang, he just sits in his safe spot analyzing the battle neutrally. As the fight rages on, the tides of battle turn switch between both sides intermittently as they're both evenly matched. When the battle starts going in the favor of the demonic ones, one of Julius's henchmen speaks up and encourages his colleagues to push the statues back further. If they can ride with the momentum of the battle, then they will wipe the statues out in due time. Just then, one of them gets hit with an ice-themed attack. Confused, the others cast up a shield to protect themselves from the new enemy attacking from afar, but then the intensity of the ice sculptures gets even greater, and they start investigating where the attack came from. Soon, Kang reveals himself to be the attacker, and they all recognize him immediately. When they find out he's all on his own, the necromancers make a move to take him down quickly. They redirect all their focus on Kang and attack him with all they've got. Sadly, Kang isn't a joke like them, so he brings down every single enemy on the battlefield, necromancer, undead, and even statues alike. When he's done taking down the small fries, Kang activates the Blessing of the Stars and uses its divine powers to free the undead monsters from the necromancer's control. The necromancers soon realize that they're cooked since they can't control their monsters anymore. To avoid getting crushed by their monsters, they ignore Kang and focus on controlling the minds of their monsters again. Unfortunately for them, it's already too late as the biggest monster in the third base turns on its masters and finishes them off like a hot knife through butter. Moments later, Kedrick Julius sees what's happening to his third base and figures out the perpetrator's identity to be unknown. Earlier, Julius created 4 bases to keep his army in check, but now that Kang's already destroyed the third base, all he needs to do to destabilize the army is destroy their first base and sever their connection to Julius himself. To do this, Kang, aka Unknown, takes the fight to Julius, letting him know that he's the one destroying his army all by himself. With the combat-type statue, the Moai statue, chasing after him, Kang runs as fast as he can toward first base so the statue can do the hard work for him. The necromancers of the first base could already see Kang coming at them, but before they could do anything to stop him, Kang shows up behind them and holds them in place so the statue can deal with them accordingly. Once the statue shows up, it leaps high into the sky and stomps its feet on the first base, crushing them all in one fell swoop. The henchman behind Julius reports the state of things about the first and third base to their master, so Julius can tell them what to do. Julius, after taking note of his failure, loses his shit and asks Kang, out of agony, why he keeps ruining their plans. Before he gets a response, Julius activates his top spell, Guardians of the Pyramid, and uses a vast amount of his mana reserve to keep the spell up. Despite getting warned by his henchmen about the mana-draining effect of the spell, Julius continues with the spell and promises to do everything in his power to kill Unknown and get this over with. With that said, Julius orders his guardian mummies to rise from the underworld and fight their new enemy, Kang. After summoning his guardians, the henchman beside him asks his master out of concern if he's feeling okay. Julius tells him he thinks he overdid things a little bit as he's lost all feeling in his limbs. Moving on, he tells the dumbass henchman to come closer and the guy does so. Once he's close enough, Julius touches him and starts absorbing the poor guy's life force till there's nothing left of the guy at all. As the guy tries to get out of Julius's grasp, Julius just urges him to stay still so his suffering can end quickly. Having seen what Julius, a so-called master, absorbs the life force of his ally, Kang realizes that Julius is way worse than a piece of shit. Right after replenishing himself with his henchman's mana, Julius gets back on his feet, apologizes for keeping Kang waiting, and tells him to prepare for round 2. Soon, Julius displays the strength of his steel mummies to intimidate Kang. Following their horrifying shrieks, Julius cackles and asks Kang to tell him what he thinks of his powerful army. With no answer, Julius tells Kang that his mummy soldiers can control their strong as steel bandages freely without any hassle, and currently, they're the strongest undead armed with not only solid defense, but also an incredible offense as well. If he didn't meet Kang then, Julius planned on using them on the third-floor boss. Now he's perfectly okay using up his trump card just to kill Unknown. After his yap session, Julius cackles in madness and hopes Kang dies. With that said, round 2 begins with Melina and her partner spectating the fight. Turns out they've been there from the very beginning and thought the masked guy was a little bolder than they had imagined, seeing as Julius has never been this stressed in a fight before. Anyways, Four Eyes starts his one-sided analysis of the whole fight, praising Kang for taking down the bases earlier before calling him stupid for not ditching the battlefield afterward. According to Four Eyes, Kang miscalculated Julius's strength after seeing the frail skeletons and death knights and thought this was a fight he could win. If anything, Four Eyes thinks Julius's unique ability is a lot trickier than what Kang is seeing. As such, Four Eyes insinuates that they have no reason to get involved in the fight and help Julius since the outcome of the match is pretty obvious. Melina gets irritated by her partner's cocky behavior, but soon ignores him when something else catches her attention. Turns out Kang is already exceeding both their expectations, seeing as he leaps into the air and prepares himself for a large-scale attack. Seconds before carrying out his operation, Kang recalls a moment in his past from back when the Tower of Trials was still a game. On that fateful day, Kang met a master of the sword arts and became his apprentice for a little while. One time, the master praises Kang's dagger, but then lets him know that he puts too much energy into his swings, and this makes his power dispersed. To show him the right way, the master picks up a rope and tells apprentice Kang that true masters of the sword can produce twice the amount of power with the same energy Kang infuses into his dagger. While demonstrating the technique, the master tells Kang to ensure his attacks are gentle at their core, but snap out powerfully at the right moment. After the demonstration, the master advises Kang to try applying the technique to his soul-chasing sword. Since he's in a scenario similar to the one back then, Kang revives a part of the soul-chasing sword dance skill and uses the same rope technique on his dagger to finish Julius's guardian mummies. With every slice, Kang's understanding of the skill increases rapidly, and in time, Kang, aka Unknown, creates a magical whirlwind so strong that it pulls in everything around it, including Julius himself. After pulling in enough specimens into his whirlwind, Kang activates the soul-chasing annihilation skill and destroys every living thing within a 1-kilometer radius. To avoid getting vaporized, Julius quickly activates the double shield and protects himself with every last bit of mana he has left. While receiving damage, Julius wonders how someone like Unknown became so powerful when it's been just less than a year since the game has become a reality. Unfortunately for him, it's already too late to be seeking answers now as his defense fails him shortly, and he's sent plummeting down on all fours. Once the attack is over and Julius is out of mana, he's seen shivering and crawling like a pathetic old dog, trying to escape as he's just realized that he's entered a losing battle. Before giving up on himself, Julius screams at the top of his voice and orders his people around to stop Unknown and protect him. Sadly, before anybody could move a muscle, Unknown appears behind Julius's ass, resisting all his Diddy instinct, and talks down on him for acting like his disciple Alex, who was a coward right before he died. Moving on, Unknown says people like Julius start all cocky, but then soon start trying to run away once they notice they're in a losing fight. Before finishing Julius off, Unknown asks to know if Alex learned this cowardly tactic from him. Upon hearing this, a trembling Julius pieces 2 and 2 together before finally figuring out the truth. Unknown is, and always has been, Kang Jin-hyuk. By this time, Kang doesn't even try to hide that truth from Julius, since he knows those are Julius's last moments alive. As he prepares his sizzling fire spell to bathe the old man, Kang, or Unknown, tells Julius to say hi to Alex for him when he gets to hell. When all's been said and done, Kang bathes Julius in fire and watches his soul burn out of his crumbly, pathetic body. Shortly after destroying Julius, the other necromancers lose total control of the monsters they had summoned earlier. As the pesky fools watch their monsters turn on them, most of them wonder what has become of their master, Kedrick Julius. Little did they know that bro was already sizzling hot and ready to join his dudes in hell. Too bad for them as they soon get crushed and turned into red paste by their monsters. A few moments later, Kang, or Unknown, leaves the battlefield and continues his journey to the final boss's room. On his way there, he complains about the pain he feels in his joints after trying to pull the annihilation technique at that level. To keep himself and his mana in check for the next battle, Kang purchases 4 mid-grade mana supplements and uses them all to replenish his MP. While he's at it, Kang reminds himself to tough the next few fights out so it'll all be worth it in the end. Before he gets far, Kang finds a shield lying on the ground and recalls how he used to play with shields a lot back in the day. As he moves forward, he picks up the shield, feeling nostalgic, and arms himself with it. Just mere seconds later, Kang stares up at his new visitors, the 4 great king guardians of the temple, and welcomes them all to the fight of their lives. Without uttering a single word, the 4 guardian kings immediately start attacking Unknown as if he owes them money or something. In response, Kang deflects most of their attacks with his shield and enjoys every single moment of quiet the guardians are giving him during the fight. Once it's time for him to counter, Kang wastes no time showing those 4 Big Daddy statues what he's made of. He slices them up with his enchanted dagger and hurries them to cough up the key he needs to enter the inner sanctum, where the real boss is hiding. With that said, Kang gives them a minute to consider his offer. When he gets no reply, he continues smashing and dicing them up into sizable rock chunks. At one point in the battle, Kang, while deflecting an attack, notices the change in the attack pattern of the 4 guardians and wonders what could be going on. Just then, one of the guardians takes out a shimmering green key-like item called the Pagoda of Enlightenment and jabs it into its chest. Seconds later, the key to the inner sanctum starts reacting, and this keeps Unknown, aka Masked Kang, on his toes as he's unsure of what to expect. Soon after, he gets a notification that the being beyond the gate is responding to a summons, and this being manifests as a bright yellow cob on the guardian that summoned it. Kang is impressed by the guts the guardian has, calling it spirited and bold, as he watches the yellow cob from earlier reach its final form as a Buddha-like eternal being. Kang calls this final form the big brother of the guardian that summoned it, and as for the name of the being, it's a mouthful, folks. Put simply, this golden Buddha statue calls itself the Bodhisattva of 1,000 arms and eyes, or better still, Avalokiteshvara. For the sake of our sanity, we'll call this monster Avalo for short. Being his first summons in a long time, Avalo takes a moment to feel the fresh air breezing through his 1,000 arms. Thereafter, he tells Unknown that he never expected any intruders to be an actual threat to the key of the stone pagoda. Kang, on the other hand, urges his new visitor not to be too impressed over a small feat as he's still going to take out the 3rd floor's boss too. Hearing this bold statement coming from a human, Avalo scoffs and calls Kang a very daring human with guts and balls of steel. Kang knows the statue thinks he's joking, so he avoids too much talk and tells the big monster to begin the fight quickly as he's exhausted. Surprised, Avalo tells Unknown to take a chill pill and instead, answer a few questions from him so they can get to know each other first. Kang, who's already armed and prepared for a fight, tells Avalo that he's not really into chatting with statues at all, so he can forget about asking questions. At this point, Avalo gets enraged and calls Unknown, or Kang, a very young and foolish person who hasn't realized yet that every moment is a gift. Eventually, he decides to teach Unknown a lesson and promises Unknown that he will miss this moment when he finally dies out. Kang ignores all the useless remarks and keeps his wits about him. At the same time, Avalo clenches his weapons in preparation for the fight. After the long pause, Avalo summons green orbs and attacks Kang with them. Kang remains uptight and deflects the orbs coming at him with the shield, quivering with every passing second. Just as Kang expected, Avalo is incredibly powerful because just by deflecting his blow, Kang's body felt like the bones in his body were going to shatter. Now that he's in the thick of it, Kang, or Unknown, knows he has to keep at it so he can get the reward in the end. If he plays his cards right, then he'll be lucky to have just one shot at defeating Avalo. After the first attack, Avalo praises Kang for reacting to his orbs at the speed of sound. Knowing fully well that his opponent Kang is a strong person, Avalo smiles with excitement as things become even more interesting. For round 2, Avalo lunges at Kang to take him down. In retaliation, Kang quickly activates the ice sculpture to block Avalo's attacks and manages to pull this off just in time before he becomes red mush. After watching his second attack fail because of Kang's cheap tricks, Avalo pauses the fight and accuses Kang of using dirty tricks of the West. Following his accusation, Avalo yanks Kang's shield from his hand and calls him foolish a second time as the petty tricks he's used shouldn't work a second time. Just then, Avalo notices something piercing through one of his hands and checks it out to find Kang's dagger infused with some red magical aura. He gets enraged, calling Kang a bastard, as he suddenly realizes the shield was all a ruse to get him distracted enough so Kang could pierce his arm with the dagger. Unable to understand why Kang would resort to such cheap tactics, Avalo asks Kang to explain what he's done as poison doesn't work on a being like him. Kang takes his time and explains something called blood demon spirit. Once wounded, the victim would continue enduring damage over a period. Upon hearing this, Avalo rips the affected hand out of his body and lets Kang know that it doesn't matter as he won't fall for his little stunts anymore. After throwing the arm in front of Kang, Avalo asks to know what Kang plans to do now. Kang tells him that he knows taking one arm isn't enough to kill him, and he also knows that he can't use the same strategy twice. However, Kang says he's now gotten exactly what he wanted. With that said, Kang rips out a jewel from the severed arm and stares at it. Avalo remains confused as he tries to figure out if Kang's been aiming for the hand with the jewel from the start. Kang continues to tell Avalo that he only has himself to blame for thinking his arm is insignificant. While he's at it, Kang fuses the spellbook of the Pelteros Princedom with Avalokiteshvara's jewel to create the Golden Dawn's Lemegeton. Now this new book, written by King Solomon, is a relic that contains the essence of 72 demons and enables the user to demonstrate their magical powers to their maximum limit. The max cap is limited since Kang's demonic potential hasn't fully manifested. Soon after that, he activates the Eye of Gluttony and checks out Avalo's information. Well, turns out Avalo's level, age, and gender are all inconclusive as well as his other stats. One thing Kang could make out from his information panel is that his unique ability is Mandala. As for his other skills, Kang's level is way too low to see them. To copy Mandala, Kang realizes he needs to insult him by using ice magic to create a giant, beautiful sculpture, since Avalo abhors Western magic. To properly meet those conditions, however, the system informs Kang that he needs to wear proper attire and dance to suitable music. After seeing the second condition, Kang does a double take on the conditions and discovers he read them right the first time. At that point, Kang realizes that the system is just getting crazier by the minute. Since he needs this power urgently, Kang opts into the needful. Avalo looks at the dude, confused, and asks him to explain what he thinks he's doing all of a sudden. Kang tells him he can't give up now as this is the only place below the 25th floor where he can get Mandala. Avalo ends up getting even more confused as he challenges the bastard and demands he explain what he's playing at. Kang brings the gramophone from earlier and puts on a wig before pleading with Avalo not to ask him any questions, mostly because he hates what he's about to do. Instead of keeping quiet and observing, Avalo rages and calls out Kang for daring to play games before him. Before letting Kang finish his dance ritual, Avalo activates his unique ability, Mandala, arms most of his hands with various weapons, and promises to give Kang a taste of pain equal to 1,000,000 life cycles. When all's been said and done, Avalo charges at Kang and attacks him consecutively. To protect himself from Avalo's attacks, Kang activates and erects a glacial sculpture that effectively blocks most of Avalo's attacks. Amidst the fight, Kang tells Avalo a thing or two about his more powerful version of ice sculpture and asks if he finds it impressive or not. Avalo gets even more disrespected as he increases the tempo of his attacks just to get to Kang. In the meantime, Melina and her partner Four Eyes are seen nearby spectating Kang's second fight with Avalo. So far, they can't believe the lengths Kang went through to brawl things out with Avalokiteshvara. Putting on music and using very impressive ice magic against such a powerful creature makes no sense to the average mind. On top of that, the random wig? Melina calls the wig a disposable wig from the coin market and wonders if it's some sort of hidden relic. As she broods on the whole matter, Four Eyes, who's been silent the entire time, gets up and starts his half-assed analysis again. This time he acknowledges Kang's strength and realizes he never thought Unknown would kill Kedrick and then take on Avalokiteshvara. As an overwhelmingly powerful being whom most players would try to fight only after clearing the 10th floor, Avalo does deserve to be called the second boss of the 3rd floor. However, the man facing him right now already surpassed human limits a long time ago, so he's good to go. Just then, Melina asks Four Eyes if he thinks they would win if they go after Unknown. Four Eyes says it'll be very tough for them to win. Upon hearing his response, Melina turns her back and urges her partner, who she calls Li Chao, to give up on challenging Unknown since they can't do this on their own. Even if they were to fight them, they'd need help from the other executives at the association. Li Chao, or Four Eyes, refuses to give up just yet as it would compromise their positions at the association. Pissed, Melina turns and asks him if he's willing to die just to save his position. Four Eyes ignores her question and instead brings out a dark coin before telling Melina that it's time to use its powers. Seeing the darkness being emitted from the coin, Melina smiles and remains convinced. Back on the battlefield, Kang gets distracted when he notices some dark energy oozing from behind him. He takes his eyes off Avalo and recognizes the two doofuses from the demonic ones, sent to kill him after Kedrick fails. Around that time, Avalo uses the slip in Kang's concentration to land an attack on him. Right after that, he asks Kang why he's so distracted, and Kang apologizes for losing focus, all while activating the element of fire. After lying to Avalo that he was fixing his hair, Kang, or Unknown, opens his ice book and activates a glacial sculpture, which he uses to block and deflect the rest of Avalo's attacks. Over the next few minutes, the battle gets intense on both sides as they match each other in strength and prowess. When Avalo reaches an impasse in the battle, he activates Heaven's Trap, which is a giant bright green dome that covers the entire battlefield to trap both Kang and Avalo inside it. Having realized the cheap tricks Avalo wishes to use, Kang remains unfazed and stands his ground against the giant. Although now he can barely block Avalo's attacks and he knows that. Knowing this, Avalo asks Kang why his confidence has dropped since the beginning. Before he gets his answer, Avalo shoots several plasma beams at random places within his dome, making sure that once the dome deflects them, they all come back to attack Kang. As the attack reaches its maturity, Avalo calls it Between Heaven and Earth. Again, Kang activates Glacial Sculpture, but this time, he encapsulates himself inside the sculpture to keep himself safe from all his attacks. Shortly after releasing the Heaven and Earth technique, Avalo exits the dome, carries it, and waits to see what happens to Kang inside it. As Kang deflects the attacks, Avalo lets him know that resistance is futile, as it'll only prolong his misery. As if that wasn't enough, Avalokiteshvara still activates his Infinity Spear just to make sure Kang has no chance of winning. Kang screams out the monster's full name as he sustains heavy damage from Avalo's Infinity Spear attack. After smashing Kang's Glacial Sculpture a second time, Avalo chuckles and asks Kang if he's forgotten that his tricks won't work on him twice. Kang responds, telling Avalo that his tricks worked pretty well. With that said, he leaps into the air and activates a special glacial prison, meant for trapping big monsters like Avalo inside a big chunk of ice. Once Avalo, who's none the wiser, gets trapped inside the Western magic he hates so much, Kang taunts him by letting him know just how sad it is that he hates ice magic. As someone who's reached enlightenment through intense training, Avalo shouldn't be so prejudiced against such beautiful magic spells. Soon after imprisoning Avalo, Kang erects a giant hilarious FU hand sign made completely out of ice to taunt the bastard in prison into attacking him. He then tells Avalo that there's nothing like shock therapy to resolve his obsession with hating ice magic. Avalo somehow recognizes the hand sign and starts threatening to throw Kang into hell to suffer for all eternity. Not just that, Bro continues throwing as many curses and threats as his puny brain could possibly think of. Having met the conditions to copy his unique skill, Kang wastes no time copying Mandala and saving it to his memory book. For some context, Mandala is a unique ability that can be used by players who have learned the teachings of Buddha. With this skill, special powers can be added to a weapon, and meditation can be used to predict the direction of their opponent's attacks to an extent. Once the skill is saved, Kang urges Avalo not to waste his energy on anything as he's already cooked. Now that he's copied the skill, Kang yeets the wig from his head and starts activating Mandala. Avalo notices the hand signs and sigils behind Kang and is flabbergasted over how Kang can use a unique ability that he spent an eternity creating, just like that. In response, Kang promises to use the technique well as he tells Avalo to get lost. To finish him off, Kang levitates the giant FU hand sign he made from ice earlier and throws it at Avalo, who's still trapped in the glacial prison. Unable to do a single thing, Avalo watches Kang pierce through his skin and blast him to smithereens using his technique. Following his triumphant victory over Avalo, Kang levels up twice and searches through Avalo's remains for the stone pagoda key. Soon he finds the shimmering green key and keeps it. For context, the key is an item that can be used to summon the boss of the current stage, regardless of the player's progress. Unfortunately, it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Shortly after finding the key, Kang, still in his mask, complains about how hard it was for him to take down Avalokiteshvara even before the game became reality. As he walks away from the battlefield, victorious, Kang figures he's overexerted himself during his battles with Kedrick and Avalokiteshvara, so for now, he needs a good meal and some rest. Before getting to that, he checks his stats and invests all his available stat points into his magic, so he does so right away and increases his magic stats from 71 to 77. At that moment, Kang remembers one annoying little thing he still has to take care of before he gets his rest. Before fixing himself a meal, he gets right to it. For some time now, the environment of the Tower of Trials has been quite different from that of the real world. At night, the temperature drops so rapidly that monsters become much stronger and more violent in their attacks. Due to this weird phenomenon, most players yeet themselves out of the tower right before it gets dark. The ones that don't make it out stop hunting and find a place to stay the night. Kang is one of the latter as he couldn't make it out in time. To avoid starving to death, he sets up a large campfire and cooks himself a big dinner from the giant shrimps he caught a few moments back. Once his food is done, Kang takes one of the fattest and most juicy shrimp rumps he could find in the pot and digs in. As he enjoys his food, Kang hears a branch snap in the bush facing him. Just then, 2 silhouettes appear in front of him, with one of them complimenting the smell of the amazing food. When the duo gets into the light, they reveal themselves to be Melina and Li Chao, or Four Eyes. To keep things from getting awkward, Melina speaks, with a smile on her face, and asks if Kang would let them spend the night by his campfire till sunrise. For a moment, Kang remains silent to chew his food. Then, he accepts their request and ushers them to sit down so they can avoid the cold. Almost immediately, Melina and Li Chao have their seats before introducing their real names to masked Kang. Kang makes a few comments about their day and Melina keeps up the chit-chat. Moving on, masked Kang offers to share some of his delicious food with them, but Li Chao refuses to collect anything from him, stating that they can't accept anything from a stranger who wears a mask. Understandably, Kang asks if the mask is bothering them, and Li Chao says it's normal for it to bother them. Besides, his wearing a mask must mean he's trying to hide something. Kang gives Four Eyes' last sentence a thought before finally asking if they'll like him to take it off. When they say yes, Kang proposes they all play a little game first. The duo asks him what kind of games he'd like to play, and Kang they should take turns asking and answering questions. If the duo answers all of Kang's questions, then he will take his mask off right away. Li Chao, who thinks Kang has no way of telling if they're telling the truth, decides to go through with the game since they have nothing to lose. He then nods to Melina, signaling her to get ready for whatever questions Kang might have for them. Once all three are in for the game, Melina pulls out the coin oozing dark magic earlier, and does a coin flip to decide who goes first. Melina chooses head for her side and Kang chooses tails. After doing the coin toss, Melina's side wins so they get to go first. Kang already knows she infused a little magic inside the coin to win, but he forgoes that and lets them play the game. As it turns out, that coin, also called the Coin of Caligula, can be activated by pouring magic into it for 5 minutes after determining the subject. Once that's done, the caster can briefly use mind control on the subject. For the first question, Melina asks him to tell them if he's there with anybody else, and Kang tells her he came alone. Now for his first question, Kang asks them to tell him why they were just watching him battle back when they happened to be going after the boss. Melina lied, telling him that they were being careful and watching for the right time to enter the temple since it was a pretty tumultuous place to be in. Coming over to Melina's second question, Melina asks Kang to tell them why he's ascending the Tower of Trials. Is it for money, fame, or is there some sick, twisted reason for him doing so? Kang answers their question by asking if they're in a position to give him what he wants. Melina chuckles, assuring him that they'll try their best, as long as they're on the same page. With that said, Kang moves on to ask the third question. If they can answer it, then he'll remove his mask as promised. Tired of all that chit-chat, Melina hurries him to ask the last question. For the last one, Kang asks the idiotic duo to tell him if the Association of the Demonic Ones truly thinks both of them can take him on alone. At this point, Melina smirks and tells her partner she knows Kang already figured them out from the beginning. Moving on, she also lets Kang know that they've seen what he did to Avalokiteshvara and are still amazed by how he was able to do it alone. Despite that, they are sure he's overexerted himself and is severely weakened, making him an easy target for them. For the next few seconds, Melina yaps on about how easy it'll be to defeat Kang using just the Coin of Caligula. Once she's done yapping, she points the coin at Kang and waits for some plasma beam to just show up and destroy Kang. Sadly, nothing happens and Melina's confused. After trying a few more times, she gets restive and her partner, Li Chao, urges her to hurry up. At one point, Melina asks if the coin is broken, but Kang answers and tells her, while holding a bowl of giant shrimp and some other food items, that the Coin of Caligula is just fine, but then he's only prevented her from infusing magic into it. Melina and Li Chao stare at masked Kang, confused, not knowing that the 3-question game they played with Kang earlier already helped him activate Anubis's judgment, which reduced their stats by 50% and locked their unique abilities and skills for a minute. Having realized that they've been made, Li Chao barks at his partner and hurries her to switch to Plan B and use her skill. Sadly, Melina couldn't even use her skills at all. As he watches both of them struggle to understand what the hell is going on, Kang places the bowl of food on a flat rocky surface and tells them that they're a hot mess. Just then, he gets a notification informing him that the spirits of the shrine are pleased with his offering. Soon, masked Kang is given the option to select the target that will execute Anubis's judgment. He pauses for a while before choosing the totem, Great General of the World, and its other side, Great General of the Underworld, to carry out the judgment for him. When it's all revealed, Melina gets scared to her knees as she's never seen or heard of anything like this before. While both guardians loom over Kang's enemies, Li Chao figures it all out. Turns out the food he put in a bowl earlier was used as a sacrifice to the shrine just to wake the totems up. Right after doing the needful, Kang relaxes his body and warns both Li Chao and Melina not to move since they won't be able to escape anyway. Just then, the Underworld General activates his skill, Access Denied, and surrounds the enemy with a ring of talismans. Li Chao ignores Kang's warning and leaps out of the entrapment to kill Kang, hoping those things will disappear. Before he even gets to move a muscle, the General of the World activates Exemplary Punishment and squashes Li Chao as punishment for moving. Li Chao feels the weight of 1,000 men's ass all sitting at the same time on his back. After its first strike, The great general of the world continues slamming and smashing Li Chao further into the ground, till he almost loses all feeling in his lower torso. After seeing the horrible shit that just happened to her partner, she gnashes her teeth and starts regretting not running away earlier. Seconds later, Kang tells the totem of the world to stop pounding Li Chao into the ground so he can talk to his partner, Melina. Now that he's established who's in charge, Kang calls Melina in for a chat, after which he activates the Eye of Gluttony to check her stats. This time, his luck stats fail him, and Kang is unable to check her stats due to the difference in their levels. Eventually, Kang settles for studying Melina's body language to decide whether or not she's telling the truth. So, he lets her know that he's going to ask her some questions, and that he needs her honest responses to those questions. When Melina tells him to fire away, Kang tells her he knows about her association since he hears about them often. However, he still doesn't understand their motives. If nobody reaches the tower top, all of humanity will perish, including them. So why would they interfere with other players attempting to ascend the tower? Melina's just about to answer the question when a very weak Li Chao screams out from where he is to stop her from telling Kang anything. With only about half his body left, Li Chao tells Melina to shut her mouth as she can't tell him their true motives. As the doofus continues screaming at his partner, Kang allows the totem of the world to squash whatever's left of him to death. Melina screams in horror as she watches her partner get turned into a puddle of red liquid. After finishing Li Chao off, Kang praises him for remaining loyal to the end, but then turns to Melina and warns her that there's a time and place for that. Once he's got her attention, Kang lets her know that he's made it a habit of his to kill anyone who tries to kill him. However, if she has any information that can prove useful to him, then he will let her go. Melina turns with her eyes wide open and asks him again to make sure he isn't lying. Kang, while dangling his dagger in front of her, assures her that he's a lover of some inside information, as it's extremely valuable to him and can be important if used right. At this point, Melina's heart thumps in fear of death. Since she isn't ready for that fate yet, she starts spilling the milk. For starters, she tells him she doesn't know the real name of the person who ordered them to kill him. However, they refer to him as Lancelot, aka Black Death Mask Dude. Aside from him, there are about 11 more executives she knows nothing about, as she's nothing but a mere assassin. After hearing her speak, Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony and finds out she's telling the truth. Following that, Kang tells her to keep going, and Melina says that the executives told them that if they collected all 12 cursed relics in the tower, then they would survive even if humanity perished. Not only that, but they also promised them a great reward once the mission is completed. After saying all that, Melina says she knows nothing else. Kang uses his eye again and realizes she's telling the truth. After his interrogation, Kang analyzes the information Melina gave him. Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. What could they be after? Just then, it all makes sense to Kang as he finally figures out their endgame. Turns out these 12 useless assholes leading the association are trying to summon a demon king. Why would they need one though? And also, what do they mean by surviving even after humanity has perished? As more unanswerable questions pop up in Kang's mind, he stops thinking and decides to figure out their answers later. As for Melina, he thanked her for sharing the information as it helped him. Melina then asks if she can go, and Kang says no. This response sends chills down her spine and she starts yapping. When he gets tired, Kang gets up and tells her not to worry, as he isn't going to kill her. Before he lets her go, however, he needs to seal their contract first. Melina gets confused and asks Kang to elaborate. Just then, Kang activates the brand of obedience and tells Melina that the contract states that she has to listen to him from now on, without question. Melina gets scared about his condition, but then she gives things a little thought and decides that this is 100 times much better than dying like a fish, as long as she can continue living. With that said, Melina gets branded by Kang and listens to her flesh sizzle from the heat. After branding her, Kang posts a notice on his channel, informing his viewers that he won't be streaming the third floor boss raid. Instead, he'll just upload an edited video later for those who want to watch. Soon after, the comments pour in, with most of them calling him lame for being so bossy. Kang ignores them and makes a few comments before commencing phase 2 of his third floor boss raid. When he gets to the temple, Kang takes out the stone pagoda key and inserts it into an invisible keyhole. Soon the key reacts and opens a large gate to summon the master of the third floor. After a few more dramatic scenes, the master of the third floor and his battalion of over 100,000 statue soldiers answer Kang's summons. In his first few minutes there, the third floor boss yawns and demands to know the person disturbing his rest. Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony, canceling out the level difference with his luck stats and checking out the boss's information. From the information given, the boss's name is Muhan, with an age and gender unknown. One interesting thing Kang notes is that the boss's level is over 100, and aside from his impressive stats, his unique ability, Heartless Army, is one to die for. Kang checks out the copy conditions for the unique ability, and soon finds out he can't copy it due to the level difference. Soon after, Muhan tells Kang that many humans have attempted to defeat his army, but he's the only one who's ever summoned him with the stone key. Moving on, Muhan asks Kang for the army he plans to use to confront his 100,000 statues. Moments later, Kang summons the first chessboard and slams it on the ground to activate it. Once fully maximized, Kang summons 2,851 magical chess pieces. Having seen what Kang can do with his cute little pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, Muhan praises his idea for being a novel one, as those pieces can pass off as a good army. However, he asks Kang what he plans on doing with those tiny little things, and Kang lets him know that he's not done yet. Before long, Kang takes out the same number of enlargement pills from his inventory and uses them all on the chess pieces. This, in turn, transforms each chess piece into fully functional soldiers and warriors to be used in actual battle. Muhan, while sipping his tea, admits that Kang is special and different from the other humans who have come there so far. Once all his chess pieces have been enlarged, Kang gets his legion of 2,851 enlarged chess pieces. Outside the tower, 3 of Kang's servants, Min Jongwoo, Li Yuri, and even Park Hana, are seen carving some black material into chess pieces. Judging by the condition of their bodies, they've been at it for a long time. At one point, Min gets tired and asks his partner, Yuri, how many more they have to make as his joints are killing him. Yuri, who's also tired, tells the old man that she'd like to know that too, because just telling them to continue making the pieces infinitely makes no sense at all. As the duo whines, Hana tells them to stop and just continue making the pieces like their master ordered. Following that, she activates magic infusion and fills the pieces with magic before reminding the other two that Kang said to make a minimum of 2,000. Should they decide to quit and get on Kang's bad side, then they might as well kiss their lives goodbye. After all, things are not so bad for them since they get to keep living as long as they stay on Kang Jin-hyuk's good side. As for Kang, or Unknown, he taunts Muhan by calling him a pretentious loser who's full of shit, right before rejecting his acknowledgement. Enraged by his statement, Muhan asks Kang to repeat what he just said, and Kang lets him know that he's just full of shit, thinking he's one big deal after beating a few weaklings. That's probably the reason why he's still stuck as the boss of the 3rd floor, since he doesn't have the skills to go any higher. So, the boss monsters of the tower are also gatekeepers of their floors, and are given abilities to push their influence over the floor they guard. Just like the other players, boss monsters can also expand their influence by ascending the tower if they're powerful enough. Upon hearing Kang's lazy attempt to rile him up, Muhan laughs, calling Kang cheeky, and asking if he thinks he's not moved to the 4th floor simply because he lacks power. When Kang says he's stuck on the 3rd floor, Muhan tells him he's seen through his plan to rile him up, so it's not going to work, as he can say whatever he wants. On the other hand, he promises to show Kang that he can't defeat the difference between military strength and superior tactics. After all that yapping, Muhan calls his 1st battalion of 1,000 soldiers forward and commands them to advance toward the enemy. Kang sees the army count to be 1,000 and figures Muhan must want to test how well he'll respond to his attacks. To show Muhan what he's made of, Kang activates the ability of the first chessboard and increases the attack and defense stats of all the chess pieces by 30%. Once that's done, Kang commands his pawns on each end to advance 3 spaces forward. As for the rest of the pieces in row 1, he tells them to prepare their defense and the pawns activate steel endurance. With his formation now set, Kang tells his soldiers to keep it up as Muhan's 1,000 soldiers charge at them. Seconds later, the soldiers clash and chaos ensues as Muhan's soldiers desperately try to push Kang's pawns back. Kang tells his soldiers to hold out until the end. Once Muhan's battalion is fully deep in their trap, Kang tells his rooks to fire their arrows at the enemy, and they all activate arrow barrage right before firing every arrow they've got at the enemy. Following the arrow attacks, Kang makes his bishops activate flame strikes, which they use to burn up all the soldiers in the 1,000-man-strong battalion. After the first wave, Muhan is impressed at Kang for taking out his first battalion at record speed. Just then, he calls battalions 2 and 3 forward and commands them all to advance toward Kang and his pesky soldiers. Almost immediately, his 2nd and 3rd battalions charge toward Kang's army. Before they get to him, however, Kang orders about 100 of his knights to take a detour through the side and activate the wedge formation. Once the formation is activated, Kang and the rest of his army get their damage upon impact stats increased by 200%. With that, Kang leads the formation and charges toward the approaching enemy, intending to break through their ranks all in one go. When they finally clash with the opposing side, Kang and his knights smash a few of Muhan's soldiers to pieces. By this time, Muhan starts understanding how skilled Kang is at commanding his forces. Not only does he switch seamlessly between offense and defense, but he also times his commands perfectly. What Muhan just couldn't understand was why Kang would leave a tempting gap in the middle of his formation, like a poison apple dangling before him. To be sure of his suspicions, Muhan activates weakness detection to figure out Kang's weaknesses. From the results, he realizes that if the crown is destroyed, then all chess pieces will cease to move. However, only the king or queen can wear the crown, and also, if the piece not wearing the crown engages in battle, then their stats will increase by 100%. Muhan realizes that if he can destroy the crown, then he can take Kang down. Just then, he spots something beyond the gap and suddenly realizes why Kang left it open all along. As it turns out, Kang made Alice the vampire wear the crown as his queen and placed her beyond the gap, leaving her exposed to dare Muhan to try and attack her. Muhan happily takes his chances and commands his scouts to go forward. Kang notices the scouts advancing towards Alice and figures there are about 3,000 soldiers, including the ones a few meters away. Despite that, Kang already anticipated that move from Muhan, so he chooses to ignore them and advance towards the enemy's weakened defenses. For now, he knows that Muhan intentionally created a trap by making an opening in his main army to draw him in so that he can attack the crown at the same time. With that said, Kang lets his base soldiers take care of the foot soldiers coming at them. To do this, the bishop lights the soldiers ablaze and gets on with handling the giants. As for the giants, they make sure to give Kang's foot army a tough time as the battle ensues for several minutes. In the meantime, Alice just stands there with the crown on her head, enjoying the chaos as Muhan's scouts surround her. Knowing fully well that victory is within his grasp, Muhan smiles and tells Kang that it's already over as his men have surrounded Alice. Thinking he's already won, Muhan gloats and tries to make Kang feel better for making it that far. Kang, however, says he already knows about the trap, so he shouldn't feel too full of himself. Confused, Muhan wonders why Kang would willingly get into his trap. With victory within his grasp, the fool underestimates Alice and moves on to attack her nonetheless since Kang's already in his trap. Following that, he summons the giant statues of Uchusma and David to take care of Kang, while he sits comfortably and watches the whole thing play out. Just then, both statues, David and Uchusma, complain about the weakling they see in front of them, Kang, without having an idea what he's capable of. Muhan, however, stares at the young human, confused as he wonders how Kang can smile in such a situation he's in. You see, moments before Kang got deep into Muhan's territory, he had a conversation with Alice, who was worried sick about Kang as she knows Muhan isn't the protector of the third floor for no reason. Kang got in her feelings and teased her about Muhan being stronger than her. This, of course, gets Alice pissed off, so she corrects him never to compare her, a noblewoman, to a knucklehead ever again. Before leaving her, Kang asks to make sure she could handle Muhan's scouts. When she assures him that she can handle them, Kang heads out. Now that she's surrounded, Alice keeps her calm and lets the doofuses get close enough. Once they do, she activates over 1,000 blood spears and unleashes them all on the pests, while cursing at them. The effect of her skill causes severe damage to most of Muhan's army. To finish them off, she activates Blood Explosion and blasts them all to smithereens. With those pests out of the way, Alice returns and takes another breath of fresh air. After seeing the scrawny little girl take out all his scouts, Muhan freaks out and asks Kang how a little kid has that kind of power. Just then, Kang tells him his biggest mistake was underestimating his queen and letting him get this close to his base. Soon after, he activates Blood Demon Spirit and fuses it with one of the black leaves he got from the face tree earlier to create an item he can use to take Muhan's army down. Also, the item, which is imbued with a skill called Mental Breakdown, continuously applies decay damage so the targets can't discern between allies and enemies. With this, Kang hurts the spinning pointy thingy towards Muhan's remaining army and hurls it at them. Once it bursts out, Muhan's army gets infected by the decay virus and starts attacking each other. At the same time, Uchusma gets infected by the virus, turns against David, the pretty boy statue, and smashes his face out of jealousy. As Muhan watches his entire army and strategy crumble down to nothingness, all because of one puny human, he starts panicking. Soon, Kang calls him to order and, while galloping towards him, tells him not to back down now so he doesn't look like a coward. Moments later, he activates Glacial Sculpture and blocks the path behind Uchusma. Following that, Kang arms himself with an ice weapon and tells Muhan not to try escaping. Scared for his life, Muhan screams out to his remaining men and orders them to stop Kang. Uchusma manages to get there in time and he extends a blow to take Kang out. Before he lands it, Kang leaps into the air, allowing Uchusma to kill his men and activates Mandala mid-air. Upon gearing up, Kang taunts Muhan for always dumping his responsibilities on his subordinates and promises to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. With that said, Kang fuses Glacial Sculpture and Mandala together to create a Glacial Mandala arrow, which he aims and shoots at both Uchusma and Muhan. Uchusma tries his very best to take both arrow attacks, but only one gets to him. With no cards left to play, Muhan accepts his fate and gets hit by the mandala arrow. His screams could be heard from the explosion, which roars into the sky. Once the screaming stops, Kang gets notified that the third-floor boss, Muhan, has fallen. At the same time, Alice sees the bright yellow mandala light and smiles at her partner for a job well done. With the third floor's boss defeated, the fourth floor is opened and the timer is reset. Around that time, the other players were notified that the third floor boss had been destroyed. This news brings smiles to the faces of every guild player and master in the whole of Korea, as this means that they all get to keep staying relevant. As for Kang, he stays neutral and refuses to let this W get into his head. Moreover, this is still the third floor, so he still has a long way to go. Shortly after winning the battle, Kang levels up like crazy and invests his new available stat points into his magic stat. Once that's done, he walks towards Muhan's carcass to get his reward. There, Kang's shocked by the type of reward he's given. As it turns out, monster rewards are classified by color rankings, with red being the lowest and purple being the highest. Since Kang only defeated the third floor boss, which is still below the 10th floor, he's supposed to receive a red crate with mediocre items. This time, however, Kang gets an orange crate thanks to the effect of Monopoly, which lets him get the best rewards when he hunts alone. Upon opening the crate, Kang receives so many valuable items that even he's surprised by how lucky he is. Just then, he gets another rare item, the Solar Eclipse Stone, right after absorbing the rest into his inventory. At this point, Kang might as well waltz through the fourth floor like it's nothing. He puts on a wicked smile and cackles as hard as he can, with Alice getting weirded out by his face. Eventually, she too cracks up a smile as the duo prepares to exit the tower in the meantime. Elsewhere, Guild Titans representative Patrick hosts another summit with the other representatives, Beck, Tenwei, and Maria, with Teresa observing it. After a brief silence, Patrick reminds everyone of Kang's success and asks for their comments. While Beck and Maria are pretty optimistic about things moving forward, the same can't be said for Tenwei, who appears to be mad at Kang for buying humanity some more time and sucking up all their views. Having heard what the guild representative of China's guild just said, Teresa flares up and confronts him for being mad at the person who not only stopped them from collaborating with the demonic ones, but also bought humanity 90 precious days without asking for anything in return. If anything, they're the assholes for saying shit about the only person who lent them a hand when they were in crisis. To prove her point, Teresa asks for Maria and Beek to back her up. Unfortunately for her, Bayek and Maria refuse to make any comments, and this makes her realize something about them. Shocked by their reaction to her speech, she asks to confirm if they truly feel the same way Tenwei does. With no answers provided, an utterly disappointed Teresa resigns from the summit of assholes so she can be with the real people. After hearing Teresa talk about resigning, Maria and the other idiots try to get her to change her mind, with Maria telling Teresa that she's worked hard to get her there, and Patrick telling Teresa that the summit is an invitation-only elite group of people where she can't return if she quits. Having heard everything they had to say about her quitting, Teresa moves forward with her plan and tells them she'd rather trust unknown with her life than be with them. Hours later, Kang exits the tower and takes a stroll beside the beach, tired and weary from all the fighting. As he thinks of where to go, a call from Yu Yeonhwa comes in and he picks it up. On the other end, Yeonhwa tearfully tells Kang that her grandpa hasn't woken up yet since the incident happened. Kang asks to know where she is, and Yeonhwa describes her location to him. For some context, Yu Yeonhwa is the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Yu Cheon-young, who's a leading figure in Korea's martial arts field. Now Yeonhwa is a tough, lovely, and bright young lady with fists of steel, but when Kang gets to her location, he finds her crying, which is odd to him. Without wasting time, Kang holds her shoulder and tells her to explain what happened, and Yeonhwa reminds him about the outbreak in Incheon after the Tower of Trials appeared. When Kang remembers a few things about the outbreak from the news, Yeonhwa tells him her grandpa was there when it happened. After awakening and successfully defeating the monsters, Yeonhwa says her grandpa was badly hurt and has been having trouble recovering. Recently, his condition has gotten worse, and Kang gets to see the man who was once named Korea's strongest man. After getting a good read on the man's details, Kang figures he could copy his skills by saving his life. Although he's surprised by Cheon-young's low level, Kang still keeps his mouth shut. Just then, a few people stroll in and ask Yeonhwa to explain what she's doing there with someone who's only known for fighting. As the leader reveals his face to be an A-rank healer, Heo Jinsu, he faces Kang and lets him know that his skills aren't needed there. Kang looms over the idiot and lets him know that he's only there to see if there's anything he can do for his long-term friend, Yeonhwa. At that point, Heo apologizes and says a few things before walking to Cheon-young to check on him. Firstly, Yeonhwa apologizes to Heo for calling Kang as she is frustrated, but then moves on to ask him why her grandpa isn't recovering, despite them being the experts in the field. Heo Jinsu reassures Yeonhwa that they are doing their best, as they haven't had enough time to research the illnesses caused by the Tower of Trials. After a long pause, Yeonhwa apologizes for being on edge and blames it on her frustration. Just then, Kang, who's been sensing something fishy with these healers, activates the Eye of Gluttony and reads their minds. While Yeonhwa ushers him out of the room to give the doctor space, Kang remains there and continues seething in rage after seeing what these useless bastards were thinking of. For starters, Kang finds out that Heo Jinsu has been pretending to treat Cheon-young ever since, and has been secretly usurping all the money he's receiving from Yeonhwa. As if that wasn't enough, Heo continues speaking nonsense about Cheon-young's illness before asking for more money from Yeonhwa to try experimental monostone treatments. At this point, Kang could only watch as Yeonhwa promised to go through heaven and earth just to get the money they needed. Unable to take it anymore, Kang calls out the scumbag and asks him to explain why he's ripping Yeonhwa off. On hearing him, the other two start gaslighting Kang to make him the bad person, with Heo Jinsu playing along and telling Kang that he can't insult them because they're friends. In his mind, however, Heo Jinsu starts thinking about the money he separated into 7 accounts under different names and a cryptocurrency wallet, noting that even if Kang caught them, he'd never be able to find those accounts. Kang calls him out again and asks him how much money he's stolen. At this point, Yeonhwa starts suspecting the fraudsters and watches Kang work his magic. Just then, Heo Jinsu stutters and says whatever comes to his head while thinking about the contract the guild Black Cloud has made with the tower dwellers. When Kang finds out about the last part, he's shocked to the bone. For one, he can't believe Hong Deokpyo contacted a tower dweller just like that, as tower dwellers view outsiders as threats. What could be his endgame? As Kang wonders, Cheon-young starts coughing violently. Scared of being caught, Heo makes a run for the door to escape Yeonhwa's wrath. Unfortunately for him, Yeonhwa kicks the door shut and accuses him of being guilty since he's trying to run. Moving on, she threatens to unalive him if her grandpa doesn't make it, and Kang urges her to calm down and ignore the Nimrod, as her grandpa's treatment is their first priority. Even after being caught, Heo Jinsu still tries to turn the table around by blaming Yeonhwa for attacking him in the first place when he was about to get him medicine. At this point, Kang decides to punish the fool for being absolute scum. To do that, he permits Yeonhwa to kick the asshole just once, and Yeonhwa delivers a kick so bad that it nearly shifts Jinsu's mouth. Having diagnosed the illness to be magic excess syndrome, Kang moves on to treat it using the elixir he stole from the demonic ones. After recovering from the kick, Heo recognizes the bottle Kang is holding and asks him if it's an elixir. Impressed by the fool's knowledge, Kang answers him and makes a few comments. Initially, he was saving the elixir for an emergency, but since he's Yeonhwa's friend and needs to copy the legend's skill, then he has to use it. With that, he pops open the bottle, pours the elixir on the old man, and waits for it to work its magic. A few minutes later, the purple veins bulging out of Cheon-young's skin disappears, and Yeonhwa's grandpa recovers. Yeonhwa could already tell her grandpa's back to normal as his body moved around a little and he tried to speak. Just then, Kang meets the conditions to copy any skill he wants from the legend, and he chooses to copy Pure Meditation, which is an S-rank martial arts skill that enables its user to absorb mana from the air surrounding them, all while increasing their magic recovery rate by 30%. Having seen Kang succeed where he failed, Heo Jinsu and his buddies still try to escape, thinking Kang and Yeonhwa were fully distracted. Before they get to escape, however, Kang kicks Heo's butt a second time and urges the kids to get lost while the adults talk. In a few minutes, Kang creates time to deal with the useless fraudster. After locking himself and the bastard in the store, Kang tells Heo to rest easy as he's not going to kill him. However, if he wants to go scot-free, then he must return Yeonhwa's money. Upon hearing this, Heo starts to suspect something wrong, as Kang isn't known to be that merciful. Kang, who could read his mind, asks him if he's willing to live. Jinsu nods in agreement and gets on with returning all of Yeonhwa's money. About an hour later, Yeonhwa gets a credit alert of over 36 billion won, and Heo Jinsu gets to leave the hospital alive. As the idiot races the streets to get back to the mastermind, Alice asks Kang if he's just going to let the dude go just like that. Knowing Kang, he says no, and then instructs Alice to follow the Nimrod to see who he runs off to. By then, Alice figures out Kang's plan and asks him why he let him go on purpose. Kang tells her that if they try to wring out information from the dude, they won't get much, so it's much better to follow the guy to his base. With that said, Alice gets excited and flies off Kang's back to pursue her target. As he watches her go, Kang smirks as he wonders why Alice is so excited. Eventually, he returns to Mr. Cheon-young and asks Yeonhwa to excuse him so he can check the progress of the elixir. Once Yeonhwa is gone, Kang tells the old man to stop pretending to be asleep as there's nobody in the room with them. At that point, Cheon-young wakes up fully and asks Kang how he found out he's pretending, despite having controlled his breathing initially. After hearing the legend apologize for trying to trick him, Kang butters the man up with sweet words and makes him laugh at how accurate he is in saying exactly what he's thinking. Upon seeing the old man put up a good laugh, Kang moves on to talk about his granddaughter and the length she went to just to get him to treat him. After helping the man understand that he's Yeonhwa's good friend, Kang gets more serious and tells Cheon-young that he has a question to ask him. When Cheon-young tells him to fire away, Kang asks the geezer to tell him exactly what happened on the day of the outbreak. Cheon-young, while touching the scar on his chest, tells his story. As it turns out, he was on his way to a conference when the portal opened. Back then, Cheon-young was more surprised to see such a thing appear on Earth as monsters oozed out of the portal in droves. As the chaos ensues, one of the police officers nearly gets crushed by a giant spider monster. Fortunately for him, Cheon-young came through and saved him by kicking the monster away from him. Shortly after saving the police officer, Yeonhwa's grandpa urges the officer to get everyone out of there so he can stop the creatures. Just then, Cheon-young hears the voice of a human complimenting him for being a gifted person. Soon after, the man reveals his face to Cheon-young and asks for a fight. Well, Cheon-young gives him the fight he's after, but can't seem to lay a finger on the man. After taking down countless monsters in the end, Cheon-young finds himself back where he started with the Tower Dweller. While wondering what to do to take him down, the Tower Dweller leaps past him into the air and slashes Cheon-young, without even breaking a sweat. As he ends his story, Cheon-young tells Kang that's the last thing he remembers, as he's never seen anyone be so quick with a sword before. Kang pauses to think about Cheon-young's description of the man. If Cheon-young's description is accurate, then he must have fought with the Murim forces on the 21st floor. Now those Murim guys are known to be persistent guys who would do anything to get what they wanted. Even back in the game, they were a pain to deal with. So, why would they come out of the tower into reality? What could they be plotting? Before spacing off, Kang explains the nature of the Tower Dwellers to Cheon-young and lets him know that he fought one during the outbreak. When Cheon-young gets confused, Kang tells him things might get harder now that they're in real life. Moving on, Cheon-young changes the subject and asks about Kang's relationship with Yeonhwa. Kang makes it clear to him that they're just friends, but then again, Gramps starts talking about setting a wedding date. After a few more murmurs from Kang, he changes the subject again to talk about Kang's character. As an old man with lots of experience judging people's character, Cheon-young tells Kang about the 10,000-hour rule to becoming an expert in a field. Having spent over 50 hours playing Tower of Trials in the past, it's only natural that Kang is the way he is. On the other hand, those idiots at the Association of the Awakened are severely overestimated, acting like they're experts after only a few months since the tower appeared in real life. Cheon-young tells Kang that he has the feeling of someone worn down and battered, as he can see the bitterness of someone who's experienced unimaginable hardships to become a seasoned human being. Kang remains humble and chooses not to let Cheon-young's compliments get to his head. At the same time, Cheon-young sees his humility and lets him know that his natural confidence is obvious. Moving on to the most important topic, Yeonhwa's grandpa asks Kang to name anything he wants so he can repay him for saving his life. Kang thinks about his next words very carefully as they could make or break him. After making sure Cheon-young can't go back on his words, Kang tells the legendary martial artist what he wants. Soon after, Kang exits the room with a smile on his face and finds Yeonhwa outside. Yeonhwa asks about her grandpa and Kang tells her he's doing just fine. When she gets overly grateful, Kang tells her it's no big deal as her grandpa has thanked him enough already. Inside, Cheon-young can be seen tearing up as he has to give up something he's personally attached to just to repay the man who saved his life. As for what it is, it's not shown for now. After leaving the hospital, Kang checks into a luxury penthouse hotel and takes his sweet time sightseeing the beautiful view of the city before calling for room service. Upon spending just a few seconds on the hotel phone, Kang is served a very lavish and sumptuous dinner. Without wasting a single second, Kang digs in and savors every square inch of the food, noting how insanely delicious the food is. Alice, who's been watching him eat, asks if the food is really that delicious, and Kang tells her about his mukbanger career a while back. While they discuss, the new TV show, Beyond the Tower of Trials, airs on TV and the host presents an expert from the field, Jang Eun-seok from Guild Dangun, to give comments on how to rank up quickly in the tower. After the usual his and hellos, Eun-seok urges the players to start their tower ascension journey by building their strength first. To build strength, they can either raise their skill level and general level by working hard, or use the coins from the Tower of Trials to secure better items that'll help them level up. To Eun-seok, the second option is the greatest path to becoming a ranker. As Kang finishes his hearty dinner, Alice continues watching Jang Cap on live TV. Shortly after eating, Kang retires to take a shower before going to bed. Jang continues talking on the TV as he says nobody has even entered the 4th floor yet. When asked why, Jang says it's because only the one who clears the 3rd floor is given the benefit of entering the 4th floor first. With that said, Yang explains the fourth floor to be a unique dungeon where 100 massive waves occur, and the key to clearing it is protecting your base in the field. If all players fail to protect their bases, then the fourth floor will be sealed for 20 days. If that happens, then humanity is cooked as disaster will happen in 90 days. Even Unknown won't be able to just announce that he's entering the floor. The reporter then asks him if he thinks humanity will be destroyed if 90 days pass. And Zhang tells her and everyone else watching that there's a huge possibility that the tower will destroy humanity if left untouched. At that time, Kang takes a shower, making sure to listen to the show carefully. After the show, the host escorts Jang Yoon-seok outside to his Lambo and asks if he's truly going to be free for the next month. Yoon-seok lets her know that he's free, as it'll take at least a month to prepare to enter the fourth floor. While entering the Lambo, Jang suggests they both go somewhere nice for about a month. Just then, he receives an announcement from Unknown, stating that he will attempt to clear the fourth floor in 8 hours and urges all players to prepare themselves. Almost immediately, Jang zooms his supercar at high speed and calls all the rankers to notify them of the emergency. Since Yang Yoon-seok and the other rankers haven't had time to prepare for the fourth floor, they know they're screwed. Jang gets super pissed off at Unknown for just acting weird and starting the raid out of the blue, but at this point, he has no choice. The next morning, Kang gets up 1 hour early and gets ready to head out to the fourth floor. To complete the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials, players must fight against 100 waves of zombies by either erecting thousands of combinations of defense towers in the proper positions or choosing a stronghold they can defend effectively. For players like Kang, however, who's already gotten into the fourth floor on his own, things should be much easier for them. With only 20 minutes left before other players join him on the fourth floor, Kang hurries to pick a stronghold before the other idiots come to spoil things for him. For his choice of stronghold, Kang picks Sangam World Cup Stadium and uses priority base selection rights to mark it off as his base. Following that, he scatters squishy grains all over the field and plants 5 solar seeds before using natural water to increase the plant growth speed by 20%. Once he's done preparing, Kang gets back outside to the fourth floor's starting line and finds players from most of the famous guilds all present to attempt the fourth floor. While observing the players, Kang hears his name from the crowd, so he looks down to see Lee Taemin and Yeonhwa, his 2 best buddies, waving at him. Not only that, but Teresa soon shows up behind them and says hi as well. Shocked by her presence, Taemin and Yeonhwa try to understand what she's doing there, but then Kang tells them he invited her before they came in, so they rest easy. After all the niceties, Kang apologizes for calling them on short notice, but before he gets to the main topic, Yeonhwa says she's good, and Teresa says, while blushing, that she prefers being with him anyway. Just then, 2 random players not too far away recognize Kang Jin-hyuk's group and make their comments about every single player on his team. When they see Kang leading the team, however, they immediately gain some respect for the small but mighty team with legit members. Around that time, Kang asks his peeps if they all came prepared, and although they did, Yeonhwa and Taemin still complain about how small their team is compared to the enemy's size. Kang chuckles and lets them know that he's intentionally picked the stadium as their base, just to make things more challenging. When they hear this, Yeonhwa and Taemin immediately get depressed, as they don't understand why Kang would choose a base that needs about 100 people or so to defend. More so, they aren't in a game anymore, as this is real life and they die for real if they die in the tower. Kang ignores their complaints and continues smiling at his genius. Eventually, he urges them to stop their whining and lets them know that the stadium is the best place for drive hunting. Once all the chaos stops, Teresa tells Kang that they need a minimum of 5 people to defend a base. Since they are only 4, she wants to know how Kang plans to make up for the deficit. Hearing this, Kang tells her not to worry, as the 5th person will be there with them soon. A few seconds later, the 5th person, Cheon Yu-seong, appears in front of them all and threatens to kill Kang as he prepares himself for a fight. Earlier that day, while Cheon was busy training non-stop, he received a message from Kang telling him to come to the 4th floor starting point within an hour. At that time, Cheon didn't want to obey Kang and give him the liberty of thinking he owned him. However, Kang pulls him further into his trap by promising to fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Knowing fully well that Kang was provoking him, Cheon refuses to fall for the temptation and plays into his hands. Sadly, Kang's handicaps get even more tempting, till he makes him snap by asking if he's scared. Pissed off by his challenge, Cheon got his ass right to the 4th floor armed and ready to take him down. Kang, on the other hand, thinks about the elemental sword as being an item that allows one to fuse elemental magic into their sword to make up for a swordsman's weakness in long-range combat. Since Cheon has gotten his hands on the sword already, Kang can use it as his bargaining chip to get him to join the party. By then, Cheon continues confronting Kang to get into a fight with him to prove that he's not scared of him. Kang, however, asks him if he plans on fighting him with the incomplete version of the elemental sword. Confused, Cheon calms down and asks him to explain further. Like he said, the elemental sword isn't bad, but Cheon can only feel its full power if he completes it. Luckily for him, the item he needs to complete the elemental sword, the fire element, just happens to be included in the 4th floor's random box. Cheon tells him to come off his high horse as the random box is nothing but a random box. There's no way of knowing what will come out of it. At that point, Kang promises to give Cheon a round with his completed sword if he can help them with base defense. Cheon gives Kang's offer a second thought and finally sheaths his sword to accept the offer. Once Cheon agrees to join their party, Kang meets the minimum number of people for base defense and forms a 5-person party. With that, Teresa asks Kang if he thinks it's okay to have someone like Cheon on their team, as he could easily stab them in the back. Kang assures her, saying that Cheon isn't a betrayer till he gets what he wants. Though he may not look like it, the doofus has an innocent side to him. After hiring the last person on the team, Yeonhwa rummages through her backpack and fishes out something her grandpa left for Kang. Upon acquiring the Twin Dragon's sword, Kang smiles at how beautiful and impressive they look in person, especially now that they've been infused with magic. After giving Kang the twin swords, Yeonhwa asks him to explain how he got her grandpa to give the items he cherishes so much to him. Kang lies and tells Yeonhwa that Cheonyoung probably liked him on a personal level. As he opens the wrapping cloth to see the weapon, Kang sees the sticker titled Dowry written on it, and chuckles at the jokes. When all is set, all 4 of Kang's teammates stare at the giant base again, and ask to confirm if Kang wants them to protect this giant stadium. Kang tells them he has a plan so they don't have to worry. Just then, another person recognizes Kang as the owner of the stadium base and calls his attention to it. Kang, on the other hand, takes note of the seal on the guy's sword and recognizes it instantly. As for the hobo-looking player, he presents himself, as if getting ready for a challenge.